Hey there, guys. Oops, I have to shut off my YouTube tab. Sorry about that. My YouTube tab was playing in the background. Um, hey, so it is the last live of The Last of Us already. 7 episode season. Wow. Very, very short. That's gotta be, well, it's not the shortest season of something I've ever watched. I'd say the shortest would be Black Mirror. Um, Black Mirror, of course, is known for extremely short seasons. I think one of them, season one, I believe, had only 3 episodes, which was crazy to me. I thought, well, what are you even doing? Like this, the show is doing amazing things. Make more episodes. Why are you only putting out 3 episodes, 5 episodes? Like all of their seasons are extremely short, and it's very hard to find an anthology series like that anymore in the same vein as the Twilight Zone. So I mean, I'm not a huge Black Mirror fan. Some of it is a little too dark for me. I don't know. I find it more dark a lot of the time and not as entertaining as the Twilight Zone, but still, we need more of that. Make more. There aren't enough great anthology series anymore, and uh, I don't know. But The Last of Us, well, this was 7 episodes, and I guess it's because they're basically just doing half of the second video game. So there's, part one of the video game is what we just saw. Like part two is season 3, which had already been renewed before season 2 even started, on the strength of really positive reviews from critics. But HBO screwed up big time, if you ask me, because it's not the critics who generate the revenue for the show, it's the fans, and you should wait and see what the fans think. You should have anticipated that the fans would not be happy, because this is based on a video game that fans hated by and large. And I mean, not everybody. There were some who loved it, but I do know that a lot of people were angry. A lot of people wanted to return the video game. And once word got out about what happened in it, sales wound up being much, much lower than the first game. So what does HBO do? Oh, I think we'll make this into a big budget TV series and give season 2 a blockbuster ass budget for Michael Bay level special effects, knowing how much outrage there was over the second game. Make it make sense financially, business wise. I don't understand HBO. I really don't get it. I found the finale pretty underwhelming, to be honest. I did. It was okay, but I feel like the finale should have more fireworks. This is the season finale. Where are the fireworks? Where's the excitement? There's excitement, but there were no infected. There was, obviously excitement, but I needed something like blockbuster level, go out with a bang at least. The best part of the whole season for me were the infected. The scenes with the infected. Episode 2, the infected horde storming the compound, the bloater, explosions. That's been the most enjoyable part of the show for me since they killed off what was the most enjoyable part for me before, Joel. So I don't know. Not a single infected in the finale, and I know the show is not really about the infected. It's really about the human threat, that humans are our own worst enemy at the end of the day. That's the overarching message. I know that was basically the message of The Walking Dead too. Humans became a bigger threat than the zombies, but in a show that's been so disappointing in a lot of ways, I needed more of the zombie shit. Give me more of that. That would have been a more enjoyable watch, at least more entertaining for me. Scarlet is here. Hi, Scarlet.
Hi. More
Hi.
explosions?
Yes, I would have liked more explosions and more zombies.
That's where I came at, and you're like, more explosions.
Yeah.
Just
Yes.
random explosions for no reason. Just explosion.
This is like, let's just blow some shit up, you know, just do something, something to, I don't know, just get you excited.
Yeah.
Now, not every finale has to be like that, though. I just got done watching a series finale, not just a season finale, but a series finale that was not full of excitement at all, actually, for The Handmaid's Tale. And I was okay with it. The only reason I was okay with it is because the penultimate episode did
Had
everything.
explosions.
Yes. It had explosions.
Explosions.
It did. It had explosions, and it did everything it needed to do. I said in my video for The Handmaid's Tale, this isn't a Handmaid's Tale live. I will get back to The Last of Us, but I said in my video for the penultimate episode of The Handmaid's Tale, look, it's already mission accomplished for me. I said, I don't care what they do in the finale. It doesn't even matter. It almost doesn't matter at this point. They'd have to really work hard to screw it up. After that penultimate episode, that was the true finale for me, and it wound up being the case because the real finale was basically an epilogue.
Yeah.
It was an epilogue, and I was okay with that. It was great. Like I love I don't like ambiguous endings at all. And so for the show to actually have an epilogue, I was like, all right. I love when books have epilogues. I love finding out what happened later, even after the end of the story. Like what was going on, where does it go from here? That was great. I think that was terrific. If the penultimate episode hadn't been so explosive and epic, then the finale would have been a problem because it was not exciting in that way. But that's fine. Like they already did what they needed to do, landed the plane, not that plane, not the literal plane.
I like that you keep using that metaphor. That works so well.
Yes.
She means the second plane.
Handmaid's Tale landed the plane, not the literal plane that exploded in the sky, but the metaphorical plane.
Not the penultimate plane.
They did. They did
it. One blew up.
Yes, they did it. They did it. Mission accomplished in a way that I never would have expected, and I'm proud of the show for making a really tough decision and a risky move that alienated some fans, but they did what they needed to do. They answered the call I put out in my first video on this Handmaid's Tale. On the first 3 episodes, I said, look, the show can still turn this around and make this not about some star-crossed romance between a handmaid and a fascist. They can still turn this around and put this focus back on the revolution, get rid of this star-crossed romance, open June's eyes. Either Nick needed to step up, join the revolution, or her eyes needed to open about him, and her eyes opened, and they got rid of it. And they literally blew up that Hollywood romance right in the sky. Just blew it up. So anyway, that's the difference between The Handmaid's Tale, which, can make tough calls, like killing off a fan favorite character, but do it so effectively and in a necessary way, and also be entertaining as hell. And this show, which I just think The Last of Us is missing the mark big time. And killing off one of only 2 main characters and doing it in the way they did, of course it was going to alienate a lot of the fans.
But it's the source material.
They could have deviated from the source material. Lots of shows do.
Yeah.
But anyway, let's see.
Yeah, I'm also wondering if it isn't because they're cutting up the second game into like 3 seasons now, like little seasons. That they don't really know where the penultimate and the final episodes are.
That can be a problem sometimes. Yeah, that I heard that happened with excuse me, Squid Game.
Yeah.
Squid Game. I heard that people were kind of unsatisfied with the way season 2 of Squid Game wound up, but that's because they broke it up, and the next part will be in June. So that's where it can get tricky. It's like, where do you cut it off if you're breaking up a story that's half and half? Where do you cut it off? So that makes sense. There's like a weird 7-episode season of The Last of Us, weird number, and I just felt like I needed more from it. I feel like episode 6, the penultimate episode of that season, that episode 6 was a solid flashback episode, the entire thing, and then we come back to the action, and it's just over so quickly. It's like Tommy literally just got there and it's already over. They're already heading out of Seattle. I don't know. I thought we'd get more than we did. Just more excitement once they got to Seattle. And I felt like there was a lot of setup, but not enough payoff. And that's where I'm at. I mean, I don't hate the show. This would not be a show I would go back to and rewatch, though, unless it's because I'm covering it. I would still cover season 3 if who knows where I'll be. I don't know.
Yeah.
Who knows where I'll be in my life when season 3 comes out. Hopefully I'll still be in okay enough condition to even have a channel. I really don't know. I have no idea where I will be a year from now, 2 years from now. I have mysterious pain conditions that doctors don't understand. I don't know how much worse it's going to get. I hope I'll still be able to have a channel. I really do. I got some test results back today that once again gave me no answers, and it's pretty demoralizing. So, I just don't know. I mean, I went and I had a skin biopsy test that came up with nothing. Again, they said it was normal. I'm not happy with normal results anymore. I don't consider it good news. I want an explanation, and I can't find one. So sorry. It's really kind of weighing on me now today.
Yeah, but you could flip it on its head and say in 2 years maybe you'll know more. Maybe it'll be a more positive result.
Yeah, it's just so hard to think that way because every year it's gotten worse. A year ago, I was not as bad as I am now. The pain was not as bad. A year before that, it wasn't as bad. It's just gotten worse. So it's hard to imagine it getting better, especially when there are no answers. Still, no answers. And I've now had pretty much every test known to man that they could possibly give me. That was the last one. I've had every other one. I've had, what the hell? My one of my keys on my Chromebook fell off. What the fuck?
Which key?
The W.
Oh, let's think about this in a foreboding sense. What could a W mean?
Well, in rap, a W means you took a win.
Okay, well maybe you're headed towards a win.
Maybe it's a sign. I was just talking about how I've lost hope.
Yeah.
And then the W fell off in my hand.
The universe is giving you a message.
That's funny. That's funny. That was really weird. And I wasn't even touching the key. I don't know how that even happened. I wasn't even touching it.
Poltergeist?
I just looked down and it came off.
Maybe you have some kind of special powers.
Maybe. I don't know what the fuck. I don't know how that happened. I've literally never seen a key fall off a keyboard. Okay, then.
Yeah, telekinesis.
The keyboard's trying to cheer me up, I guess.
Yeah. Or maybe you can relate to like machines, like they, can talk to them.
To what?
To the machines.
Yeah.
They communicate back to you.
Yeah, I was just in the middle of saying I've had full spine MRI. I've had a lower back MRI in addition to the full spine one. I've had a pelvic MRI. I've had a brain MRI. I've had many rounds of blood work. I have had an EMG test on one leg. I'm going to do the other one just for the hell of it, but they don't expect that to be anything. I've had the small.
What is that? What is that test?
EMG is where they stick needles in you and then turn on electric current and measure the nerve responses.
Yeah.
So I had that done. They came up with nothing. Multiple rounds of blood work and now small fiber neuropathy skin biopsy, and an ultrasound from a vascular surgeon to check the veins in my legs. Nothing. All of it with nothing. No answers to any of it. And I was evaluated by a specialist in EDS. So that came up with nothing too. So it's just depressing. So let's so I'm gonna distract myself by talking about this depressing show tonight. Let's get started.
Yeah.
Honestly, this is nothing. Like, my life is already a horror show. This is nothing. At least it's someone else's problems I can focus on.
But your
least...
horror show didn't even get any mushroom people.
No. Didn't even get any mushroom people, but we're gonna talk about it. There were some aspects of it that I enjoyed. So it's all right. I don't think it's gonna take all night, I can tell you that, to break this one down. I don't think so, but hey, I say that a lot. You just never know.
Yeah.
Hey, welcome JT Moore, first in the chat. The Last of Us for a long time. Indeed. Yes, indeed. And JT Moore felt the same way as me. No follow-up. Oh, I didn't even think of the spores.
Yeah.
What the hell? They just dropped the spores? Was that just a brief shout out to the video game? That is lame. Oh my god, that's even more of a disappointment. I completely forgot about the spores. Wow. Yeah, no follow-up on the spores, let alone any infected this episode. What a disappointment. Anticlimactic. I would have to agree, honestly. At best, I would give it maybe a 4 out of 10. I just, yeah. How could they drop the spores? Like, that would have been a really serious threat. I guess, well, the thing of it is, though, I think it was probably just a shout out to the game, because I remember thinking when they introduced it, how the only way that they can really pay that off is if they'd have to kill off Dina. At the time, it was just Ellie and Dina there, and they're not going to kill off Dina. I don't buy that. Ellie is immune. Now, I think it would have been interesting if, maybe Jesse had been killed by the spores then, or Tommy, like, kill off Tommy, do something else major. If you're going to go with this endless cycle of vengeance causing collateral damage angle, then really go with it. Don't just introduce the spores to make them a nothing burger. That was lame, and they hyped it up big time with they had an episode trailer with the infected breathing the spores at Ellie. That was really exciting. We were like, oh yes, all right, we're introducing the spores. Yeah, that's a letdown, and I don't know if they're even gonna pick up on it in season 3 either. I wonder. Probably not, because season 3 is going to be from Abby's perspective. Basically, everything you just saw, but from Abby's perspective. So, yeah.
I mean, so no Catherine O'Hara.
Yeah, no Catherine O'Hara. Well, yeah, I guess I don't think we're gonna be seeing as much of our people we actually like next season, so that's gonna be even worse. It's from Abby. We're gonna have to follow Abby and her group and try to give a shit about them. It's not gonna be easy, I'll tell you that. JT Moore, yeah, that's crazy, right? I thought of that too. These are the 2 shows that I cover. The Handmaid's Tale and The Last of Us both had fake outs on hangings of their main characters this past week. What a weird coincidence, right? And they both are the shows that I cover. That's so funny. But it's okay, with June on The Handmaid's Tale, that I wasn't mad at that they didn't kill her. She's got plot armor. There's no getting around it. It's her story. She had to survive the series to write the story that she's telling. Somebody had to write her story. She's the one who wrote the whole thing. That's the whole point. It's The Handmaid's Tale. She wrote
exactly. It's in the title.
Right. She wrote it, and at the end of the series, you see her starting to write her book, which was an awesome way to end it. So I wasn't mad at it, even knowing, okay, someone's going to swoop in and save her. They're hoisting her up by her neck. She's the only person on the entire show who could survive something like that. Hoisting her up by a crane, with a crane by her neck. And I'm like, just waiting. Okay, all right, who's going to save her? Someone's going to save her. So I wasn't worried for her safety, but I was still caught up in the thrill of that moment, just because it was her call to action to the crowd. Rise up.
Yeah.
She starts with an earnest prayer, like acting like she's praying for forgiveness and, you know, let them know that, look out for your what did she call them? Your humble servants. Um, let them know their hopes and their dreams matter, for they are good people. I mean, and then she switches into like beast mode and her voice lowers, who for too long have been oppressed by evil and those who have twisted who have disgraced your name. That was it. Who have disgraced your name, meaning God. And then and so as they're lifting her up by her neck, just getting all the words out she possibly can, she's screaming at the crowd, rise up, fight for your freedom. Don't let the bastards grind you down. Oh, it was amazing. So I wasn't mad at the fake out hanging at all. I thought it was amazing. Absolutely phenomenal. I mean, you can't get better than that. That was phenomenal. But Ellie with the fake out hanging, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, it was a harrowing scene to watch, even though I knew she was gonna get out of it, obviously. It was still, even though the stakes were not there because we all know Ellie wasn't gonna die, it was really deeply unsettling seeing her getting strung up by her neck by the scars, and this time a lady executioner was approaching her with that little I
Little
never
kid.
yeah, I
Little
never remember
beast.
what?
Little beast.
Yeah, I never remember what the hell that thing is called, but looks like a hook. That was deeply disturbing. Just even remembering what we just saw them do to that man, we just witnessed it, and I knew it wasn't gonna happen to Ellie, but wow, yeah, that was creepy. So yeah, very weird coincidence indeed. Um, I was promised a 10:30. Muncher Luncher is hilarious.
Are these
Yeah,
promises?
you know me by now, Muncher Luncher.
I
You
don't think
know,
any of these are followed up with "we promise." Dot dot
yeah,
dot.
we don't promise anything with, especially me, not with my start times. You know that by now. I do the best I can. And yes, Muncher Luncher, let's go. I'm foaming at the mouth to shit on this show.
Well, if you want to
Yeah,
call in and express verbally what you want to, you can express with your hands. Go right ahead.
yeah, let's go. Let's
Yeah.
go.
I mean, get a bunch of people on the panel, just like making it a true shit show.
Sure. Yeah. We might have Infinite Umbra might be joining at some point. He's at work, and that's always
Yeah.
a little unpredictable, but he might join. So we'll see. Good morning, Dieter. Thank you for the hugs. I appreciate it. Build chill. Ellie's face in the screenshot, the one for I did for this live, says it all. Yeah. It was my screenshot for this live was Ellie with her hands up as Abby is pointing a gun on her. Yeah, that dumbass Ellie. Sorry, she's just stupid. And I'll get into why I think she's so stupid and reckless. But hey Kelly, nice to see you. Hope you're doing well. Hey there, Wolf Spear. Nice to see you. I'm gonna quickly catch up. Shouldn't take me too long to catch up with the chat here. Okay, let me scroll down. Oh, Alexis popped in and said hi. Hello to Alexis, if you're still listening. And Alex,
Does she crochet any Last of Us characters?
I don't know. I don't know. I doubt anybody would be clamoring for them at this point, unless it's to use them as a voodoo doll.
I was gonna say, just have those.
Make them. I'm sure people. Hey, Alexis, there's an opportunity for you. There's a market right now for Ellie dolls, Ellie voodoo dolls. Make some Ellie voodoo dolls. I think people will buy them. With the hate on that character. And I think the hate is excessive, and it should never be targeted at the actress. Let me be clear, but the character. Oh, anyway. Alexis just met some folks from our amazing From series at the camp, so That's so awesome. Alexis got to give Scott McCord and David Alpay crocheted dolls in person. She got to be there, and I saw a picture of her and them with the dolls, which is just so awesome. So happy for Alexis. And Wolfspear says studios are trying to reinvent the wheel, shake things up, and it's not working. Yeah, I gotta agree. That seriously. Dieter said, I understand why they follow the game at moments and why they change things. They did both, but seems at the wrong moments. Changing the game story is very risky. Maybe it's going to be good in season 3. Yeah. People still liked the game. Maybe the death of Joel was like, we needed to get used to it. A lot can change, and lots of people are getting a story, and it's not about Joel. Yeah, love Pedro still. We found out that it's really Ellie's story. The problem is they didn't make Ellie likable enough. Ellie is frustrating as hell for me.
See, I wonder if they could almost made this series like Fallout and just did another story within the universe instead of doing the same story.
Right. Yeah, they could have. They could have. So, I mean, Fallout did an amazing job with that show. I love it so far. Bill Chill and my Beavis voice fire.
Needs mushroom people. Needs mushroom people on fire. Fire.
Yes.
Toasted mushrooms.
Toasted mushrooms.
Delicious.
Dear JulieBDeepDives roasting The Last of Us Season 2 finale like it stole her snacks. 10 ways this could have been better, starting with literally doing anything. Hashtag not like this. Hashtag Last of Us finale flop. I wouldn't say it was a complete flop or anything. Don't get me wrong. There are things I liked about it. I wouldn't say it was trash, but there were a lot of missteps, I think. And there were a lot of things missing that I would have liked. And the 2020 season 2s are holding L's. Yeah, I mean, let's see. It's another one. I mean, season 2 of From was excellent. So not From.
Season 2 of Severance wasn't shabby.
Yeah. See, I loved season 2 of Severance. I thought that was great. So I don't know, but yeah, he was saying the same about Squid Game. Squid Game was a soft L, not so bad. A soft L. Okay. Yeah. Dieter said maybe The Last of Us season finale feels better now that you are in that finale image I made with AI, the one you already saw. Oh, okay. He put me in he put me in season 3 of The Last of Us. And we get Scarlet. Yes.
Oh, yes. What do you have? What do you have in your hand? A detonator for a bunch of explosions? Ready to go.
Just standing there. I should, I guess. No, I'm just standing there overlooking the stadium in Seattle. I think that's where it is. Where is it? Right, here it is. I think that's I think that's at the end of the finale. Abby's looking out over this, I think, if I remember correctly. And that this is bringing me right back to the Kendrick concert, looking at a stadium. Damn. I just want to relive it again. That's the first time I had ever been to a stadium in my entire life. I never went to a sporting event or a concert or anything at a stadium. I was amazed. I was just absolutely dazzled by the sight of 70,000. I mean, it's a 70,000 capacity stadium, sold out for Kendrick Lamar. Just looking up at that sea of people, I have never been around that many people in my entire life. It was unreal. Absolutely unreal. And everybody completely losing their minds for Kendrick and SZA. So anyway, and wait, there's another one, but okay, this one is closer up. Cool. That's cool.
I still haven't seen the bug photos.
The what? The what photos?
The bug photos.
Bug? What?
You promised me bug photos.
Oh, I forgot. Yes, SZA.
You didn't promise me them, but I've been awaiting them.
I completely forgot. So, yeah, SZA had dancers dressed like bugs, giant bugs, and something Scarlet would be really into. I
Oh,
was
yeah.
thinking of her the whole time after the bugs were on stage. You and your bug love, your bug affection, your affinity for insects. Yeah. So, and it was very quirky and interesting and artistic. It was a nature theme that she had for her entire set. So there were flowers in the background, you know, on the screen. There were dancers dressed like bugs, and it was really interesting. I wasn't expecting it to be that artistic. I don't know much about SZA.
Yeah.
I was very impressed. Gotta say, it was cool. I wasn't there for her, but I mean, it gave me a chance to sit down and rest in between Kendrick's things, and I thoroughly enjoyed her set. It was amazing. Anyway, uh, yeah, I don't know, Dieter. I have already taken a year break. This is me trying to get answers again, and it's not going anywhere. But thank you, Dieter, and thank you, Muncher. Appreciate it. Thanks. Thanks for the positive energy. Bill Chill said the Chromebook knows that The Last of Us needs a W and threw it to Max. Yes, seriously. Could be the first doctors you saw or the first tests you did were wrong. Yeah, I don't know. I've already tried repeating a few tests too. Hey there, Fletch. Nice to see you. W for we will wail without you. That's great. Oh, cool. Dieter said Big Heck Entertainment's daughter has a YouTube channel. Oh, please give her some love. She's 12. That's really cute. Yeah, I'll check out her channel. Yeah, that's so sweet. Yeah, check out Big Heck's daughter's channel. That's so cool. Big Heck is awesome. He's the one who put me on to Kendrick, actually. I had my head buried in the sand and I hadn't listened to music in years over, due to depression. So I have him to thank for bringing it up. That made me go down a rabbit hole and wound up, helping me survive listening to his music. So Steve said, thank you. I'm sorry to hear you're having these issues. It's frustrating when the tests don't get you any answers. Oh, I'm so sorry. I've been at the hospital for the last 4 days with my grandmother having similar issues with no answers. I'm sorry. Sending healing vibes for your grandmother and hope you can find some answers for her and she gets better. You're a champ the way you take care of your family. You really are. You're amazing. And that sucks. It's so frustrating. But I hope she gets better. You're a stand-up guy, Steve. I would have thought Ellie would at least mention to Dina and Jesse about the spores. Like, hey guys, there's a crazy new vector of infection to worry about. Yes, great point, Steve. Great points. And I know you're a big fan of like the games and stuff. I'm not here to trash the show. Believe me, there's plenty to still admire about it. But for a finale, I needed more. Hey Doc. I know Doc wasn't too happy with it either. He was in our watch party. Yeah. You. Hope you're doing well. He said I need a palate cleanser after that. That was his immediate reaction.
Some mushrooms, perhaps.
Maybe some mushrooms.
Yeah.
Might be
or some spores that no one talks about.
Yeah, those spores. Yeah. Unbelievable.
I guess she was like, oh man, oh well. Next thing.
Yeah. Like, I kind of understand why the spores don't work in the show, especially introducing them this late, because where are they? They're on the run in Seattle. Where are they going to get gas masks? They're not going to. That means if they're going to encounter the spores again, it would have to kill one of them off for it to have an impact, or find some gas masks. But I don't see how they could have done that.
But also acting with gas mask on isn't exactly great.
No, it's not. It's not. So they probably should have just kept it off the show instead of teasing it. Just leave it out of it. I mean, like do a little shout out. If they're gonna do a shout out, they should have left it to what Ellie did before she left Jackson. she was in the she was in an old 7-Eleven where Eugene grew his pot, and she found a gas mask and put it on and was goofing around with it. That was a shout out to the spore situation, and that's the kind of thing. If you're not going to actually use the spores as a major plot device, then just throw in a little shout out like that and leave it alone. They should have left it there. But I mean, okay, it was an important plot device in that it did kill the first of Abby's team. It did wind up killing her, so that was cool. I'm not gonna lie, that was cool. I can't get rid of that. I can't just dismiss that. That was really interesting, and it was also a way that I forget what her name was now, but the way that she realized that Ellie is immune right as she was dying. Like, oh my god, the rumors were true. You're real. You're immune. And I mean, it was a cool moment, but they should have done more with it for sure, I think. But
yeah, I was just laughing what Doc wrote about. Like, I saw an ad for a morning mushroom brew that had cordyceps, and I was like, no thanks. Is that the one that what's his notes is from Neil Patrick Harris is drinking?
I don't know.
Seeing the mushroom tea commercial with Neil Patrick Harris in it.
Oh, really?
It's kind of like Ryu or something like that. Yeah, you can make mushroom tea. I don't find it pleasant, mushroom tea. Maybe other people do. It's earthy. It's kind of weird to drink.
Yeah.
I don't want to turn to a mushroom person. It doesn't make you trip balls. I don't know the point of it.
Yeah, it sounds
I guess it's healthy. Maybe.
It sounds nasty. Yeah.
Yum.
Yeah. So Bill Chill said maybe we'll get spores in the Handmaid's Tale. Maybe. Sickle or a scythe? Which one is it? Yeah, I don't know. I was thinking scythe, but I don't know. I know there's one that has like it's on a longer stick that like the Grim Reaper carries, and that's different. This doesn't have a long stick attached to it that they use. Steve said, I think that scene of Ellie getting hung and saved by the horn is going to tie into something from season 3, but it's a weird choice since there's going to be such a large gap till it's released. Right. That's the tricky thing. Yeah. So the tricky thing is the fact that they're setting up some things that might not have the best payoff because of the timing. Wolf Spears says, I just don't care for Ellie. Well, that's a lot better than the, flat out hate. I mean, I don't hate the character. I think there's excessive hate personally, but she annoys me and she frustrates me for sure. And I liked her a lot in season 1. I wasn't one of the people who thought she was annoying in season 1. It's season 2.
Yeah, she's a little bit more bratty in the show than in the game.
Yeah. I thought it was funny in season 1. She was hilarious and it was cute. It's called a dwarf. The tool is called a dwarf scythe. JK is a sickle. Okay. It's starting. Yeah. Oh yeah. I like my swear words. Shit, fuck, crap, cojones. Yeah. Samuel. Ew, no. I'm rooting for Abby and Isaac next season. That was so weird. Like Isaac was saying like they've got to take a huge risk to go save Abby. And that woman Park didn't understand why. She's like, are you in love with her or something? You wouldn't be the first old man who because Isaac is way too old. Well, I mean, look, age is just a number and all that stuff, but Abby practically looks like a kid and Isaac is
well, age is just a number except in specific circumstances.
Yeah, exactly. Except in specific circumstances. And they would just make a really weird pairing for me because Abby looks like she looks like a teenager.
Yeah.
I don't know how old she is, but ew. Yeah. So Steve said, as a self-proclaimed super fan of The Last of Us, I feel like this story doesn't work well in TV series with limited episodes per season and years in between each season. Yes, exactly. The game isn't something you watch, it's something you experience, and that really frames the story and how your feelings evolve for these characters over the course of that experience. That makes complete sense. I've been thinking that myself, that it doesn't translate well to a TV series because it's totally different. In the game, you're literally forced to be in Abby's shoes, forced to play as her, experience it as her, and there isn't a long gap in between. Now, they've barely shown Abby in season 2, and now there are going to be years in between, probably another 2 years. Then they show Abby's side of things, and it's like, well, okay, now it's going to be a lot harder to generate empathy when we're not in her shoes playing a game as her, and there's that big time gap. So, yeah, it makes total sense, Steve. It's a great story, and I still say it has a really important message that the world is in dire need of hearing. It's just unfortunate that because of the format of the show and the writing of it, the message is not being heard. It's going over people's heads. It's being overlooked. The message about the need for empathy, the futility of the endless cycle of violence and vengeance. It's a message that's very much needed. It's really been the root of all our biggest problems throughout human history. So it's just not landing. I see it, but it's just I get why it's not landing for a lot of people. Boiled and sauteed mushrooms are better. Ugh, I hate mushrooms. Nasty. No mushrooms anywhere. Season 4 is going to be fucking bananas. From Not The Last of Us. Yes, Dieter, it is. Samuel said you have to reduce them. Oh, okay. So yeah, mushrooms, I can't.
Why don't you like them?
I can't reconcile myself with eating fungus. I just can't do it.
This is fungus. Full of vitamin D. They're full of vitamin D.
Yuck.
No.
The Last of Us season 3, Kendrick performs in Seattle. Yeah, that busted up stadium.
And then explosions.
That explosion. That'll get me right on board. Yeah, Kendrick in Seattle. All right. Yes. Yeah, I do need that. I wish I could transplant my brain into a working body. That would be great. But my brain's probably the thing that's fucked up. Who knows? I need my innie's body. Yes. I've often wished I could just get a new body. Since I was a teenager, my body has been screwed up. But anyway, you're welcome, Steve. You're welcome, Steve. All the best to you and your grandma and your family. Stay strong. So yeah, like Dieter said, we're having a watch party on Saturday night for Freddy versus Jason, 10 p.m. Eastern. So that'll be fun. The last few Saturdays we watched Nightmare on Elm Street 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, I believe. 1 through 6. So now we're going to be watching Freddy versus Jason, which I've never seen. All of these I've seen for the first time. So
well, you've been murdering through those.
Yeah, we have. 2 at a time, knocking them out, and I'm crossing things off my list left and right. So if you want to join the watch party, the link to the Discord is in the description of the video if you're not in there already. We do fun watch parties for movies and shows all the time, and very often we watch something and then it turns into something else. Like after the Handmaid's Tale finale, we wound up watching Lost. First, we watched Lost, but then Sunday night after The Last of Us, we watched Duster, and then we watched more Lost. So I'm making my way through that too. I have now finished season 5 of Lost after a year of watching that show. I am finally making
that's amazing.
Yes. I'm finally progressing through the series again.
And like you and Susie watching it?
Yeah, Susie Martin, Panda Kalima was there also, and we watched it last night. So I finished it and it was crazy. Oh my god, crazy. seeing Jacob. I've been wondering, who is Jacob? Is he even a person? Is he real? So that was very, very interesting. Wow. So I am now done with season 5 of Lost. I have 1 season left and I will be finished. Once I'm finished, the next on the list for series is Twin Peaks. I will be starting that next. Because I've been recommended that by way too many people not to watch that show, which I've only seen 1 episode of.
Yay! It's my favorite.
Yes. So that's next on the list.
It's the 90s. It's been my favorite. And then came back again. It was still my favorite.
Yeah.
And the movie's good too. Watch Fire Walk with Me, and that's good as well.
And also, when I finish Lost, I would like to maybe do a live discussing Lost and From and the parallels between them. I know people have been waiting on me to finish Lost and do that for a really long time, a number of people. So I definitely want to do that. Thanks, Dieter. Yeah, if only we had miracle meds, right? Oh, I finally got to that comment from Doc. Yeah. No thanks to the morning mushroom brew with cordyceps. Steve
It's
said
just commercials that's been all over the place. Like when I look on YouTube and stuff, and it's this Neil Patrick Harris going on in a woods with fake trees. You know.
Ah. Yeah. I haven't seen it, but I have an ad blocker that's been working pretty well, even on YouTube. So I haven't been seeing many commercials, which is great.
Blocking, especially the mushroom commercials.
Yeah. I hate ads. Anyway, Steve said, I agree with you. I love the games and even the first season, but I wanted to wait until the finale for an opinion. But I feel like this season had a lot of pacing issues and strange choices. Yeah, definitely. There were things I really enjoyed about it and appreciated, though, truly. But long stick. God. I had to say that. Oh, man. As cool as it was, I could have lived without the siege on Jackson in episode 2 if that meant we could get more budget for more episodes with better pacing and fleshing things out better. That's a good point. Maybe they used up too much of their budget on that 1 episode, like a freaking Michael Bay film. The giant explosions all over the place and the bloater. Yeah. Hey, Aunt is back. Where have you been? I hope you're doing all right. Nice to see you. Nice to see you. Welcome back. Welcome back. Tina said, I don't hate Ellie at all. She's just Ellie in my eyes. I just watch without expectations since people don't like it. Yeah. Bill, The Last of Us 4 equals 3. 4 wait, shits? What? Equals 3-hour movie? Oh, geez. Steve said one of the things that the show drops the ball on is the fact that we're not supposed to like Ellie in season 2. We're supposed to mourn who she was and fear who she's becoming. So everyone is right to not like her. The show just didn't execute it well. Right. And we see how far she's fallen in this finale. What she ends up doing. She doesn't intentionally kill a pregnant woman, but her recklessness winds up causing her to accidentally kill her. So, yeah, she's definitely not supposed to be likable. So I think it wasn't executed as well as it could have been. Didn't mean romantically. What? Hi with Alice. Dreamscape. I never heard of that one. I recently watched Dreamscape, Doc said, which came out a few months before A Nightmare on Elm Street. It had a lot of parallels, including what I think was a nod to Freddy in one scene, since Dreamscape was put out by Paramount, which rejected Wes Craven's Nightmare on Elm Street because of the similarities to Dreamscape, which was already in production. That's kind of like Deep Impact and Armageddon were very similar concepts, similar movies, and they both came out around the same time. And I always wondered how that happened. Was it a coincidence? Did one of them copy the other somehow? But they were so close together that it was just weird. I don't know.
It was like ants in a bug's life.
Same thing with Ants in a Bug's Life. It came out right around the same time. I had the really unpopular opinion of liking Ants at the time better than Pixar's A Bug's Life.
Yeah, me too.
Really?
Yeah, I like ants.
I liked it way better. I don't know why. I just was not a fan of A Bug's Life. I don't know. Ants had really good music too. I liked the music in it. It had what was it? That High Hopes. It had the song High Hopes in it. I love that song. Anyway, everything had lost its magic. Supernatural stuff. How else could Jacob go off the island? Yeah, it's very bizarre. I've given up trying to understand everything I'm seeing and just taking it as it comes and connecting what I can with whatever I can. It drives me nuts sometimes because I like to understand everything I'm watching, but yeah. Okay. So, hey, Alex, welcome, Alex, with the no no's. What is wrong? What's going on, Alex?
No.
It sounds like Tabitha
I
on
just
From.
watched the finale. Oh my god, no.
So it sounds like Tabitha on From. No. I don't know if you watch From, Alex, but we cover From really heavily on this channel, the TV series From, and there's a character that says no a few too many times, let's say. All the damn time. I'm going to be a dad. Yeah. Well, Daddy just showed up. The dad just showed up, and now what, Ellie? You were supposed to be the dad, but yeah. Well, he's out of the way now. Poor Jesse. But man, justice for Jesse. Hashtag justice for Jesse. Jesse was honestly the one with the most common sense and common decency in the entire show. Man, Jesse got a raw deal. Shit. I mean, I was just like every line Jesse said in this episode, I was like, yes, preach, yes, talk sense to Ellie. This is fantastic, you know. I like Jesse so much. What a shame she got him killed with her stupidity going out on this revenge mission. Damn, yeah. Well, now Ellie's gonna have to be the dad if they somehow survive this. I guess Ellie is gonna be the dad now because the real dad is dead, unfortunately. Ellie, yeah, I'm pretty sure Alex meant from the show, not literally that Alex is going to be a dad, but correct me if I'm wrong.
Maybe.
Because I see some people that someone in the chat was like not sure. So Steve liked ants better too. Well, how about that? How about that? Because most people were just, sucking up to a bug's life so much. They were, as they say in the rap circles, like glazing all over a bug's life. And I don't know. I wasn't into it. I was a little bit. I was a little bit old for these movies when they came out. Anyway, I was an adolescent, but I don't know. I just wasn't really a big fan. Wolf Spear said, I just don't like how town people handled Joel's death. Outsiders killed one of their top leaders, and they vote against sending people out to get people that did it. Me and at least 3 others are going anyway. I can understand it, though, because 3 months had passed. They were just getting back on their feet, and this is the apocalypse. Like, you got to remember that if they felt there was a real threat that these people were going to come back at them, I could understand going. But if that's not the case, 3 months have passed. They haven't shown back up. They let Ellie and Dina live. They only killed Joel. So it was pretty clear he was the target and they were gone. So it's just like, to me, that just says, okay, leave it alone. It's the apocalypse. revenge is not an option. Revenge is a luxury and an extravagance in an apocalypse. You just don't have the luxury to go after someone purely for revenge. You got to try and keep everyone around you alive and do the best you can. And that's all there is to it. It's just not logical for me. It's not logical. We can't afford to have the same principles we might have in our world. That's just the way I see it.
Mhm.
Yeah, just justice. Hashtag justice for Jesse.
Yeah.
Save our dads. They save lives, then they get killed. Yeah. Yeah. Joel too.
Mhm.
Daddy Joel. Poor Daddy Joel. Justice for Joel and now justice for Jesse. Look at all the alliteration going on here. All the J's. I guess if I were in the show, I'd be in trouble. Anyway. Hey Umbra. Nice to see you. He said he will be on as soon as possible. Okay, cool. No worries. Take your time. We're just about to get into the episode. I'm going to pull up my pictures. Steve said Druckmann brought up a really good point in saying that he takes it as a compliment that people enjoy the game better than the show because it means games are becoming an exceedingly better medium for storytelling than movies and television, and it's a testament to how far games have come. Yeah, I've never even played games like this, so I'm always surprised to hear people talking about it. I've only ever played the old school side-scrolling games like Super Mario Brothers and Kirby and things like that. I've never played these immersive 3D games where you're in that world and also story games or whatever they are. I don't know if is that what it's called. It's telling a story, and so there's like a cinematic quality to it. I've never seen anything like that. I've never played anything like that. So it's fascinating to me. This is something I'm not like I've had to talk to people who've played this game to understand it. It's interesting. Yeah, I've never played anything like that, but it sounds interesting. It sounds that sounds really cool. In fact, that people are so attached to that game and the people who played those characters in the game, the actors who they literally have actors playing the characters in the game. I've never played anything like that. And the fact that people are so attached and protective of those people and wanted the show to be true to it, it is a testament to how effective the game was. So Druckmann has a point there. Anyway,
I love that movie, Doc.
Oh,
You ever
what
seen
is this?
Idiocracy, Julie? You probably haven't.
No, actually, I always meant to see Idiocracy because it looked
You
like a
need to
great
put that on
concept.
your list. Put that
It
way up
looked
on your top of your list.
because I love the concept of it, and I was sure I would love it. I don't know why I never got around to seeing it. So I'll have
Yeah,
to definitely check out Idiocracy. And I
that's
think
one of my
from what I
favorites.
heard, from what I heard, it very accurately predicted some things about society
Yeah,
already.
and still,
Already.
and more.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'll add that to the list. All right, you're welcome, Dieter. I see you. I'm glad I could help. Anybody ever needs to talk, I am happy to listen. And Dieter is a very close friend, so of course you're welcome for that. But anyone else who ever wants to talk, I am happy to talk and be a support system for each other. A lot of you guys have reached out to me and expressed support for me when I needed support. So I've got my litany of pictures here. It's it's not too many. I also have a bunch of duds, so yeah, I'll just skip over the duds. I don't even bother wasting time deleting them now. I just upload them all
Yeah,
and skip through the duds because
enjoy
it's just
those
a waste of
credits.
time otherwise. Huh?
Enjoy those credits.
Yeah, like
Are you feel those
like
those are
this.
people to blame?
Oh yeah, these are the writers right here.
You're like, I thought you were
These
calling
are
them
the
out.
writers. Yeah, that wasn't even intentional. But
You guys
yeah, they
here.
had these. Yep. Yeah,
Run.
now we know. Get the pitchforks and the torches ready. You know, let's riot on these people now. This is who we have to blame. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. But
The old
Neil
mob.
Druckmann. Yeah, Neil Druckmann, Hallie Gross, and Craig Mazin. They are the ones who wrote this. Neil Druckmann is the one who developed the game too, I believe. So anyway, that was
Which I think
completely
is good.
unintentional.
I mean, I'm glad they didn't have somebody who didn't develop the game do this.
Yeah, that's smart.
It'd probably be
That's
a
a good
hot
thing.
mess. More of a hot mess.
Just like I think they should always. I think it's always smart to involve, if you're using source material from anything, smart to involve the person who created the source material. Like I believe Margaret Atwood was involved somehow in the Handmaid's Tale series, that she was consulted on it in some capacity, and she wrote the book. And also, but then you have things like The Shining, where they deviated
Yeah, I
dramatically.
love that.
Stephen King had nothing to do with The Shining movie, and he hated it because they made a lot of changes to it. Stanley
because
Kubrick.
in the opening scene, and don't get me wrong, this could be the opposite way. Kubrick's purposely using the wrong color car. It's either I think it's a yellow car when it's supposed to be a red car.
It's almost like he was thumbing
Even
his
the
nose.
smallest of details he wanted to change, and then Stephen King's just like, ah!
Yep. That, I swear, it was just to be contrarian. I heard about that. It was just like thumbing his nose at the author of the work. Damn. Yeah, just to be
but it's a
contrarian.
great movie. And then Mike Flanagan did Dr. Sleep, which basically took the book and the Kubrick movie and blended them together. So it's kind of crazy.
Interesting. I didn't know that. I mean,
you
I
should
didn't. I knew
see
about
it.
the movie.
You've seen The Shining?
Yeah. Oh yeah, The Shining.
Cool. Because you can watch Dr. Sleep and you would see the references from the movie, but if you've read the book, you'll all see the references from the book as well.
That's interesting.
I mean, the Shining book as well as the Dr. Sleep book, but I kind of like how that was all put together.
Yeah, I don't blame Stephen King for being protective of his work. If I wrote a book and somebody completely changed it around in the movie, I would feel some type of way. But I mean,
even Alan Moore, though, because we were talking about V for Vendetta when we were talking about Handmaid's Tale. Alan Moore doesn't like any adaptation, so I wonder why he keeps maybe he wants a check. He sells the property, because I'm just like, he's never happy with anything. So why bother doing it in the first place? And but he is an artist. He might need the cash. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe. It's yeah, and and that movie's a masterpiece. So I think Stephen King was just kind of butthurt about the changes. But I don't know how you can say that movie is not amazing and a classic. Everyone pretty much agrees on that. Then Stephen King made a complete piece of garbage, giant steaming pile of crap TV adaptation of The Shining that was more true to his book. Oh my God, that's not even watchable. It's horrible. Terribly miscast, and anyway, we digress. So the episode starts with the walkie-talkie. You can hear that the wolves are panicking and some shit's going down. They've been on the verge of war with the Scars, as we've heard. And so apparently things are getting worse and they're escalating. They're getting to the brink of they've already been fighting each other, but they're really coming to the brink of war from the sound of it. And someone was saying on the radio, I was confused about this part. They said on Isaac's orders, we're going radio silent. Isaac ordered that. Isaac is the leader. I'm not sure why they did that, because the Scars don't have walkie-talkies unless somebody came across Tommy and they know Tommy's there and Tommy has a walkie too. I don't think so, because I think this is their only one. And so I was a little confused by this. The Scars don't have walkies. That was the whole point. Ellie and Dina were talking about how they talk about their precise locations on the walkies as if they know their enemy doesn't have them, so they can just say where everybody is. That's how they were able to find Abby's crew. That's how Ellie and Dina were able to find where Ellie's people are. So I'm just confused as to why they need to go radio silent, but that's what they're saying. I don't know. Maybe a Scar stole one of their walkies, but I don't think they're. I think it's kind of against their cult to use technology. So I don't know. But regardless, that's the state of things. And ew. Let me go quickly by that image. Dina. Oh, that is just nasty. Dina was shot by an arrow. So not the previous episode, because that was the flashback one, but the one before that, she was shot. So these people, Ellie and Dina, went all the way to Seattle, and they were there for practically all of 5 minutes before Dina already got so wounded that they would have been completely fucked and needed Jesse to save them, and now they're already going home. Wow. All of that, like, seriously, like, I don't know. I expected a little bit more excitement in Seattle before it's already time to turn back around and leave. Wow, it was fast. Dina's useless in this condition. She's limping so bad in this episode, so they have no choice but to go back. And you know, Jesse's getting ready to pull the arrow out of her leg, and she's saying, like, I can't, you can't let me die, Jesse, you can't let me die, saying she can't die. So he starts to get suspicious, and he brings this up again later. He realizes something because of her saying that, and the fact that he offers her some liquor for the pain, says this will help, and she says no, I can't, with that huge emphasis. So he's figured out she's pregnant. I mean, he doesn't know, but he's pretty sure based on this interaction, because she refused alcohol for the pain and said she can't die. So yeah, she hasn't even bothered to tell him that she's pregnant with his kid, which is kind of shitty, to be honest. I mean, I know it's her body, her choice, what she does with her baby until that baby is born. But I just feel like it's the right thing to do, to tell the father that. I just think it's the right thing to do.
Especially if you have a relationship with the father, and anyway, so they can help.
Yeah, like just he has a right to know that she's pregnant with his kid, in my opinion. And they were on again, off again for quite a while, so it's shitty of her not to tell him, especially in this life-threatening situation right here. And it's not like she left. It's not like she came out here knowing she was pregnant. She didn't know until she knew that she was late. But she said that's not unusual for her to be late. It was only when they were on their way to Seattle that she, got a pregnancy test and realized she was pregnant. So I mean, he can't yell at her for coming out here being pregnant. He can't be upset at that because she didn't know. So there's no reason not to tell him. Anyway, I really like Jesse. He's a stand-up guy. He got a raw deal. I mean, there's just no getting around that. And then he was still there for her despite everything. Like, he was so gentle and loving in the way that he treated her. And see, look at this is her refusing the alcohol. She was like, no, I said no. Like it was clear there was a reason why she was refusing the alcohol. So that was gross. So there's that thing was in her leg, that big ass arrow. Nice. That was gross. They would have been dead if he hadn't shown up. Both of them would have been dead. Ellie and Abby. The fact that these two thought that they could take on, like, they knew that Abby's group was part of some kind of militia. They saw an insignia on one of the backpacks with a wolf on it. That should have been a big sign to them that they're. Oh, also, they were wearing military gear. So they knew that these people were not just raiders, that they weren't just a bunch of randos, and yet they still went by themselves to Seattle thinking they had a shot. It made zero sense. You could argue that it was warranted to go after these people, but it made no sense for these two to go alone, Ellie and Abby. It just made no sense at all, thinking they could take on a militia. They didn't know about the scars yet, but the militia alone, come on, it's idiotic. So then what's happening here? I'm trying to remember now. I don't remember what was this part. I'm trying to remember like why they. I think they heard noises. I don't remember now, but then we had like all this interesting stuff. I took shots of this, even though it's like it's not really important, but it's cool. Like there's a Van Morrison poster, all this old retro stuff that you see everywhere. So yeah, so Ellie goes in and she's just come back from where we left her last. She had just tortured the woman's name is escaping me now. What was her name? Nora, that was it.
Yeah.
She had tortured Nora as Nora was infected with the spores, and she's just now come back. So oh, I know what this was. That was what I was looking at. That was Ellie coming back. And he didn't know, like he was like, who is it? And she was yelling, let me in. But he had to yeah, that was it. He wanted her to say like the code was shimmer, the code for there's nobody with me. I'm here alone.
Yeah.
Nobody's here with like a gun to my head or something. So she says she's alone. So it's okay to let her in. She comes back and she sees Dina sleeping on a couch. I don't know how she could just sleep with that much pain and can't even drink alcohol to dull it. That's got to be really painful still, even with the arrow taken out. So, yeah, she's tough. That was a serious injury. And they don't have proper, like, this could easily get infected. They don't have antibiotics. Well, they did bring some medical stuff thanks to Dina being smart enough.
Well, they do have alcohol. They pour the alcohol right in there.
Yeah, they got that. And Dina was smart enough. Ellie wasn't, but Dina was smart enough to make sure they brought medical supplies. So they might even have antibiotics, actually.
Yeah.
So, and that was actually thanks to Seth. He made sure he got those provisions for them. The homophobe came through for them in the end, which was cool to see. So, and then like Dina has Ellie take her shirt off because she sees like the back of it is all dirty and she's all scraped up. I'm not sure how this even happened, when it happened exactly, but she got scraped up pretty bad as she went after Nora, and she had snuck into the hospital. She abandoned Jesse and Dina. I mean, she was supposed to go back and at first she was leading the scars away so that Jesse and Dina could escape safely, which was admirable. She created a diversion and ran away, hid, and then the scars dispersed. But then instead of following Jesse and Dina, she just took off. And she saw the hospital and she could not help herself. That drive for revenge took over, and she just forgot all about. She gets this tunnel vision, and she did it again in this episode. She gets this tunnel vision where she forgets all about the people she has left who she loves, who matter to her, and all she can think about is revenge, single-minded. And yeah, so so Dina, washes her back off, and it looks pretty nasty and painful, and Ellie just kind of looks numb and haunted by what she just did. But she actually says, she says she found Nora, and she wasn't able to get any information out of her other than whale and eel. She said whale and eel, that was it. And she said she thought it would be hard, but it wasn't. It was easy. I just kept hurting her. It's so this just shows how much she's changed, how much this thirst for vengeance has changed her. It wasn't even hard. She did something similar to what Abby did to Joel, except she didn't finish her off. She found something nearby and just started hitting her and hitting her and hitting her, probably in the leg, just like with Joel. We didn't see where she was hitting her, but she grabbed some old pipe, and this rage completely took her over with this red lighting that symbolized the rage and the thirst for blood. So she said it was easy. It was easy. I just kept hurting her. But she said she didn't kill her. She just left her there, knowing that the spores would kill her. So, I mean, we can't really give Ellie credit for not killing her, because she knew the spores were going to kill her anyway, which is honestly probably worse than just finishing her off. The spores would just keep her alive and suffering more. So in this case, honestly, I think killing her would have been more merciful at that point, but she just left her there. And maybe that was the point. Maybe she did that on purpose, left her there knowing that this is a fate worse than death. So yeah. And then she tells Dina the truth about what Joel did. She finally tells her about how Joel saved her from the Fireflies who were going to kill her to make a cure, and he killed everyone in that hospital. And she knew about it, but she tells Dina she didn't know who Abby's group were at the time. She didn't know that, but she knew what Joel did. And Dina kind of looks upset that, I mean, she doesn't say anything, but she looks upset that Ellie didn't share that information with her until now. I mean, they undertook this extremely risky mission together for revenge, and Ellie didn't tell her a huge part of the story behind all of this. And so she's kind of looking at Ellie in a different light now too, especially what Ellie just did to Nora. She's turning into a monster. Dina has been all for revenge. She's been on the revenge train with Ellie, but now putting this in context of what Joel did, she's definitely put off by it. She kind of lays down and turns her back in the other direction. Ellie says, "I'm sorry," and Dina just turns away, and she's kind of trying to process it all. What the hell is this coming out of the sewer? What is this? It looks like a snake skin or something. It looks like a snake, kind of. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's some kind of a piece of cordyceps that's dead. I don't know. Like an infected. I have no idea.
Oh, it's an inflated soccer ball.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like a soccer ball.
Yeah. I see it now.
I've inflated enough of these balls at school to know what they look like.
Yeah.
Yellow Jackets.
Okay.
Reference.
Yeah, I see it now. It's a soccer ball.
Yeah. At first I thought it was a snake.
Yeah.
Then I thought it was a hose. Yeah. But then when I enlarged it, I realized the pattern was a kind of a pentagon.
Pentagons? Yeah.
Yeah, on the sides of the soccer ball. Yeah.
I see it now.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I thought I was disappointed. Okay. I wanted it to be a huge snake.
Yeah. That would have been cool.
Have more problems.
I know, right? They just throw snakes in the mix.
No, it's an anaconda.
Mm-hmm. Steve, let's check in with the chat here before we continue. Steve said calling The Last of Us Part 2 a game is a bit of a disservice. It's truly an amazing and thought-provoking experience. I feel like having someone do a cinematic playthrough on your channel might help better characterize and frame the story how it was intended. I would be interested in doing that. I've been thinking about doing that actually. I don't know what that would entail, having somebody, so you're talking about literally having somebody do a playthrough on my channel. I mean, if anybody wants to volunteer and do it, hey,
How
I'm
many
game.
hours would that be?
I think it takes a lot of time to get through it, right? A pretty long time. Yeah. I think somebody said it took them 16 hours or something. But I've thought about doing a live where we look at, at least parts of the playthrough and discuss it and compare it to the show. So I would be interested in that, absolutely. No, I don't have
more like cutscenes would be what we would be watching.
Right. Yeah,
not
rather
the
than
actual
the whole
playthrough. Yeah.
Yeah, if we did the whole thing, it would take forever.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I know I've done my record for a live stream was 12 hours and 48 minutes. So, I mean, technically, that 16 hours is not that much. But I don't plan on doing a live.
Steve says it's 26 hours, roughly.
26. Oh, wow.
Yeah. I thought it was more than that. So
that's a lot. Yeah. A lot. No, I don't have 1,267 screenshots, Dieter. It's actually, I think it's around 600 something tonight. So it's not too bad. I didn't have time to delete the duds, so it includes duds, which I skip over quickly, of course. Umbra said there are games with such elaborate stories they rival movies now, from The Last of Us to Red Dead Redemption 1 and 2 to the newest release, Expedition 33. These game stories are top-notch. Yeah, I've heard good things about stuff like this. Martin was telling me about a story game he was, or whatever it's called, that he was playing, where he kept running into stuff that was so reminiscent of From. There was even like a tree with bottles hanging from it.
Yeah.
It was really interesting. I gotta ask him what game that was.
Yeah, Alan Wake has those kind of like that kind of feel, that vibe. Alan Wake 2 as well.
Yeah.
It has that Stephen King vibe and the otherworldly vibe and the traveling through portals vibe.
Yeah. That's cool. Yeah, I would like that. And Dieter dropped the link to Infinite Umbra's channel. Make sure you check that out and subscribe to Infinite Umbra's channel. I'm going to throw that link in my video description, which I should have done already, but as soon as the stream ends, I will. So people on the replay can find his channel link, and I'll put it in a comment too. Hey, Zulinator. Welcome. Nice to see you. Hey, guys, it's been a minute. Well, there's so much I've missed out on. Having played the game, this show has drastically missed out on an opportunity to change the narrative, miscasting as well. Yeah, that's pretty much the consensus that I've heard from most people. Nice to see you again. Steve says season 3 will shed more light on the radio silence. It was due to Tommy, Ellie, Dina, and Jesse, though. We'll see some of what Tommy was up to in this season, in season 3, though. Oh, good. Because I wanted more Tommy. I really like him. I wanted to see more of him, and he didn't show up till the end, unfortunately. So, Luncher said we need a Jesse spinoff. Dude carrying the whole show on his back. Introduce black magic and Frankenstein. Yeah. He is carrying the show on his back. He's the one talking the most sense. I'll tell you that much. Jesse's actor went from Beef to this show. Talk about a downgrade. What the hell is Beef?
Yeah, is Beef good? I mean, Beef won a bunch of Emmys.
I've never heard of this show. Beef?
Yeah. I just remember it winning a lot of Emmys. I mean, I wanted to check it out, but then I never did because I didn't have any time.
I used to religiously watch the Emmys when I was in my teens, and I was really into like Friends, and I would watch the Emmys, like rooting for them to win and stuff. Now I never watch any. I never watch any award shows other than the Grammys because I love music. But other than that, the thing is, I don't watch enough current TV to care who wins Emmys and Oscars and Golden Globes. I usually haven't seen any of the things that they're giving awards for.
I don't know.
So
I get pretty excited. Like Severance wins things, Handmaid's Tales wins things, From wins things. If From won something, that'd be great.
well, if they
Yellow
were nominated.
Jackets.
If any of the
Yeah.
shows I watched were nominated, I would be really happy for them
Yeah.
and want to watch for sure. But they never nominate for any Emmys, which they should, and it's a crime. So there's that, and I don't know. I'm sure Severance has been nominated for Emmys. But I only just
But it's
recently.
won some. It's won a few.
Yeah, it's right. It won an Emmy for best introductory, best opening credits, opening title sequence. And it got a bunch of nominations. So, but for the most part, I don't watch most of the things that are up for these awards, and the things I do watch, they get robbed by not even getting nominated.
Yeah.
Steve said, anyone else upset we never got to see Ellie pick up a bow at all in this series? Her using a bow was so integral in Left Behind in part 2. I was really hoping to see her take a bow off a scar. I would have loved that. That would have been dope. Yeah,
That
it's
would
too
be,
bad.
and a TV show would be visually interesting as well to have a bow as opposed to, what they're doing.
Instead of just the guns. Steve said, yes, Scarlet understands that that video game logic. You get shot, just douse a dirty rag you found with some whiskey and wrap it up, and you're good to go.
Yep.
Yeah. Yep, you get it. Samuel said Ellie is all about that bow, knife, and shiv. Luncher. I don't know, bro. Ellie just ain't coming off as a badass. I feel like they're going for that, but I just don't feel it. She has too childlike of a face. She's an amazing actress. Bella is an amazing actress. I think Bella does an amazing job emoting rage and sadness and like pretending to cry, all of that stuff. I think it's amazing. It's just the thing that's working against her is the thing that or them rather. The thing that's working against them, Bella, is that Bella has too childlike of a face, and she can't get a new face. That's not Bella's fault.
We'll just set a bow and a shiv and a knife.
Yeah, that could help.
Like if Ellie got more close up combat, maybe she would be perceived as more of a badass.
Yeah, definitely. Right now, she just
because there's a certain intimacy to like having to stab somebody as opposed to shoot them. You have to be right up in there. Very intimate.
I mean, she stabs the only thing she stabs are the infected when she tackles them and stabs them in the head or the neck. But other than that, she doesn't. She's still about the guns and stuff. Zulinator, how terrible was the casting? Pedro should have never played that role as he is such a gentle soul. Really, you think Pedro was miscast too? I thought Pedro was amazing.
Joel in the game is a little harder. Like,
oh, okay.
He's not as much of a gentle soul. I guess that's a good way of putting it.
I think it's probably because they wanted to change the character and soften him for the show. I think they deliberately wanted to soften his character.
Sympathetic characters, help gain an audience.
Yeah, I think that was intentional.
Yeah.
Ellie and Abby awful. The only one they got right was Tommy and Isaac. Okay, gotcha. Abby and Joel use the shivs. Ellie has her mom's switchblade. That's right. Her mom left her. Indeed. So sorry you're still having these problems, Dieter. Still have a dry cough. It's been a really long time. I hope you get that under control and they figure out why you're still not improving it. You should be back to 100% by now. It's crazy. Muncher, would you live stream a playthrough of Silent Hill? I mean, Sure. I've never played games like that, so I wouldn't know how to do it. But if somebody wanted to do it on my channel, I would do it. I've heard it's great, and I've heard the movie was good too. So sure, totally. Steve said I'd definitely be willing to do it. We can even just do certain parts, but there are parts of gameplay that give better exposition to the story. I think we can set it up on Discord. Sure. I'm all for it. If you want to do it, that would be awesome, Steve. Yeah, let's talk about it on Discord. I'm totally game. I'm really curious to see how the game differs and to have that context that I don't have. I've just had to rely on those of you guys who've played it and your perspective and your insights. So that would be great. He said we can just do specific sections and then talk about them weekly or once a month or something. We don't have to go through the whole game at once. Yeah, we could do that. Sure, that's doable. Totally doable. Also, we'd probably only do Ellie's section until season 3 is released, which is less than half that, roughly 26 hours. Got it. Okay. Yeah, let's talk. Let's talk, Steve. Yeah, hit me up.
Well, you know,
And
13 hours is almost one of your 12-hour lives.
yeah, it is.
So you could probably go all the way.
Probably
If you
could.
really wanted to.
I shouldn't, but I could. I definitely would break it into smaller chunks. Lunch for Lunchers, it does a finite Umbra exist. That's great. Oh, I love it. What is this? Sulinator was giving Dieter advice, and Julie and Scarlet are such amazing, and I guess this is individuals. Well, thank you very much.
Thanks. That's nice to
Thank
hear.
you. That's kind of you to say. Anyway, so let's see. You guys should watch Your Friends and Neighbors, an epic breakdown of how life can down spiral from a place of comfort. Oh, I've never heard of that. Okay. I'll make a note of that. Your Friends and Neighbors. Yeah. Okay. So what is this? So now we're moving on to the next scene, which let's see if I can get it okay, which starts with Seattle day 3. So we've had day 1, day 2. They're progressing that way, and it's going to start season 3 back on day 1, but from Abby's perspective.
Yeah.
So yeah, I see how they're structuring it like that, and then they hear they Ellie doesn't hear anything on the radio. She checks it anyway. They've gone radio silent. It's just static. And they're so Ellie and Jesse are getting ready to go rendezvous with Tommy as planned. And Dina puts a bracelet of hers around Ellie's wrist for good luck. Ellie's like, well, it didn't give you good luck, and because Dina got shot with the arrow, but she's like, well, I'm alive. So
yeah.
So and there's this weird tension between the three of them, of course, because Jesse and Dina were together and having a baby, which Jesse now suspects. Ellie is feeling kind of threatened because her feelings for Dina, and so it's definitely awkward. Meanwhile, and Tommy even she looks demonic in that screenshot.
Yeah.
Jesse, look at this. She looks demonic.
Yes.
Jesse can see that there's definitely something going on between them, and he's like, well, if you don't want Ellie to go, I can do this by myself, to Dina. And Ellie says, no, I'm coming. It needs to be the two of them. It's safer if it's the two of them going to meet Tommy. So they get ready to go together, and And meanwhile, Dina's giving Ellie some side eye. Like she doesn't really. She's realizing now that Ellie has changed a lot due to Joel's death, and Ellie is capable of things she didn't think were possible. I mean, she should have expected it. Like the whole point is they're on a revenge mission, but now shit's getting real. She's seeing Ellie is changing a lot. She has changed. There's a darkness to her, and she kept a huge thing from Dina. That whole story about how Joel killed everyone in the hospital, including Abby's father. So, there was a lot of another
probably
thing.
Should have said that before they got on the road.
Yeah, it's kind of vital information, backstory, but also there's something I didn't like about this episode. I didn't like the amount of soapy stuff that was going on. Like this the whole love triangle with the three of them and the baby, the pregnancy storyline, and I don't like soapy stuff. Yeah, I don't like soapy stuff. You know,
you're not gonna like
Ellie
Twin
and
Peaks.
Jesse.
Twin Peaks has tons of soapy stuff.
Well, I mean, as long as it has, other stuff to it than not just soapy character drama stuff.
Yeah.
Like, as long as there's more to it, and I think there's a lot more to Twin Peaks than that.
Yeah.
But this is way too much soapy stuff and not enough of the meaty
enough explosions.
that I'm looking for. Not enough explosions. No.
Too much soap, not enough explosions.
I like character drama, don't get me wrong, but this is just kind of melodramatic character drama. That's what I would call soapy.
It'd be better if there's a couple infected walking around the background, TV occupied.
That would help, that would definitely help. And because they're talking about Dina, and he's like, I see the way you two look at each other. I'm not stupid. And she probably tells you things that she doesn't tell me, like being
She's
pregnant. And yeah. And Ellie's like, oh shit. And then she realizes that he was just he was guessing, that he didn't know for sure. He was just like, he was testing her, and as she gave it away, she's like, oh shit, you were guessing. So she just let the cat out of the bag, that by confirming it, by saying, oh shit. And she tells him, how does she put it? She's like, oh, Dina's definitely gonna tell you. I'm sure she's gonna tell you. Just act surprised. Yeah. She's probably gonna tell Dina, like, oh, heads up, he knows. You better tell him and pretend like, you were gonna do it anyway. So yeah, they continue on their way, and they see a painting of the prophet who looks different than the other one Ellie saw before, which is weird. She looks different, and maybe people who played the game understand that and why that is. Ellie points it out and says, is there more than one of her? Jesse's like, I have no idea. So yeah, I don't know what to make of that one. She existed not all that long before. This was like, I don't know, I think 10 years before before the events of this show. She died, like maybe 10 years. So it's not really long enough for there to be really dramatically different representations of what she looked like. So that's odd.
I think it's symbolic, so maybe it takes different forms. I'm not 100% on that one.
Yeah. So then they hear they hear like a commotion, so they run and hide in a building and watch while the wolves confront this Scar, this Seraphite. He looks pretty young. Ellie refers to him later as just a kid. He's definitely a teenager. and they get him down on his knees and try to get information about him, but he won't give up anything. He just starts reciting prayers. They're like their version of prayers. It's obviously something they've been taught to say. This guy right here, this is the guy Isaac took with him when he defected from Fedra. And he's turned into a real monster. This guy is ruthless. At the time, he was a wide-eyed deer in the headlights with Isaac, and Isaac gave him a chance. He said, "You choose. Now, like if you wanted to live, he would have to follow Isaac and join the wolves." And he chose Isaac, and now he's a diehard follower of Isaac and the wolves, and a pretty high-ranking one, it seems like. He is savage, this guy. Absolutely savage. I mean, his face is just, oh my God. There's just no like compassion left in him. He's turned into a monster, and has no problem just brutalizing this kid, and the kid's just crying out prayers, and Ellie wants to do something. Jesse is the only one with sense here. Like, no, stay here. They apparently, this is their MO. The wolves rip clothes off when they find a scar. They take them prisoner. This is their thing. Apparently, they rip their clothes off, and then they drag them to wherever they're going to hold them prisoner. Like that one we saw earlier in the season with Isaac chaining up, he had a chained up naked guy, the poor naked dude, and he looked all beaten up, cut up, bloody. Now we know why, because this is what they do. They rip their clothes off and then they drag them to wherever they're going to be detained and tortured for questioning. It's very brutal. We don't get to see too much, thankfully. I'm glad they held back. We just saw it come from a distance, and it happened quickly. There was nothing graphic. But Jesse literally had to hold her back from intervening. What did she think she was going to do? That would have been suicide. I understand the motivation to want to help, but she would have gotten herself killed. You think you're going to go up against these guys with military-grade weapons here? No. She doesn't have any common sense at all. It's not just... See, this is where her character drives me crazy. I understand, her not having any common sense when it comes to wanting revenge against the people who killed Joel. But even in situations like this, she has no common sense. She has no horse in this fight. Yeah, of course, you don't want to see a kid brutalized like this, but you have to have the common sense to know there's nothing you can do without causing your own death too. You're gonna be dead. There's nothing you can do. Where is the common sense in this girl? It's just ridiculous. I don't know. I mean, she later attacks Jesse's character for not intervening. It would have been two of them versus several of those big guys with military grade weapons. You really think you're gonna have a shot? Yeah, maybe they could have, if they took them by surprise, taken them all out, but it would have been too much of a risk. And like Jesse tells her, like, these people are ripping each other's guts out. They're shooting each other. They're ripping each other's guts out and hanging each other. This is not our fight. This is not our fight. This is a war zone here. He's talking sense, and he's the only one who's really talking sense here. Anyway, I heard a notification. Let me see. There's Umbra. Let me bring Umbra on here. Hey, Umbra. Glad you could join us.
Hey, Julie. Hey, Scarlet. How are you all?
Hi. I'm doing all right.
Doing all right. How are you?
Super. Thanks for asking. I got a bone to pick with this in the last episode, actually. I didn't get a chance to join you for the last one.
Yeah.
I have played the game, of course, as you know. So I got some thoughts. I mean, they captured a good amount of things correctly. And then there's just some things I didn't like, the changes they made. But I'll get into it, I guess, once you get toward the wrap up of this. But I'll speak on some things that we get to as you start unveiling the scenes and such too.
Okay, cool. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, just jump in whenever. And what do you have going on with your channel before we continue, Umbra?
Currently, we're going to be doing a prediction show right now. The summer season, at least around June, when it's about to be June, we have Xbox and Nintendo and Sony. They typically have a lot of new games being shown. Sometimes they'll have a conference, like Microsoft typically still has a summer showcase. So I'll be doing predictions for that with some guests about what we might expect to see announced and shown or revealed or whatever. And we'll probably talk about a few other things. You guys you were mentioning stories and games now rivaling movies, and there are a lot of those that do that. One of the ones I played through recently was Expedition 33, Clear Obscure Expedition 33 to be exact. And it has such a great story that, in my opinion, actually I believe they've actually inked a deal to bring it to live action, to a movie or to a show, one of the two. And it is absolutely deserving of it. To me right now, it's my game of the year, and they have a game of the year award for games. I believe it'll win game of the year. The story is just phenomenal, and it rivals anything out in any medium, in my honest opinion. So I'll probably be talking about that as well. It's just other current events and things like the little tidbits here and there of everything. Just to say, on the scene here where, to get back to the show, where they have the seraphs, the seraphs or whatever, the
Seraphites.
The Seraphites, thank you. And she's like, oh, we got to go do this and save this kid or whatever. I think it shows a bit of a lack of logic Ellie typically runs with, especially in the show, I've noticed. And that's what upset me in a previous episode, and I'm seeing it in this one too. And it's like, Jesse had to let her know, like, yo, it's like 8 of them. And she seems to think she's in the Matrix or something. Like, they will kill you. You're outnumbered, outgunned. Yeah, you might want to save that person, but you also have to have self-preservation too. And she's like, no, I'm just gonna go run and do this, whatever. She doesn't seem to think things through, and she showcased that more than a few times in this season, especially last episode. And that last episode upset me so much. Like I said, I'll get to it later. Right. I don't want to drag things down, but that was a definite thing from that in the game. The game did not have that moment. So I was just like, why would you, in my opinion, I thought, it just added an unnecessary wrinkle that put Joel in a bad light that wasn't there before. But we'll get to it. I'll get to it later when whatever. So, but thanks for having me. Thank you very much, of course. All love to the chat.
Happy to have you. Happy to have you as always, Umbra. And Dieter said, "Hey, Barry White." Hey, Barry White. Yeah, he's got that nice, deep, bassy voice. Yep.
I'm never gonna give you up.
Oh yeah, music to our ears. That voice is made for streaming. Seriously, and more than that, even you could be doing voiceover work. You could be like doing audio books. Oh yeah.
I would love to do that. Yeah, I would love it, especially growing up in literature was actually my favorite subject in school outside of art, and I used to. Some kids will like avoid being called on to read or do math or whatever.
Uh-huh.
In literature, they call on the teacher with like, who wants to read this? And it'll be like Macbeth or whatever Shakespearean play. I'll be like, yeah, let me go. So after a while, I did it so much, and I would read it with the these and thous, and the way it's supposed to be read with the old English. And after a while, the kids came up with a name for me. They called me Shakespeare. Yeah,
Nice.
I love it. I love Shakespearean stuff, and I love reading. So I would love to get into voice acting and for like audiobooks and all that type of stuff.
Man, it's me too. English was my favorite subject in school, and I love literature and Shakespeare. I really do too. So I'm right there with you on that. Um, and Muncher said, "Got my notepad ready for Umbra to drop that knowledge." Yeah,
Let's see.
yeah.
Muncher is wise. Get those notes ready, Muncher.
That's right. Yes. So, so here, Steve says the game is divided into sections, like how the show starting, like the show starting Jackson, then day 1, day 2, day 3. We could just do a section at a time. Yeah, we could do that with a playthrough. Each of the sections are further divided by encounters. Okay, cool. He said, I second friends and neighbors and have been meaning to bring it up. Halfway through, it turns into a whodunit, which we could have fun with. Okay, cool. Well, it's definitely on my list now. JT Moore said Ellie couldn't have told Dina and Joel and Fireflies before they left Jackson because Ellie hadn't told Dina about her immunity. I think she should have, though. I think she should have told her about her immunity before they left on this extremely dangerous mission, because that's a strategic thing they can use. So when they need to go into situations where it's particularly risky around infected, then they could plan for Ellie to be the one to take that on rather than Dina. It just makes logical sense to tell Dina, and she should trust her at this point. They're best friends and all. But she chose not to tell her until they were already in the thick of it. Real talk, yeah, that part was straight out of a cartoon. Just act surprised. Yeah, that was weird. She told you, just act surprised when she tells you.
Let me ask you, because I missed that episode where with you when she was like, I'm gonna be a dad. But as soon as she said it, I knew the internet was going to tear this show apart. What were you guys' reaction to that part? I was like, oh no, don't write that dialogue. As soon as I heard it, I'm like, they are about to tear this show apart for that.
I thought it was just cheesy as hell. I just thought it was ridiculous. I mean, it's almost sometimes approaching the point of self-parody with this thing. Like the writing, it's just so weird. It was so cheesy, and I don't know what they were going for with that, but it didn't land at all.
I honestly thought the same. I was like, you didn't need to put that in there. Oh, that was so cheesy. I know some people kind of take it in stride and like, whatever, it is what it is. I'm not going to tear the show apart for it. I just thought it was really cringy.
Yeah, it was cringy for sure. 100% it was, but they gave the haters more fodder. Good job, writers. Jeez. Dieter dropped the link to Umbra's channel. Definitely check out Infinite Umbra's channel, and I'm also going to add it to the description of this video, which I should have done already, but people on the replay, you can find it in the description of the video, and there it is in the chat.
Nice. Thank you, Dita.
Steve said, Umbra, I'll pay you to read me stories while I go to sleep.
I got you, Steve. I've used that on ladies before. I got to tell you.
Like, I wouldn't be surprised.
Oh, yeah. I'm like, read you a lullaby. Maybe sitting there snoring on the phone. Like, my job is done.
See, that doesn't surprise me at all. Yes. It would be amazing at that. So let's see. Bill Chills, Julie and Scarlet want more Schwarzenegger and this Fabio. Yeah, definitely. Steve said Isaac and Abby were supposed to mirror Joel and Ellie in the game, but a lot of scenes were cut. He was supposed to be a bit of a father figure for her. Okay, I got you. Good to know. And he said multiple prophets is new and not in the game. All right, so yeah, that was weird.
Yeah, that
The
is new.
mural,
Yeah.
yeah, she looked totally different. Interesting. So I wonder what the story is on that. They've got to. I feel like they set something up that they've got to now explain in the next season. Hi Amy, hope you're doing well tonight. Nice to see you. Steve said the wolves dehumanize the scars, and it parallels how they've become just like Fedra with how they dehumanized the voters. Exactly. She had a horse in this fight, but she left it back in the Sam Goody to listen to music. She did. Yeah, she did have a horse in this fight originally. Buncher, Ellie wanted to jump in because she knows she got that plot armor. Jesse, not so much. Indeed. Steve said, I think they were trying to frame Ellie wanting to save the Seraphite as mirroring Joel's savior complex, but that's weird to me because game Ellie doesn't have that to that extent. In the game, Ellie actually tries to tell Dina about her immunity before Joel dies, but Dina thinks she's messing with her. Oh.
Yep. Steve has
See,
right.
That would make more sense to me to confide that in her sooner. Yeah. And I understand Ellie mirroring Joel's savior complex, wanting to save this Seraphite. It's a noble feeling to have. It is a noble impulse, but it makes no logical sense under the circumstances. It really doesn't make any sense.
Yeah,
So.
and that's the thing, right? Like Joel, typically, unless it was Ellie involved, he typically uses logic on top of his savior complex. He's not just, I'm going to do whatever, even though it'll endanger everyone else. He's only really ever shown that when it involved saving her.
Mm-hmm. You're right. You're right. He had the savior complex, but he did it logically. Logically, he acted. He didn't just do insane things when he was completely unmatched or outmatched. He was more strategic about it. So Ellie just doesn't have that common sense. And time and again, they've written Ellie to be completely devoid of street smarts and common sense. I mean, she was all ready to go on this mission by herself with like loads and loads of bags full of stuff all over the floor, like a clusterfuck of stuff, and didn't have a solid plan, didn't know how to map her route, didn't think of getting medical supplies. Dina thought of all that and mapped their entire route. Ellie has really been pretty useless in every way. Why are they writing her like this?
I don't know, but you're absolutely correct. They've written her to be very impulsive, and that impulsiveness is what upset me in the last episode. I'll wait for it, like I said, but that's I'm seeing that continued trend here, and it's what's caused her a lot of trouble so far, and I can see more of it coming soon. Well, not soon, but next season.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, so she's impulsive even when she's in quiet moments by herself, like planning that trip. She was not logical or street smart in the least in terms of just planning it. So it's not even just in intense moments. Like she just doesn't know what she's doing, period. Like all the time. I don't get it. Like you were so close to Joel for years, and she really didn't learn that much from him in terms of street smarts at all, and she should have, because he had that, and he had common sense and logic. So I don't get it. She learned all the negative things from Joel, the negative aspects of him, but not any of the positives from the look of it. To me, like,
oh yeah, the Costco.
The Costco. Yeah, we've got an old Costco here. So, yeah. we've got a war brewing here between the wolves and the Seraphites, and apparently Abby and her crew have all gone missing. It's unclear how or why that happened, and I'm sure they'll explain that. We'll see what happened in season 3 when we see Abby's perspective. But they've all gone missing, and he's very focused on getting Abby back and taking huge risks to do it if necessary. He tells this woman Park, I don't know her first name, but Park. He tells her that by the end of the night, you and I could both be dead, and because she doesn't understand, like, Abby is just one person. Why are you this focused on her and saving her or finding her? And he says, Abby, he says, you and I could both be dead by the end of the night, and despite the name of these people, wolves, essentially they're all sheep. They're actually sheep, and Abby was supposed to be the next leader. Abby was supposed to be the one, and if we're gone, then who's going to lead them? So I guess he's been grooming Abby to be the next leader of the wolves. That she's been his protege. So because she's like, what, are you in love with her? So he has to explain that. You wouldn't be the first old man to to be hooked on, or hung up on this young woman, but yeah, he explains that, and I'm sure we'll get more of that backstory next season. We just kind of got a tease of it, and also why this war is even why this is escalating into a war. They'll probably show us that in season 3. They've just given us little hints about it, the fact that it's escalating from skirmishes with the Seraphites to an all-out war, which is kind of crazy to me. I mean, it just seems like the wolves should easily be able to crush the Seraphites. They have much more powerful weapons and tanks, but right now, for whatever reason, Isaac thinks the two of them could even be dead by morning. That's how bad things have gotten. Pretty crazy to me.
I'm with you on that. They have superior weaponry, and I guess even tech because of the cars and things like that. And it's like, why? It felt like it was just being over dramatic to be dramatic. Like, oh, both of us could be dead by blah blah blah. Oh, we'll both be dead by whatever. And it's like, huh? I'll say this.
Right.
Jeffrey Wright is way too great of an actor for them to waste. I really hope they don't make that mistake in the next season and make sure to use him to their fullest extent.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah, I love
Way
him. Westworld. Yeah.
Yep. Oh, man, love Westworld. But yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Yep. So he was underused this season, but I think next season he'll probably be a much more prominent character, since they're going to now show Abby's perspective of things.
I agree.
Yeah, he's terrific. So Ellie and Jesse, they have to hole up in this place for a while, and it's there's like a kiddie area, so that's kind of fitting with Dina's pregnancy now on their minds, and it says on the wall, everything's got a moral if only you can find it. So I'm sure that was featured for a reason. Yeah, like there is a point to all of this in the show. They're trying, the whole point of it is to send us a message, and one of the first things I thought about after watching the finale was, this feels like people were complaining that it wasn't entertaining enough, and like, this is a show, it's supposed to be entertaining, and I said, it seems like that's really not their top goal. In a lot of ways, this feels like a morality play, which traditionally morality plays, they would be made to send some kind of a lesson for the kids, for children, like teach them something. So it's like the show is trying to do that to us, give us this morality play, send us a message about the endless cycle of vengeance and the futility of that, and the need for empathy. Sometimes it feels a bit too much like that, and there's like they need a bit more. They need to be aware that this is still entertainment, this is still television, and think about your audience a bit more. Consider your audience, and don't just preach at us. It's a bit too much of a preachy show, I think, in a lot of ways, but it's an important message that needs to be sent. I really believe that, but you got to balance that with entertainment value too for TV,
Yeah.
and you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. I also want to point out, because I had a really good discussion on Discord. I'll keep it really quick, and I don't want to get too political with it, obviously. But if you all didn't know, and for those in the chat that may not have known, I'm sure Steve Wickert might know. But when Neil Druckmann, who also directed some of these and did screenplays for some of these, wrote The Last of Us for the game, he used parallels of the Israeli and Palestinian war and conflict, should I say, not the war, but the conflict, to set the table for this. So, like, a lot of the parallels with the Seraphites and the WLF and the walled off sections and things like that, all of that is a part of the parallels he took from the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Neil Druckmann himself is from the West Bank in Israel. So just to shed a bit of light. And I had a really good conversation with a buddy. Shout out to Coffee. He calls himself Coffee. Really intelligent fella. And he made a mention of something that I'll speak on once you get to it later. It hasn't happened yet. So once it happens, I'll point out what he said. And he took extreme offense to this. And I couldn't deny that it's a possibility that he might be right, because again, Druckmann did parallel this to actual real life events. So I was like, his complaint could be valid, but I'll speak on it when you get to it.
Okay. Interesting. All right. So, where are we in the chat here? Oh, hi there, Quan Solar. Thank you for liking the stream. Yes, and please do like the stream. Anybody listening, it does help people find it in the algorithm. So please hit the like button, please, and thank you. Zulinator said, the problem I have with this show is lack of emotional attachment as an audience. Season 1 completely brushed off of Joel losing his daughter and gaining another in Ellie. Second season did not bridge the gap. I mean, I feel like they just didn't show enough of it. I got the sense of that his loss completely changed him forever, and it was stuck in his grief. And that broken watch of his that his daughter got fixed, it gave it to him on his birthday, but then it got smashed. That represented his brokenness, his inability to move on from the grief of his daughter. But he never talked about it. He was one of those people like me, unfortunately, who pushes down grief, blocks it out. He wouldn't discuss her for most of the season. So I feel like that loss was hanging over the whole thing. It just wasn't addressed much in an open way. But I get what you're saying. I totally get what you're saying. Bill Chill said, Isaac Alpha Wolf, Abby Alpha Cub. Looks like it. Yes. Third season will be all about Abby. It feels all too rushed. I agree, Zulinator, that the pacing of this it felt very rushed, and I think season 3 it'll be rushed as well. Quan said, I'm just hate watching this show now. It's quite boring. I may not make season 3. I think a lot of people are at this point.
Speaking of season 3, Coffee also brought up a good point. He said that the theater they will hold up in had some of the words missing, just like the game did. But he said it said something like September or something like that. I forgot what else he said. And I said, well, when is season 3? And he says, I think they're going to bring the second half of this season, or season 3. They'll launch later this year, he said. That's what he was theorizing. Which will be interesting because they only had 7 episodes for this season, which felt short, right? So maybe they have another 7 in the second half, which would be pretty cool.
It would be, if they could. I think that would really help. They still have an uphill battle to try and win fans over, but I think it would help a lot if they can roll that out this year in a few months, like Squid Game just did, and they're about to start with their next season. So that would help. That would help a lot. So Steve said, interestingly, Isaac saying Abby was the future leader of the WLF indicates that Hanrahan is no longer in the picture. It also parallels Jesse being the next Maria to lead Jackson. Yeah, Jesse mentioned that later in the episode, that he's basically being groomed to be the next Maria, and so he feels that responsibility to that community. So yeah, he's kind of just brushing aside Hanrahan. I guess he's figuring, like he needs to identify like a much younger person to carry the torch, to pass the torch to eventually. So Steve said we had superior technology and weapons than the Viet Cong, but we still lost the Vietnam War to them. Guerrilla warfare and home field advantage can be overwhelming to superior technology and weapons. Yeah, that's true.
Fair point. Although the Viet Cong had particularly nasty setups, such as the floor traps and stuff like that, I don't think the Seraphites quite have that. Nor do I think they know the type of tactics used from back then.
Right. Indeed. Yeah. So, yeah, they were up in the trees, like they were doing some crazy stuff that we just did not anticipate. So, Muncher Luncher said they're sending a message for sure. Thou shalt cancel HBO Max. Yeah, kind of. That's what's been happening. So anyway, Steve said, yeah, he used those parallels to highlight the factions and fighting wars that no one even knows why they're fighting anymore, and that hate is the only thing continuing that war. Absolutely. The endless cycle of violence. Eventually, like, no one even knows why they're fighting anymore. It's like chicken or the egg situation. Like, you can't remember like who started it. It's just it's a tit for tat endlessly. So that's basically what's happening here with the Scars and the Wolves. This show is like a typical video game done to show format, where it's very empty, like an NPC. Yeah, Quan. So and like Dieter here says, if you want to support the channel, there are a few ways to do it. I don't have a monetized channel, and so there is a Cashapp there and a Venmo, and if you're overseas, those are not options, of course. So Dieter actually set up a PayPal for me that's in his name, to help reimburse him for some expenses that he's invested in my channel, including getting me a laptop. So, which has been immensely helpful in getting content out more efficiently and quicker. And so if anyone is so inclined, those are also in the description of the video as well, and every little bit helps.
I'll have to be sure to donate.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. And I know times are tough. Everything's expensive, but every little bit helps. Trust me. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, no amount is too small. It's all appreciated. So let's see. Steve said, yeah, I feel the pacing was off and they didn't allow us to sit with these emotions and consequences as long as the game did. Agree. Absolutely, Steve. September was when the cordyceps attack happened. So September being on the theater is just highlighting that was the last time the billboard was changed before the outbreak.
Good point, Steve.
Yeah. Yep. Oh, hey, KP. Nice to see you. Maybe Ellie will become the leader of the Wolves. Yeah, I don't know. I doubt that would happen. So then so moving on, we have like it's kind of overly convenient and a little cheesy that they happened at this point in time on this area of all places for Jesse and Ellie to hole up in. There's a section with children's books and a sign that says "Read to Baby." It's a little on the nose, but okay. Ellie looks at the kids' books and she picks one and takes it with her. There's these are real books, I
Have
remember
you read
reading
this
that one.
book
Love
as a
You
kid?
Forever. Love You Forever, absolutely. Yeah.
No, it's the
it's
monster at the end
very
of this
like,
book. Have you read that one?
no, I've never heard of the monster at the end of this book, but that sounds
That's one of my
funny.
favorite books as a kid. I love that book, and it says so much
Never
about
heard
the
of.
show, and it says so much about Ellie.
Oh, really? I'll have to look it up. I've never read that or heard of it, but
Plus, I was a big fan of
yeah.
Grover when I was a kid. Big Grover fan.
Oh yeah, yeah, Grover. Yeah, I liked him too.
I've never read that book, but now that you say that out loud, that's
Mhm.
very obvious a reflection of Ellie right here, because
Yeah.
the monster at the end of this book is going to be the same situation, I think, with her.
Well, the
Yep.
whole idea of the book is Grover says there's a monster at the end of this book. Watch out, there's a monster at the end of this book. Well, at the end of the book, he's the monster. Grover's the
Exactly.
monster.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Ellie is going to end up being a monster at the end of this. Yep.
Yes. Exactly. It's so apropos. I love it. Oh, I also read Is Your Mama a Llama? I remember that one. And the I Spy books, those were fun. Those I Spy books. So let me see. Sorry, it's like lagging. She literally picks up the monster at the end of this book. That's the one she chooses. Right there. And there's Grover, and she opens it up, and there it is. That's I think that's the end of it. So yeah. So that is Ellie. That is Ellie. That's she is becoming a monster. So how fitting that she picked up that one and she chose to take it.
Yep.
Man, it's been a while since I've listened
She
to
is.
Grover at Sesame Street. I can imagine hearing them like, the monster turned out to be me.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right on the nose.
It's been a minute.
So yeah, that's sounded like him. Sounded just like him. So yeah, she's looking at it like, yeah, that's me. Yeah. So she takes it. And Jesse notices too. He's like, oh, good choice. And then they have an awkward conversation about it. The whole thing with Dina, and they. I mean, well, he tells her a story about how he once fell for this girl who came to like they stopped by for like 2 weeks to the Jackson commune, and he told Ellie, look, I see the way you and Dina look at each other, and the truth is I love her, but not the way you do. He actually acknowledges that he sees a deeper love between Ellie and Dina than he and Dina shared. And he talks about the girl he felt that way about. And it was the best 2 weeks of his life. She came and they were I guess they were like trading stuff with them. They had like paintings, and he didn't even like them, but he bought 4 of them or something like that. And ultimately he said he really wanted to go with her. She didn't want to stay. She couldn't stay there and leave her family who were moving on, and she asked him to come with her, and he said that he really wanted to, but he couldn't do it because this community in Jackson took him in and raised him, and they were counting on him to be the next Maria one day. that was his community, and he couldn't just turn his back on them and leave for selfish reasons. He doesn't do things for selfish reasons. He said, like, I was raised to think about other people. And Ellie was not. See, like, these are two opposites looking at each other here. Ellie is extremely self-centered. And so then the mood abruptly shifts, and she's like, oh, okay, yeah, I get it. You know, you're, I forget how she put it. You're like, you're like Mr. I think, hold on, I think I have the screenshot with the caption here, if I can find it. But it was funny. Like, you know, so you're the good guy and I'm the piece of shit. I get it. I get what you're trying to say here. And he is, you know, sorry, my internet is really slow. He is much more like broad-minded, community focused, and less self-centered than Ellie. At the end of the show, in the featurette, where they basically try to spell out to us everything, they try to spoon feed us everything they're trying to get across to us in the featurette. But I kind of had a bone to pick with what they said. The showrunners, they were saying, you know, oh, Jesse isn't any better than Ellie and Joel, and I have to disagree. Like, Jesse is. Jesse has more self-control. He is not as self-centered. Man, this is taking forever to load. Sorry, what the hell? I'm gonna hold on. I'm gonna close the tab and then open it again. I'm gonna unshare it because that's what's slowing it down. Just give me a minute. But Jesse has much more character, like more like, he thinks about other people ahead of himself a lot more. And so I do think that Jesse is better than Ellie, better than Joel in a way. And he's putting the community who raised him, the whole community, above himself.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
Jesse. I think you're right about that, and I think the reason why is because Jesse has been groomed to be a leader, right off from the start. They raised him up to give him that mature view of community and doing for the community, versus Joel, who had to struggle for years as a, you know, as a more or less a mercenary, doing terrible things in the world to survive. So he became more self-centered, right? And Ellie, who came up in the
right.
system she came up in, and then further raised by Joel to be isolationist and against helping others and putting yourself at risk. So Jesse definitely has a different value system compared to them for sure.
Yeah, he absolutely does. So I don't think you can. The showrunners were trying to equate Jesse to them, and I just disagree completely with that. You know, the way that he's been portrayed, I think that he's above that. Yeah, like, okay, I found what I was trying to locate here. My Wi-Fi is a bit slow, but I'll share the screen again. Let's see. So here it is. So he says, I was taught to put other people first. And Ellie responds, so got it. So you're Saint Jesse of Wyoming and everyone else is a fucking asshole. No, that's not that simple, like, as she's making it sound, but he is, I think, superior to her in his principles. And he says, no, you know, I'm not saying that at all, but you know, if I go with that girl to Mexico, who saves your ass in Seattle? If he had done that, if he had taken that selfish move years before, gone back to Mexico, gone to Mexico with the girl he loved, he wouldn't be here right now to save her ass. So he's right. The man has a point. So I'm team Jesse on this. and then they get on the walkie, instead of radio silence, now someone is calling for backup, saying we're under fire. It's a sniper, not a scar. And unidentified, 2 of us pinned it down. We need backup. So they know now, okay, that's probably Tommy. That's probably Tommy, because the scars don't have that kind of weaponry. It's not, they can't be snipers. It's not a scar. Who else could it be other than Tommy? So yeah. So now it's time to go after Tommy. It's like this area, this market that they're in, I think it's some kind of a store. This is where they were supposed to rendezvous with Tommy, but he wasn't there. So they were waiting there for him, hoping he would show up. And now they know, okay, he's probably in trouble. And so anyway, let me go back up to my regular images, which are much better quality than this. But what Ellie does next is like an uncle to her. He's the brother of the man who was her adoptive father, essentially. And we didn't see their relationship over the course of the last several years, but I'm sure that Tommy was always there for her. What little we did see was a loving relationship between her and Tommy, and she's just ready to literally throw him to the wolves. She's ready to throw him to the wolves and go after Abby instead, which is just crazy to me.
Yep.
I mean, this is Joel's brother, and he's still alive. And you're willing to throw him to the wolves to go for revenge over someone who's already dead. You can't help Joel anymore. Joel is dead. So going and saving Joel's brother, making sure that he's safe, that needs to take precedence over a revenge mission for someone who's already dead. She's wrong. She's completely wrong in this. And her rationale is screwed up too, because she says Joel would want us to do this. No, he would not. He would not want that. She's completely dead wrong. But she has this tunnel vision again. She spots the Ferris wheel and she sees a whale there. And before Nora died, she said whale and eel. So Ellie realizes that's where Abby must be. And all of a sudden, it's the tunnel vision again. All she can focus on is her thirst for revenge. Even when Tommy is in trouble, clearly, she's like, we don't know that's him. It could be somebody else. Tommy's like, yeah. I mean, Jesse's like, yeah, we do. Of course it's him. She's like, well, he's got it covered. He's got them pinned down. Jesse says they called for backup. For now, he's got them pinned down. They called for backup. And she's like, Tommy, he'll get them too.
He'll be fine.
He'll take care of them. He'll take care of them too. Tommy would want us to go ahead with this. No, he would not. She is just rationalizing, right?
Yeah, she's rationalizing for sure. And you're right. It was very callous and very nonchalant of his situation just to get revenge. Like you said, she has tunnel vision, but it's exacerbated due to her selfishness. And so she's not only putting Jesse in further danger, herself as well, but also disregarding somebody who was more or less, like you said, an uncle in her life, and also she can try, hopefully, to make it to that aquarium to try to kill Abby. It's very reckless all the way through. Right. Now, to be fair, she was very reckless in the game as well. So I don't want to make it like the show just made her more reckless. But I thought, in my personal opinion, she still had more general care in some instances that she seems not to have in the show. She seems to, like in the show, that they did it differently, by the way. There was no dialogue to say, hey, this is what's my man's name? Tommy. This is him doing the sniping. Here they flat out let you know it must be Tommy doing this. In the game, you kind of find out that Tommy was out there pulling a John Wick, taking people out. And you come across him sniping somebody, and you're like, whoa, who did that? And are they shooting at me? And then you eventually come face to face where you help him out. He gets out of the way. You find out it was him doing this all along, taking out members of the WLF.
Right.
So the game does it decidedly different in that way. And I thought the game handled it better personally. But yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's interesting. Yeah. To have that context. So yeah, in this case, like, yeah, we have more information here. And yeah, it makes no sense at all what Ellie is doing. It's callous, like you said. It's pretty damn cold. And she says Tommy would want us to do this. Tommy's got it covered. I'm sure he'll take them out too more if backup comes. And so we should keep going and go after Abby. And she also says if 3 more people had voted with us, then we'd have a whole group out here or whatever. And he says, I voted no, which I called easily. You could totally tell that Jesse at that meeting voted no. He looked down. He couldn't look Ellie in the eyes after they voted. It was obvious that he voted against going after the Joel's killers.
The last episode I was on with you, that was the one I was on when they voted. And immediately we could both obviously tell that he voted no.
Right.
Like they telegraphed that one heavy. I don't know how she didn't pick up on it.
I know, right? So she was shocked and pissed off when he tells her that he voted no. And he said he voted no because he said everything you do for you. And he's right. He's absolutely right. And he said, I was putting the community first. And Ellie literally says, fuck the community. Fuck the community. That's great. The community that took her and Joel and kept her safe, this little utopia for years since she was 14. Fuck the community. That's nice, Ellie. Nice.
Yeah. They just really they did a number on her character in this show. For
real. They did. It was kind of similar circumstances. Jesse, I think it sounds like Jesse was younger when he joined that community. He said they raised me, but Ellie was 14. She was still a kid, and they took her in too. Like they took Jesse in, and you'd think that she would feel a bit more loyalty to protect her community like he does. But she says, "Fuck the community." That's nice. I mean, look at the utopia that they live in the middle of an apocalypse. My God. Where is your gratitude? They have freaking New Year's dances and potluck dinners, and it's like heaven. Yeah, it's just ridiculous to me. Her attitude, and it's so childish. Somehow she seems more mature 5 years before when she was 14, if you ask me. It's like she's aged backwards. She's a Benjamin Button. She's de-aging.
Yeah. She seems to not. That's part of the problem too, is that these years have gone by, but I don't think they matured her character. She still seems adolescent versus being a 19-year-old.
Yeah. Really. She that's how she's coming off to me, and so he basically says, I hope you make it. And he says it really genuinely. Jesse's just an all-around good guy. Even though she is abandoning, he could have just say, well, fuck you then. Like that could be, she just said fuck the community and she's bailing on him trying to go save or, make sure Tommy gets out safe. He could easily say, well, fuck you then. Fuck you. Good luck.
Yep.
But he literally says, I really hope you make it. And then he leaves. Just an all around good guy. Yeah. Bigger person than her, I'll tell you that. And he goes off to help Tommy by himself. No reinforcements. His life is in jeopardy now too, because he's got to go help help Tommy with nobody to having his back. If it were me, I wouldn't be as big a person as him. I would say, well, fuck you then. I would. But he's a class act.
I'm with you. He's better than me.
Seriously. Gotta give him his props for that. So we get a few shots briefly of Dina really tense and waiting on them. Isaac shaving for whatever reason. I don't really know why. I mean, if they're about to go to war and they're in a situation where he doesn't know if he'll even be alive the next morning, why are you wasting time shaving? It doesn't really make sense, but okay. That's just pointless. Throwaway shot.
He wants to look good for his funeral, I guess.
I guess so. Weird. Ellie runs off by herself. This was a pretty cool sequence to watch, at least. I found it entertaining. I mean, it's cool. I mean, who doesn't enjoy an exciting, sequence
almost death
in a boat? Almost death. This whole thing, the boat scene with the giant waves and the storm and the lightning flashing. I mean, that was cool.
Yeah, the lightning flashes are great. Yeah, the lightning flashes or something.
So this scene was interesting because this is another major change. Well, she's not on a boat yet, right?
Right, not yet, but she's on her way to the boat.
Okay, I'll wait until you get to that point, rather.
And before I do, let me saw a few things in the chat here. Let's see. Quan said, I'm really hoping Abby took care of Ellie and that she won't be back, but because she has a big star, supposedly, I guess she has plot armor, but I hope she's gone. I doubt it. I think it'll be one of those fake out things. The gun, it's just this classic thing where the gun goes off, but it goes to black. So you don't know what happened. That gunshot, she's at point blank range, jumping ahead, of course, but at point blank range, looks like Ellie is easily done for. The gun goes off, but you don't see anything. That could have easily been somebody coming in and shooting at Abby, or Abby could have missed. I'm sure it's going to be one of those bait and switch kind of things.
Or she just shot Ellie and now she's dead. Thank you for watching The Last of Us.
That is The Last of Us.
Go home.
Yes.
That was The Last of Us.
We will wrap up season 3 with Abby. Go. No more to see here.
Nope.
Yeah. Could be. You never know. But I think it's one of those. It's a trope. Like the gun going off, but you don't see what happens, and it looks like she's definitely done for. But yeah, it'll be something else. KP said, I mean, Ellie is a serial killer now, so why not become the authoritarian leader of a paramilitary organization after killing Abby, their leader? Why not?
Believe it or not, she's worse in the game. In the game, you kill so many more people before you get to Abby.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep.
But he's right. Yeah. KP is right. She's technically a serial killer right now.
She is. She is at this point. Yeah, and like Steve said, there's a monster at the end of this book is meant to parallel Abby. Quan says she looks just like a British wanker to me. I can't seriously at all.
I can't let them get away with what they did to Joe.
Yeah, I saw that one earlier. It was pretty funny.
That's great.
You think I'm gonna let them get away with that, bruv?
And Steve said Umbra was definitely late to the stream because he was practicing that Grover voice for an hour. That was pretty spot on.
He got
It
me.
was.
He got me.
Steve said, I don't know if this was the intention behind this, but Saint Jesse was the father of King David. The prophet Isaiah speaks of Jesse as the root from which a shoot will grow, referring to the Messiah. Interesting. Yeah, maybe that was an intentional reference. Sort of parallels him having a son now, right? Yeah, because now he has a son. Indeed. And also, actually, I forgot to mention that. Jesse said to Ellie earlier in the episode, I have a son now, which means I can't die. So we're gonna wrap this up. We're gonna get the hell out of here, basically. Like I have a son now. That's the same way Dina felt. Like when she was saying to Jesse, you can't let me die. Don't let me die. I can't die. He's saying I can't die because when you're a parent, that automatically ups the stakes. If you have a child on the way, you want to protect your own life that much more. So he's not thinking of himself. He's thinking of being a father to this child. And it's just kind of ironic how he says, I can't die. And then by the end of the episode, he does. It's like he jinxed himself.
Did it give you any thought when he was saying that he would die by the end of the episode?
Yeah, it did. I'm thinking,
Oh,
it's kind of like
nice.
someone in a horror movie saying, I'll be right back.
Oh, the terrible cliche.
Right?
Yeah, I think we were just talking about that one in Scream like a couple lives ago.
Oh yeah, you say that, you're done for.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's a wrap. That just happened to somebody on The Handmaid's Tale, actually. As soon as he said it, I was like, oh shit, he's a dead man.
It's like a few tropes that hold true in horror movies. I'll be right back. 1-ton sex with like whatever within teenage sex. You're done for.
Yep, indeed. and yeah, so it was that was it. That was the last thing he ever said to this character. I'll be right back. And then he gets on a plane, it's blown up in the sky. So yeah, and that wasn't even a horror movie, but The Handmaid's Tale is it's a horror show in a different kind of way. So
I've been seeing TikTok clips of that. I've never watched the show, but I've seen some recent TikTok clips of it, so I know exactly what you're talking about with the guy getting on the airplane. Funny enough.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Yep. My sister was a big fan of it. She did try to put me up on it, but I just never got a chance to watch it. Maybe I need to.
It's a fantastic show. It's a masterpiece. It's a harrowing watch, but it's truly a masterpiece of a show. And they just went out in a brilliant way. They stuck the landing for me. I thought it was fantastic. So Zulinator said, Umbra, I have subscribed. Nice. Glad you subscribed to Umbra.
Thank you, Zulinator.
Yeah. And said, Julie, I hope I do not come off creepy, but girl, I love the way you pause for thought and respond. Well, thank you. You're not coming off creepy at all. And
I love the way you pause, girl, for thought and the way you respond. Yeah. I made it creepy for you, Zulinator. Don't you worry.
And then I'm just smart. So I'm not that.
Yeah. Scarlet created a channel already.
Intellectual vibes.
Yeah. He said your Scarlet created channel, your knowledge is second to none.
It probably involve a lot of finger puppets and gesticulating wildly.
Yeah.
I thought about doing Yellow Jackets one where I just had all the characters as like little finger puppets, and I did like the scenes but with the finger puppets and stuff.
That would be fun.
But kind of like a parody.
That would be hilarious. You should do that. That would be great. No, your English is fine, Zulinator. Excuse my
Yeah.
broken English response. I have a limited amount of characters I can use. I know I hate that character limit. That it's frustrating when you have a lot to say and you have the character limit in these comments. But yeah, we get the message. Thank you. We appreciate the kind words. So let me go back up and see what else I missed here before we go on. It's just a little bit more. Jesse got me feeling ways. I'm a straight dude. Yeah, Jesse. I get you. I feel it. I feel it. Yeah.
It's his maturity and leadership is
And his hair, his fluffy hair.
It's flowing.
It's dreamy.
And there's just he has that like there's this really sexy thing about certain actors when they do this intense angry look. Sawyer had it on Lost too. It's like it's something so hot about it, like that. They, like the furrowed forehead and the narrowed eyes, just looking fierce. Jesse has that going on in spades, and there's just something so sexy about that. So I get it. I totally get it. Yeah, he is hot as hell.
I always go back to thinking about Shepard in Lost from what I've seen and how he's always out of breath. He's yeah, we just did this and it's like, brother, are you running before you do the take or
right?
He's always out of breath.
Yeah,
I'm like, he's running around saving everybody or something. Like, what's going on with him?
Always out of breath, right?
Man is doing cardio before he talks on the scene. Shout out to my brother, Mr. Inferno Games in the chat.
Yeah, hey there, Inferno, Mr. Inferno Games. Cool, nice to see you. We're a dad now. Nice.
As soon as she said it, I was like, uh-oh. I knew it. I knew the internet was going to take that and dice it up.
Oh God, yeah. And then when Jesse said, he said, "I'm going to be a dad." Like you just knew Ellie was feeling so threatened. She wanted to be the dad. He's like, I can't die. I'm going to be a dad. So we're going to get my kid the hell out of here. My kid. I'm sure she wasn't feeling that too much. And well, now he's out of the way. I mean, they were just kind of brushing. They were just kind of brushing him aside, talking about raising the baby, and it's just Jesse's kid too. Like, geez, they didn't even bother telling him yet.
No.
So, I mean, he just died without Dina even officially telling him.
Yeah, no fanfare either.
No. Yeah, that sucks.
Is that saying something about being that, a very moral person on the show? What you get?
I guess so.
If you're the heart, if you're the moral compass.
Yeah. Yeah, the 200 character limit kills me. Even just 50 more would help so much sometimes, right, Steve? Because I always have a lot to say, like you, Steve, when I'm in live chats, so it drives me nuts. The Last of Us never acknowledged the Stop Asian Hate memo they got for Jesse. What? The Stop Asian Hate memo? I don't know what that is.
They said society, the rules of society don't apply here.
Right. Steve said Ellie isn't used to having a community. Even living in the QZ, everyone had to fight for themselves. She's not used to community like Jackson. But it's been years, though. Even in the game, she's a bit of a loner. The show still mishandles her characterization, though. Game Ellie is much more reserved and delivers lines with a quiet intensity that we don't ever see in the show. Yep. The thing is, though, she was in Jackson for 5 years, and she was only 14, so still a kid. So you would think she'd feel some more loyalty to her community. I agree. So, yeah, it's weird, but Ellie Ellie dead now. Abby's show would be great.
It's funny because Abby looks like the actual more closer representation of Ellie, so people might get off the case of the show if that was the case.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, that's what I've been hearing. That's what I've been hearing from people who played the game. So, Zulator says, last thing I would say is Jules, create a podcast. You have the aura and the temperament. Aw, they're so sweet. Thank you. Scarlet and Umbra have it too. You guys are sleeping on your talents. Aw, thank you. That's very kind of you to say.
Thank you, Zulu.
I don't know what kind of podcast I would do, but I don't know. Like, I like that. That's something I would enjoy for sure. I would love to do that. Some people kind of call this a podcast. I've heard people call this a podcast, and I'm thinking, no, I don't think this is what a podcast is, but I don't know, like, how you even define that. But some people refer to live streams as podcasts, which is interesting. I don't know. I just think of that as something separate. Because I think podcasts are something that you record ahead of time and then release rather than doing it live. From what I can understand of it, but
I guess that's possible. You might be technically right. I've always just kind of looked at it like you're doing content about whatever, be it reactions or whatever. You're having a discussion with other people. I always kind of just looked at that as a podcast about whatever. But I think you might be technically correct.
Yeah. So let's see. Did I miss anything? Let's see. Oh, JT Moore said, why are the writers alienating all of the non-game players? They killed Joel in episode 2, and Ellie could possibly be dead in episode 7. I doubt it. I don't think Ellie's dead, but yeah, you never know. Why would people want to come back to the show for the next season? Yeah, I mean, I hear you. They're definitely alienating the non-game players, and even the game players. The game players hate it too for other reasons.
It's so true. That's why, like people were saying, we said it the last time I was here, where maybe if they want to deviate from the game, switch it up to when Joel dies to later in the episodes versus early in the episodes. That could have at least carried some people more through. I think the flashbacks help, of course, but that's just my thought.
I think that they should have moved the death till later. If you have to kill Joel off, then move it to a later point. It would have worked better, I think. Yeah, Quan says podcasts are not live stream. Like live streams are live streams, podcasts are podcasts, unless you podcast a live stream or unless you live stream a podcast. Oh, my head is spinning with that. Okay, Quan. Steve said, Mason said the theme of the show is tribe within a tribe or community within a community. Even though she spent a lot of time in Jackson, her community was still just her and Joel. Yeah, like there was some dialogue the game has some dialogue that highlights this, with Dina recalling how she used to watch Ellie steal beef jerky despite there being enough for everyone. Oh, interesting. So yeah, and also there was a bit of dialogue I forgot to mention when Ellie and Jesse just confronted each other before she took off. She said, fuck the community. My community got beaten to death in front of me while I had to watch. So she was referring to Joel as her community. She's still, even after 5 years in Jackson, it doesn't feel as connected to it as she does with Joel. Like Joel was her community. Joel is the person she was deeply, deeply connected to. So that's her number one priority, revenge for Joel's death. I don't know. It's just crazy to me. After 5 years, I think if I were, if I landed in this place at 14 years old and all these people took me in and embraced me and I have friends here now, I would feel connected to that community.
A love interest. Yeah, I'm with you. I think, and especially she's put in work with the community. She's gained friends with them. She's trained with them. She knows them. They know her. She knows all these people's name, the kids there. She probably even participated in some of the sports that they seem to have going on with the little leagues. Who
Yeah.
knows? She got the
Yeah.
tattoo done, like all these things. It's like at 14 to now. Yeah, I would think she would see them more as a community to herself.
Seriously. Yeah. Steve, no, we appreciate the context. He said, I'm not defending the show's depiction, just adding context. Yeah. Thank you for all the.
Yeah.
Steve's been amazing all season long with the insights that he's been offering in these live chats. So much insight into the game and the show, and it's really been helpful to me as a non-game player. So no, we always appreciate the insight, Steve.
Mm-hmm. Even when I was here last time, Steve, you were giving up some gems. So absolutely, no shade. Even if you felt differently, it's no shade. It's your view.
Absolutely. We appreciate all of that. So, and Mr. Inferno Games, there was a whole episode 6 was nothing but flashbacks. It was like the entire episode was flashbacks. Now,
episode 6 is a lot of that, particularly in the museum, was directly in the game. They did a really good job actually of translating that from the game to the show.
Now, in the game, did they show all the flashbacks at once, or did they spread them out?
They spread them out a bit, but it's been a while since I've played it, so I can't remember how everything was done. However, the part with the Eugene situation, that never happened in the game. This is why I was so particularly upset with how they presented that. Made Ellie look even worse to me and painted Joel less gray and more black and white. Like, oh, you just did a terrible thing. And I was like, why would you choose to do that?
Yeah.
I just thought it was so distasteful. Also, too, Neil Druckmann came out recently and was like, oh, yeah, by the way, they would have got a cure from her. It's like, why would you change this and say this now, Neil Druckmann? Because you just made Joel look like the villain. You could rationale that, hey, there might not be even still, it's ridiculous to think that they would get a cure from this girl, have the necessary things to make it when it can barely have probably barely have alcohol around or whatever. So how are you coming up with vaccines and all that, whatever, right? And it's this little team. It's no big CDC or something like that. And you're going to synthesize a solution here, and then you're going to distribute it. No chance. And then who's going to stop you from being this authoritarian figure that's going to hold that over everyone's head to get your way? There's no chance that would have gotten appropriated around to everyone. So I just felt like, why would you even say this now? There's no need. It serves nobody any purpose except to make Joel look even more like the bad guy here, for doing what he did. I just disliked it so much.
Yeah, I agree. I think that was a huge misstep. Yeah, huge. I don't understand why they did that. It should have been more ambiguous too. Like there was no guarantee that cure was going to work. There was no guarantee at all. And how was Joel so sure? They made it look like Joel was sure that the cure would have worked. The cure would have saved everyone in the world.
Right.
That's such a long shot. Come on.
How would they know? They've never created it. So how would they know it's going to work? So that's why I say, like, Neil Druckmann even saying that out loud, it's like, Neil, you could have kept that one in the drafts, buddy, because now you just painted Joel out to be a worse person for doing what he did, even though the chances of them synthesizing a cure and getting it out to people that's going to counteract the fungus already growing in them, which cannot be counteracted, because if you remember in the first season when they pointed out, the scientist said that would be the end of the world. There is no counteracting that. And mind you, that was when they had more technology and know-how in situations, and doctors and scientists who could better craft a cure. If they couldn't do that, what's the chance of an apocalyptic situation with very few medical experts and a doctor who likely has no type of understanding of all these different pathogens and creations of cures, to
Yes.
create such a thing. It's such a far-fetched, ridiculous notion. He would have been better off not saying anything.
I completely agree with you. I that is so well said, and it made zero sense to me, even just to have Ellie talking to Joel in the flashbacks, saying, asking him if this cure was going to would have saved everyone, and he nods his head, and it's just like, what? No, that's a big maybe, a very gigantic maybe. I just,
Mm-hmm.
you make a great point that back in the day, before everything spiraled out of control, they were certain that this was not going to work. This leading scientist, they got the best scientist in, I think it was Indonesia. They got the best scientist, and she said, You have to drop bombs, blow us up. There is no alternative.
Yep,
Bomb.
exactly.
And they were in a much better position to contain it then. Now it's overrun the entire world. The infected now outnumber humanity. Everyone is scattered to the winds in different tribes, and it's, how are you going to get control of the situation at this point? There is no guarantee of that. They oversimplified this, and I do think it made Joel look like more of a villain, which is a huge mistake. So
yeah, 100%. It's just inconsistencies like that bother me. And again, I just feel like I can suspend the disbelief of that, even though it's ridiculous to believe they would come up with and synthesize a cure when the smartest and wisest, most proficient person in that field knew they couldn't and told us so. But okay, I can suspend myself on that. But how would Joel know to shake his head like yeah, they could come up with a cure? You don't know that. They don't know that.
right,
And
exactly.
and to tell us as an audience, as the writer, yeah, they would have had the cure. It's like, why did you do that? You only making his decision to do what he did look more villainous now. Like, damn, Joel, you cost humanity. You know,
Yeah,
I just think it's a bad look.
and he had so much guilt in his face. His eyes welled up with tears as he nodded his head, like he was confessing that he just basically condemned all of humanity to death.
Exactly. By the way, Pedro, he acted his ass off in that scene. By the way, he did a great job.
Oh yes, he did. Phenomenal acting. Oh my god, like that was the best. He's always been amazing, but that was definitely his best performance to date on the show. That last one when he had that scene. My god, incredible. But it was just a mistake to do it that way. The way his eyes welled up with tears that way, and he's normally very stoic as a character. The way he cried like that and nodded his head, it was like he was confessing to essentially murdering, the equivalent of murdering everyone on Earth.
Yep.
They have no idea. He doesn't have any idea. He can't possibly know if that cure would have worked. It was supposed to be impossible to, like, there is no way to cure it. That was the whole point. That was why they started bombing places and why things got so extreme. So why Fedra got so militant. I'm not defending Fedra, but like, this is how it got that way, because leading scientists said there was no cure, and now we've got supposedly the one scientist in the entire world who can create a cure in this broken down old hospital. How do they know? First of all, how do they even know he's the only scientist in the world who can do it too? How do they know that? They're not even connected to the rest of the world anymore. Everyone is broken up into little tribes and scattered to the winds. None of it makes logical sense.
Yep.
But
it's a lot of issues with it when you really look at it. But
yeah.
I can, like I said, I can take that and let that slide, provided you don't then change things and say, yes, there would have been a cure. And now you've made the star, Joel, look more like a clown, in my opinion. You made him look more like the villain. A bonehead, if you will. I won't say a clown necessarily, but you made him look super impulsive and that he just cost humanity.
Yeah. I completely agree with you. And Mr. Inferno Games, yeah, it's her girlfriend, not her community too. Yeah, great point.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Seriously. And what else? Hold on. Quan said, living elsewhere that was not my home never felt like my home, so I understand where Ellie is coming from. Okay. Ellie is mentally stunted. You have to remember that she's far from sane. She reminds me of an 8-year-old child with a gun. Yeah, indeed. She does seem emotionally stunted, for sure. So that's a good point. That's clear. In that world, how long will they come and take you out if you had the cure? Zulinator said,
Almost
I know
immediately if they found out.
Yes. Yeah. Zulinator says, hold on. I know it may be not to your liking, but F this show and let's focus on what is hot now. I think you guys would be better suited to what is trending. I did mention a show you could narrate on. Which one was that? Your Friends and Neighbors? Is that a new show? Is that I didn't know you were mentioning something that's current. If that's new, I'll have to check it out. I need a new show to cover. I really need a new show to cover. So yeah, I'm open to suggestions. Believe me, this is the last week I'm covering the show. We'll probably we'll do like some kind of a live where we look at the game, but the actual show, this is the last week for that. And I wanted to see it through to the end. I know some people abandon it completely, but I wanted to see it through to the end regardless. Scott. Hey there, Scott. Thank you for being here. This is what I was saying before. There's nothing that's 100% effective. Yes. I remember you were saying that, and I agreed with you then, too. Hey, Panda Kalima. Says, Ellie this season has been portrayed unlikable, a selfish and self-important person, getting back at Joel above a grieving wife. Putting Dina and her unborn baby at risk. Oh, absolutely. 100%. Yeah. Could not agree more. Steve said Jerry Anderson was a surgeon, not a medical doctor or infectious disease specialist. What was that, Umbra?
I was going to say they are doing if you look at it, I guess, in another way, they are doing a good job of making Ellie come off as unsympathetic and her more or less villain arc here of what, making her less sympathetic. And the villain, right, or the monster, as she pulled the book up to show. So they are doing that well, I guess, if you look at it that way.
Yeah, they certainly are. We're apparently not supposed to like Ellie right now. So, hey, I think if anything, they're being a little too effective in that. I don't know if they wanted to. I don't know if they wanted to be this successful with it. The hating Ellie. Good evening, Real Cinema Therapy. Nice to see you.
Hey, Real.
Dieter dropped a link to her channel. Please check out our friend Lori's channel, Real Cinema Therapy. She has awesome psychological insight into shows like this, and right now she's covering Dead City. So, and collaborating with Sci-Fi Vision, our friend over there. So, please.
Wait, is Dead City that old movie from the 90s?
It might have been, but there's also a spinoff of The Walking Dead right now.
Oh, okay. Got you.
That sounds familiar, though. There might have been a movie called that.
Was it Dead? Oh, it was, it was Dark City.
That's it. That's it.
Yeah, Dark City. That's what it was. Yeah.
Dieter said, what if Ellie is the only one who can give birth to immune babies and her kids can have other immune babies? Yeah, that, like Kwan said, that should be true. It's possible. Please like and subscribe. Yes, please. Thank you, Scott. But yeah, we don't want to make the show into The Handmaid's Tale, like Kwan said. We don't want it to be The Maids of Us, like Steve said. No. Yeah, she's a lesbian, and I don't think she wants to be having any babies. So we don't want that. We don't want to go down that road.
We gonna need us some immune babies. You're gonna have to do what you gotta do, girl.
Yeah, start pumping out those kids. No, we don't want that. Panda says, I think this is, I believe, so we see her grow as a person in the next season or seasons. It's hard to like her. She's insufferable. I'm with you on that this season.
I hear you, but then I know how the game goes. So it's like, will she have the time to do that based on how the structure of it's going? I don't know.
Okay.
Unless maybe they do a flash forward.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we shall see. Quan says Your Friends and Neighbors is the new John Hamm show. It's entertaining, but not mystery box. Okay, as Steve said, it's still in the middle of first season. As Quan said, very interesting plot, but it's straightforward television. Well, I don't have to just cover if I stick to only covering mystery related series or series like this, then I'm kind of boxing myself in, and I want to be able to continue to cover something current as much as I possibly can. So I'm open to covering other things if it's worth discussing, as long as it's something that provokes some kind of discussion. That doesn't have to be super deep. So I'll definitely look into that show. This show loves ruining characters. Yes, Scott. Quan said after the backlash from the game, I thought they'd vary from the plot line and get creative. Right. This is what I was saying at the beginning of the stream. This the business decision on the part of this show and HBO makes no sense. When you know how much backlash the game got, you would think, even just from a business perspective, change it so that viewers would appreciate it and not have the same kind of outrage. Your viewers are the ones who are going to generate revenue for the show. So I don't understand, even just from a business point of view, why they would follow the same path that led to outrage against the game. And in the show, it's causing even more outrage because it comes across even worse in a TV show format, since you're not playing as both Abby and Ellie. You're not literally in Abby's shoes in the show. You're just a spectator.
Yeah. So. Well, by the way, it's funny because when I was here last time, I did say, due to that aspect, I felt like the next season would show Abby's perspective, and sure enough, that seems to be the case.
That's what we're getting. They're definitely setting that up with that final shot of Abby that we're going to get to later. But then we have a very, a very intense sequence with little dialogue, just a lot of action, and Ellie watching Isaac and some of his people get on boats. I think heading for Scar Island. Now, I was a little confused by this exactly. So Ellie gets in the boat and she heads through this crazy storm. Like this whole sequence was shot really awesome. I mean, like very intense. I liked the action side of it, fighting these giant waves and this torrential rain in this tiny little boat. That was cool. She heads to Scar Island, and then she winds up going back. Apparently there's more than one island here, because she winds up at the wrong one. She has to get back in the boat to get to the island where the aquarium is. So that confused me when I was watching it the first time.
I got to be honest. I disliked how they did this part so much. So.
Oh, really?
In the game,
look at that wave. Look at that giant wave. Jesus Christ.
I would have lost. I would have moved my bowels on myself for a fact. But
that was some scary shit. Yeah, go on.
yeah. They would have found me with all types of stains that did not come from the weather. But so this part was weird because the reason why it feels disjointed is because they edited this to include the portion of her landing on this Seraphite Island, whatever you want to call it here, right? Seraphite Island, basically. So that didn't happen in the game. It took her longer to get to the aquarium in the game. You had to go traverse through much more, and you encountered the Seraphites, but you never went to Seraphite Island. And here it's disjointed because it's like, oh, I'm going out to this Ferris wheel area, to the aquarium. I get tossed aside like like Gilligan's Island, and I land on that island over there. And so happens, just so coincidentally, that my boat also docks over there too. How fortunate. But lo and behold, there's a mysterious pale child looking at me. What's this about? And then so much plot induced, as they call it, piss, plot induced stupidity happens from that. So he just happens to get tossed ashore with the boat intact onto this island. The Seraphites get her, and I'll let you get to the next part before I continue on.
Yeah, you're right. It is awfully convenient that that giant tidal wave crashed over her and she washed up on the shore with the boat right there, so she has an easy getaway. Like, yeah, I hear you. And it was shot really cool with the lightning flashes, and it was so sinister. But yeah, it is extremely unbelievable. It's not a believable scenario at all. This kid was so creepy, just standing there staring. They brainwashed the kids young, apparently. This kid acted like a sociopath, not a normal child in the least.
At all.
Ooh. Yeah.
So two situations I want to speak on is, this was what I was telling you about earlier with my buddy. He had a problem with this. I'll let you forward to the next scenes. But he had a problem with this section right here, specifically because of his thought that maybe this was Neil Druckmann talking about the Israel Palestine conflict, and he thought that this was his subtle propaganda here to make the Palestinians, aka the Seraphites here, come off as less sympathetic, and even the children, because look, even the children were murderous. You see, they're all a part of Hamas.
Oh.
That's the thought he had. I was like, I see what you're saying, and I could not outright dismiss it, only because Neil Druckmann did say he paralleled things from the real life conflict to the game. And even here, and this never happened. So people might say, well, yeah, but this came out before the current Israel-Palestine conflict. Yeah, but Israel and Palestine have been doing this for a long time. One. Two, this is new. So there's a new conflict going on that just, of course, that we all are aware of. He could have easily ingested that and said, hey, let me put this into this propaganda-wise. Now, I don't know if this is truth. I'm not saying this is legit. I'm just saying this is what he was upset about. He has kids, and it just upset him. Really, it really upset him. And I'm like, I wanted to try to well, no, it's not that. But I could not really dismiss what he was saying because, again, Neil Druckmann did say it's tied to the Israel-Palestine conflict.
I totally see that now. What you're saying, it makes, I could completely see how they parallel Israel versus Palestine. It's very much like a David and Goliath situation, with Israel having so much military might, a huge advantage over the Palestinians, and so and they also have been fighting each other for ages in a kind of tit for tat, back and forth thing, and both of them think the other one started it, and they both think that they're they have the moral high ground.
Exactly. Yep.
Yeah, I totally see the parallel there, and the endless cycle of violence between those two groups, and what they're doing with this kid in this scene. Yeah, you can tell that they've taught the kid young. Ellie's dragged over here, and there's the leader, and in this case, it's a woman executioner. It's truly terrifying, even though we all know she was going to survive. The whole thing was deeply unsettling to me. Anyway, she holds up I think it's a scythe.
Yeah, that's the scythe.
And so
the hook.
You know what Yeah, and we after we just saw what they did to a guy with that, we actually saw it in action, and it's creepy. Yeah, this shot you've got the scythe there in the foreground, and Ellie sees it and she knows what that means. She saw those disemboweled guys hanging in an abandoned factory thing, so she knows what's coming. This is their playbook. This is what they do, and there's this kid who. This is a very young child. This child couldn't be more than 6 years old, maybe 5 years old. So for a child that young to be so desensitized to violence and so brainwashed and stoic like this, emotionless over someone screaming and begging and he was going to stand there and witness. I'm sure he's witnessed other people being hung and disemboweled.
Yeah,
That's so
good point.
disturbing.
Yeah, that's
For him
pretty
to act
insane
like
when you
this,
think about it.
it can't be the first time he's seen something like this, because
Yeah,
I mean he's desensitized. It's
just to
crazy.
just to throw out one last parallel for it.
Mhm.
Druckmann, when he was talking about the Israel conflict and Palestine conflict back when he was younger in the West Bank, he said that what he came across, and this is going to be a big graphic. I'm not going to go too crazy with it, but similar to here, where they're about to try to lynch her here, amongst disemboweling her, he came across some Israeli soldiers who were lynched, and he said that disturbed him deeply. But he said, but what disturbed him more was the cheering of people who had lynched the soldiers. They were all cheering it on, and he said it disturbed him
Right.
deeply. So I don't know his motives here, and I don't want to assume. And Steve, you could be correct in the chat too. I just want to point that out. I'm just saying that I can't necessarily just dismiss anyone either, because Druckmann can say, "Hey, this is what I mean," but he could be lying too. You know what I mean? Who is to say? And
Right.
people can interpret it so many different ways. Me, I'm neutral on it. I don't want to assume one way or another, but it is a lot of strong parallels that can lead people one way or another.
Right. Yeah. And I completely see that argument. That I can't deny that either. I can't deny that that's a valid point, and that it makes sense. Steve said in the chat, people are saying that Druckmann is doing these things to paint Hamas as worse. Is another troll. Druck is pointing out that both factions are at fault and equally to blame. It goes against how Druckmann characterizes everyone as morally gray, and who is a villain and who is a hero is a matter of perspective. Yeah.
I kind of agree with you, Steve, but then look at how he just made Joel less gray and now more black and white.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe it's not a matter of him always putting people in perspective of gray and morally, but some who are just outright wrong, because he painted Joel as wrong now.
He really seemed to. I think so too. Like they made him look worse, much worse. Steve said, I think the reason they brought Ellie to Haven is to make callbacks in season 3. We'll find out the horn that saves Ellie was caused by Abby and the other wolves' arrival, and then we'll see. A weird choice just to make this detour is to make a callback in season 3, and I'm not a fan of that choice. I get you. Yeah. The boat Ellie takes back from Haven to the aquarium is the boat that Abby and Yara take to find Lev. To me, it seems like, okay. For some reason, yeah, your comments are a little out of order. To me, it seems okay. To me, it seems weird, like a weird choice just to make this detour. Yeah, they did come in out of order, but we get the message anyway. Okay. And Panda Kalima says, I think she was simply cutting across the bay and was thrown off by the wave and washed up on shore, and luckily her boat followed her. Yeah, she washed up in the wrong place. It was they referred it to as Scar Island. Lucky for her, her boat washed up too.
Yeah, it's just a little too coincidental, Panda Kalima. That's all we would say. It's like, and so that's the thing. Like, I'll let you get through this scene first, and I'm like, okay, so she got through that. tossed aside. Luckily, the boat is still intact. It just happens to land next to her. She gets picked up by them now. They're about to lynch her and then disembowel her. And I'll let you go further from there.
Quad said I didn't see Israel-Palestine in this either, but no thanks for that. I just thought it sucked. Now it doubly sucks.
Quan is like, I've had quite enough.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the rebels versus the empire.
I've heard nothing but positives for Andor season 1 and 2. I've seen Rogue One, excellent movie, one of the best bits of Star Wars ever done. So people always hate on Disney. Oh, they ruined Star Wars. No, Disney's given us some good quality Star Wars now. Not everything, but they've given us some good stuff. And Andor and, of course, Rogue One are parts of that. So I'm like Andor season 1 and 2. People are having it at like masterpiece level. They're saying it's 9s out of 10s, 10 out of 10s, all across the board. I've never heard one negative from anyone who's watched these seasons.
Cool. Yeah.
So that child will be a very good butcher, though. Yeah, Quan. After I check out, and I've seen Rogue One already, Quan, but I'm definitely going to watch Andor soon because my buddies keep telling me about it as well. I heard the Acolyte was terrible, Dieter, so I don't know if I'll check that out, but yeah.
So this is not good. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Something happened earlier. See, I don't normally get kicked off streams anymore due to Wi-Fi problems. Usually this only happens if I forget to plug in my device, my laptop or my Chromebook. Then once in a while I get kicked off my own streams. My Wi-Fi doesn't cut out like this anymore, but something happened earlier in the day. We actually had a Wi-Fi outage in the whole neighborhood. I called the company. They said that the outage would be fixed by afternoon. And indeed it was. And now it's out again. And without Wi-Fi, I can't show him. I'm on my phone right now. So this sucks. This is not a matter of just going back and unplugging the router and plugging it back in. I don't think it's going to do anything. So unless it, oh wait, it looks like it might be coming back. If it doesn't come back, I can be on here, but I can't show images, which really sucks. Okay, wait, I think it's back. Hold on.
Yeah, I was going to say if it doesn't, the good news is that you're basically toward the end of the episode. So we can talk about it and just not see the images. That we could do that, but yeah.
Yeah, we got through most of it. And it looks like, no, it's not back. It looks like it's out again. It says connected, no internet. So I think, and there's none on my phone. So yeah, that sucks. I would have wanted to show.
I was going to say, is there any way that I can do it? But no, that wouldn't work. Yeah.
Go on without.
Can you still see the scenes on your phone?
Yeah, I mean, oh wait, I think it's back.
I was going to say, if you can't post it, you can describe the scene of the steal of what's what, and then we can go from there and comment on it. Everyone has seen the episode anyway. Uh-oh. The Last of Us. Oh, there she is. She's back. Okay.
My internet came back.
There we go. It's back.
It's back. So, yeah. Sorry about that. You
Hey,
were about
it
to see
happens.
The Last of Us.
Yeah, it happens. It happens.
Yeah. So anyway, let me get my images back. Yeah, I really like to have the pictures to talk over. I certainly spend enough time taking them that I want to actually use them. Anyway, let me see if I missed anything here. Julie went story walking again. Yes, I did. That's my thing. So the kid, Ellie screams at saying, "I'm not a wolf." She said, "I'm not a wolf. I just got here." She says, "I'm not from here. I'm not a wolf. Tell them." And the kid makes some kind of creepy gesture with his arm and says nothing. Like it looks like some kind of, I don't know what that is, but he does something with his arm and then holds his arm out to the side, and it must be some kind of seraphite thing. It's
Yeah.
so creepy. It's so crazy.
I took it as Mortal Kombat. Finish her. Dum.
Yes.
Fatality.
Yeah.
Flawless victory.
Yeah. That's what it looked like. Damn. Ice cold, savage little 5-year-old child. And this woman was also sinister as hell. She has a little smirk on her face and everything.
Yeah, she looks all too happy to disembowel a teenager.
Yeah, she really does. The way that these people dehumanize others who are not in their tribe, both the wolves and the seraphites, it's unsettling. They just they don't look at these people as human. They, you know, it's just it just underscores what's so wrong with humanity, demonizing the other. It's so true in real life.
Yeah, so true.
And she, we all know she wasn't going to die, but look, this was so unsettling, seeing this close-up shot of this little boy looking on completely stoically as they're stringing Ellie up by her neck. He's not the least bit bothered. He is so unbothered by this.
He looks like a baby Ivan Drago. If she dies, she dies. Yeah, man, right? I don't care at all. Yeah. It's like, whatever.
Yeah.
I got to stay out here in the forest and trees and deal with these bugs and things like that. I don't care if you die.
Yeah. There is not a flicker of emotion on his face. That is a stone cold sociopath kid in the making here. Crazy. Just crazy. And he just stares like unbelievable. So this is how they train the kids young. It's interesting though, because when we met that first group of seraphites earlier in the season, there was a little girl who was walking with, I don't know, it might have been her dad, and she seemed like a normal child. She was very sweet and innocent seeming. She seemed older than this. She looked older than this, and she was talking about how like she wanted a hammer and asking about the prophet, like why do we need weapons if the prophet will protect us? And the guy was telling her like, no.
Panda Kalima says that kid needs a juice
smiling like just like a little kid, and said yes. And yeah, it's still not a normal experience for a child to have, but she was much more childlike and normal seeming than this. But I think that must have been a group of the seraphites who are not the norm, because we later found out that there are seraphites who don't believe. Isaac said this to that guy he had chained up. There are some of you who don't believe this, the prophet is going to magically protect you. And then that guy, the chained up guy, said he said heretics. So we must have been looking at a group of scars who are the heretic group, who they believe in the prophet's teachings, but they don't think she's going to magically save them, and they are not as sociopathic as this. They don't train the kids to be stone cold killers, apparently, from what I gathered from that group anyway.
Yeah. Andy Kalima said that give this kid a what is it, a juice box and a nap.
Yeah, right. That's that's what he needs. Oh my god, it's disturbing. He said, Umbra, do you think Joel is being portrayed as a bad guy by Druckmann's comments could be a way of getting us on board with Abby?
Yeah, Panda Kalima. I think that the way for Druckmann to come out and announce that yes, there was a cure, they would have come up with a cure by killing Ellie. Essentially, it paints Joel less gray and more of black and white. It absolutely does. It takes away the moral ambiguity of, oh, maybe, well, he could have been right. How would they have cured? It's still stupid. Let's be clear, because there's no way in the world, if we're being logical and real, they would have come up with a cure in a post-apocalyptic situation with way less supplies and resources to do what they needed to do. But suspending that, you still now make him the villain because he condemned humanity now by you confirming that. It's just foolish in my eyes.
Yeah, I 100% agree. Yeah, and yeah, please like the stream. 24 likes. Please hit the like if you're it looks like 36 people right now. Please hit the like button. It's free. It helps people find the stream. It's much appreciated. Quan, you're so funny. When I was story walking, no matter how many times you try, Julie, you'll never be able to save Jim.
Well, she's talking to the man in yellow every other stream. I see her talking to Doug, so she's trying her best to work it out with him. Maybe he'll let Jim live this time. We'll see.
Oh my god, I never made that connection. That's hilarious. I'm Julie and I'm doing streams with the man in yellow. Oh my god.
Yeah.
That is so funny. Holy shit, that's hilarious. I've got to tell that to Doug. Oh, that's so funny.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
good
my
luck.
God.
Keep working on him. Maybe he'll let him keep his throat this time.
Maybe I can talk him out of it the next time I go story walking. He won't do it.
Right.
That's amazing. Oh man. And I agree. Hey Quan, I agree with you, by the way. I don't think Julie can save Jim, but that's a whole subject for a whole other stream. But I don't think she can change the story that's already been told, as Ethan said. But anyway. Steve said that kid pulled a line from Drax the Destroyer and said finger to the throat means death. Mm-hmm. Yeah, another thing that kind of ruins the whole Druckmann is painting one side as bad is he paints the WLF as equally as bad with stripping the Seraphites naked and torturing to death. Yeah. I mean, they do. Like, so the WLF, they definitely, they look equally brutal, like stripping that guy naked. That's their MO. We've now seen it twice. This is what they do. They strip them naked and drag them, chain them up somewhere and torture them to death. So yeah, they're equally as brutal. They're definitely the thing that's a little tricky though is the kids are the WLF. I can't remember if the WLF if Isaac said anything or if the imprisoned Scar said anything about whether the WLF trains their kids to be like this.
I didn't see that. They did get him, I mean, at a younger age, obviously, like with Abby, for instance, but it was never like from, I guess, toddler, like a toddler or slightly above a toddler level in indoctrinating them, from my understanding.
Yeah, so it makes it a little more sinister with the Seraphites. I do think both sides are equally brutal, but the Seraphites claim to preach love and acceptance, but spend their days hanging and gutting their enemies. Yeah, Samuel, feel her love. Yeah, they're really feeling the love when their guts are ripped out of them while they're still alive. Yeah.
Depends on what's love to them. Maybe what is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Maybe that's their love right there, you know.
Yeah. That's how they feel her love. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
you know, maybe that's love for them, is gutting people.
that's love. I don't want to feel that kind of love. I don't need love that bad. No thanks.
They want that gut wrenching love where your guts come out.
Gut wrenching love. No, thank you. No, thank you. God said exactly that's what happens when children are denied childhood. Yeah.
Yeah, leads to a lot of problems. We've seen it societally.
Well, Ellie is really, I think a big reason why Ellie is so screwed up is because she was raised in a Fedra military school. She was raised to be ruthless, so that goes into it too. All through her childhood, she was in that Fedra school. So, yeah, like Dieter said, Saturday night, we're doing a watch party of Freddy versus Jason at 10 p.m. Eastern. If anybody wants to join and watch with us, the link to the Discord is in the description of the video if you're not in there already.
Oh, wait, so this is you guys are going to watch Freddy versus Jason?
Yeah.
Oh, man. It is one scene in that movie that cracks me up so hard every time I see. Have you ever watched it before?
No.
Okay,
No.
I'll keep quiet. But there is this one scene with the singer Kelly Rowland from Destiny's Child. She's in it, and
okay.
it's toward the end of the movie. But I won't say any. Well, actually, I don't know what part it's where it's there. Actually, it's been a long time. It could be a middle, but it's so hilarious. Once you actually see it, and I talk to you next time, I'm going to bring it back up. It had me crying, like tears. It was so funny to me.
Oh, I'm looking forward to watching it. Yeah, everyone says they love this movie. Like, it's a fantastic movie. So I'm really psyched about it. I only just watched all the Freddy movies. Well, I didn't see them all yet, but I saw the first 6 for the first time. So now I'm ready for Freddy versus Jason. I can't believe it took me so long to even watch these because it was right up my alley. I love this kind of stuff. I love like mind fuck kind of stuff, and Freddy Krueger is all about that. Dieter told me to look at my email. I don't see anything. I don't know. I don't see anything in my email. I don't know if you're talking about DMs, but I don't see anything in there, Dieter. So let me know what you're getting at here. So hey there, Soil Tech. Yes, that is Umbra. That is Infinite Umbra here. Indeed.
That's my buddy Soil Tech. Shout out, yeah, a good brother.
Yeah. Cool. Steve said, yeah, there are no toddler WLF soldiers, but there are teenagers. Okay. Yeah, Mr. Crooner Umbra. Yes, he is. He is Mr.
Doo. It feels like crooning as to be like Bing Crosby and Frank Sinatra. Fly to the moon, right? Like you gotta start singing like you're back in the 40s.
Yes. Oh, I love it. I love like the old crooner type music. Amazing.
I do too, actually. I won't lie. I actually do love some Frank Sinatra songs, and you know what I love too. Just as an aside, I love the quartet singers. You don't have that anymore like that, right? You know, like
no.
You had like even led to groups like the Temptations. It's like quartet, and you had that in gospel even, where you had quartet singers who would sing gospel soulfully, and that's what the Temptations are kind of like that. You don't really get that quite anymore, or at least it evolved into like boy bands and such. But it's just not the same type of sound. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, it's not the same. Yeah, there really isn't anything like that, anything similar to that in modern music, which is a shame.
Yeah,
see, certain things just get phased out of popular culture completely as entertainment evolves and art evolves. Like you look at comedy. For a long time, it was all about the what do you call it? What did they call those things? The vaudeville shows, and then and then there were, radio shows with comedy, and then it turned into TV sitcoms. And sitcoms were, the dominant form of comedy on TV for decades and decades. And now the sitcom is dead. I really miss the sitcom. That,
you know what? I didn't even think about it until you said it, but you're more or less right. Like there are very few and far in between, right? Like,
yeah.
But nowadays, it's like you'll get a lot of dramas, maybe cop shows and stuff like that, or whatever, maybe medical dramas. But you don't get a lot of sitcoms. You'll find a few, but it's just very few and far between.
Yeah, and the few that pop up, like the traditional sitcoms that pop up, that have like a laugh track, shot in front of or shot in front of a live audience, multi-camera. They have horrible writing. They're not funny. The new Frasier, for example, is terrible. It's not funny.
So true.
It's like no one knows how to write a good sitcom anymore. The whole genre is just dead, and it's a shame because I grew up on sitcoms. I love sitcoms. Now, if you see a comedy, it's a single camera comedy, and there are very often dramatic elements to it too. It's a completely different beast. It's an entirely different animal.
Yeah, even down to the jingle of the show is different.
Yeah,
like we had legendary jingles back in the day for these sitcoms, right? Like Cheers, for instance. Like I was singing this earlier with the "Sometimes you wanna go where everybody knows your name," right? Like stuff like that. Or you go to, what was it, All in the Family, with Archie and Edith Dingbat, and it, what was it? How does it go? Herbert, wouldn't wish we had a man like Herbert Hoover again. Like all these different songs. I mean, I can go through. If I sat here, I can go through a bunch of them, right? Give me a break. Different Strokes. Now the world don't move. Like all these different jingles, you don't even get anymore. I can go to some more like black based ones. Good Times, right? The Jeffersons, right? Like there's so many you just don't get. Jingles.
Moving on up.
Moving on, exactly. Moving on up. But you don't get that anymore quite like you used to. And I agree with you. Like there are more dramatic elements put into these shows now versus clear comedy, feel good, wholesome kind of comedy.
Exactly. Like Quan said, does no one know how to write good sitcoms anymore, or are we just smarter? I mean, there were plenty of sitcoms that were very intelligently written. I mean, look at Frasier. Frasier is extremely intelligent. They had some episodes that were just straight up farce that they somehow managed to cram into a 23-minute episode of TV, which is extremely difficult to pull off.
Good screenwriters, I guess, back then too, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
And they mentioned the Golden Girls. I forgot about that. Thank you for being a friend. Doom, 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 doom. Beautiful.
Beautiful.
Your heart is true. You're a pal and a confidant. Yeah, it's classic.
Yes. Oh, God, you're right. I hadn't even thought of that, but like that aspect of the sitcom, they had those iconic theme songs, those classic iconic theme songs that they just immediately take you back. You hear that Cheers theme song, and it just puts you in that mood, and now you just don't see that anymore. The whole genre is just dead.
Yeah.
And I like my comedy to be straight comedy. I don't want a premise where someone's dying of cancer or someone just lost a loved one and they have to forge a path forward, but it's a comedy, and they have to always have some kind of really heavy premise, even within comedies now. That just wasn't the case in the past.
Yeah.
So I like slapstick humor. I like farce. Situational. The sitcom is short for situation comedy. It's a specific type of comedy. You had comedies that it had it's like ridiculous situations that would escalate, misunderstandings that would pile on each other, and a lot of them were really well written.
And I would say that I would also add, like, not only that they tackle those things, but they also tackled real social issues at the time.
Yes.
Right? Like stuff that really mattered. Look at our like All in the Family tackled like interracial issues and racism. Archie himself was a bigot, but he was a lovable bigot. You see what I
Yes.
mean? Like it's and him and George Jefferson, who that was, you know, the Jefferson spent off of All in the Family. But like, so it started off on All in the Family, but like even these two who can't stand the other group's race, they're
Yeah.
both prejudiced to the other group's race, turned out to be friends at the end of it. Like you cannot, you not kid that you can't, but you don't get that nowadays. You won't get
No.
it.
No, you don't. You're right. I mean, that was a groundbreaking, trailblazing sitcom that was really, it was truly revolutionary what Norman Lear did with All in the Family, and the fact that he managed to get that past the censors, get that on TV, tackling racism head on like they did, and all kinds of other really heavy issues. You know, like there was an episode where like where like, Gloria had an abortion or something. Like
you're
like
right. Also, Edith was sexually assaulted. That was another one.
Yeah.
She was essayed. I don't want to keep saying the word because it might be a TOS violation, but that happened too. I forgot. Like serious heavy issues came up in that show.
Yeah, and actually Gloria was violated. That was the one it wasn't an abortion. It was she was violated. That was what happened to Gloria. So Gloria was also not essayed in the same way as as the guy who tried to essay Edith, but yeah, she was. And then they went through the whole thing of that women go through in real life where like they're afraid, they don't want to talk about it or deal with it and go to the cops. But then there's the moral question of whether you should do this so that he doesn't prey on other women. And this was a sitcom, and they still managed to somehow find humor even in that. That's the craziest thing. Even in the episode with Edith almost getting SA'd, there was humor. They managed to do it. It was genius how they managed to pull that off.
So true. Hell, they had Archie, if I'm not mistaken, he cheated on Edith.
He did.
And they even tackled that. Like you will not find better scripted shows that could also tickle your funny bone, but then tackle so many crazy heavy issues and even social issues like past shows of the past, should I say.
Oh, 100%. Yeah. Yeah, there was one where Gloria had a miscarriage. I could go on, and they still managed to make you laugh even in those really heavy episodes and show like the absurdity of Archie's racism. It was just phenomenal and daring, extremely daring, courageous script writing in that. It's just absolutely amazing. Yeah, when Coach died on Cheers, Quan, that was so sad. He died in real life. Nicholas Colasanto. He was from my state, Rhode Island, I believe. Yeah, that was sad. They had to, and then they got Woody Harrelson to come on and kind of take his place in a way. Hey Tony, there's Tony. Shout out to Tony Teflon in the chat.
Teflon done. What's up, brother?
Nice to see you, Tony. Hope you're doing well tonight. He said Dudley got diddied in the tub by a white man. What?
Dooley got diddied? Oh, Dudley. Okay.
Dudley. Who's Dudley?
And Different Strokes, I think he's talking about. Am I right, Teflon?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. See, yep.
I saw that was really messed up. That was disturbing.
About that. Yeah.
A very special episode. Sitcoms used to do that thing where they had like the very special episode where it was all serious, heavy issues and actually no laughs. Yeah, that was dark. There was a PDF file, as we say on YouTube, other than the actual word. But yeah, that was dark.
I had to laugh because of Quan in the chat. And Quan put, "Oh, Archie." It reminded me of Edith. "Oh, Archie." What is it, Dingbat? It is.
Oh my god. That was so accurate, Umbra.
Oh man, super like nothing but character with them, right? Hilarious stuff.
Yes.
Archie. She always come running to him as he come in.
Oh my god, that sounds so much like her. That's so accurate.
And it's so funny because she has this super thick, like New Jerseyan accent. Archie. She doesn't say Archie. She's Archie.
Yeah. Yes, she does. I love the accent. Yeah. Very heavy accent. And that was put on. Jean Stapleton didn't have an accent like that. She was
Oh
amazing.
yeah, that's crazy, right? She talked nothing like that.
Not at all. Yeah. Amazing acting. I saw that in the chat. I could hear her voice in my head immediately. Dieter dropped the link to Tony's channel. Of course, most people in the chat probably already know it, subscribe to it, but if you haven't, please subscribe to our friend Tony Teflon. And he was on with us last week breaking down the episode, and it was amazing. We had an awesome time. And we went on some fun tangents too, talking about some hip-hop history and Tony's rapping in the past. Treated us to a couple of his songs. That was dope. Yeah, I loved it. So anyway, we got back on. We should do all tangent live streams, Dieter. Yes, I love going off on tangents, and it's so much fun. So now after this week, we'll be done covering The Last of Us, and I'll be done making my Handmaid's Tale videos. So we'll have some time in the schedule. We could do some all tangent fun live streams just for fun. And yeah, like Lori here said, aka Real Cinema Therapy, Umbra, you are great at impersonations. Also, you have a great singing voice. You really do.
Thank you, Real. Thank you. I saw Quan ask me if I knew that You Belong to Me by Dean Martin. I do. Not well, but I know a bit of it. I don't want to go and sing it. It's too much. We are deviating too much from what we have to talk about. But yes, I know it a bit, Quan, just to throw it out there to you.
Oh, we love it. We love it when you sing. Yeah, it's gorgeous. It is like heavenly. Oh,
thank you. You're making me blush over here.
Oh, I mean it. And hey, look who it is. It is the Don, Tony
The
Teflon.
Don.
Hey, Tony. What's up,
going
Tony?
on? What's going on, Julie? What's going on, you guys? How's everything?
What's good, brother?
That's good. I just heard you talking about classic television. I love talking classic television. One Day at a Time was the first one to ever show a woman without a bra on television.
No way, really?
Yeah, she was the first woman who ever went on television that without wearing a bra. If you go back and look at every episode, you see that the mom never had a bra on, ever.
Shit.
That was in the 2000s, though, right? Like One Day at a Time.
One Day at a Time is the 70s, early 80s.
Oh, okay. Because they had a remake of it. It's a remake that came out in 2017.
That was with Valerie Bertinelli, and that's how she became a star. And then the other girl on there, I forgot her name, but she had a lot of drug problems. But like her father was like a favorite, like a musician, and I don't know if it was Mick Jagger or someone like that. Like she was sleeping with Mick Jagger when she was like 15 years old. She like came out with this whole thing about it and everything. She was drinking on the road with them, drinking when she was like 13 years old and everything.
Wow. Shit.
That's, 70s stuff was crazy in the 70s.
I'm sad to say I've never seen One Day at a Time, and it had 9 seasons.
Me neither, actually. I've never seen that one. I've seen a lot of classic sitcoms, but I haven't seen that one.
Yeah.
Wow, that I see now. I just looked up real quick, and they did have a remake of it and stuff. I didn't even know they had a remake of it at all.
I never knew about either of them, but
yeah, it was Bonnie Frank, Valerie Bertinelli, and Mackenzie Phillips.
Wow. Yeah, I know those names too. I didn't know they all came from that though. Yeah, Mackenzie Phillips. Yeah, I've definitely seen her on something. Obviously, Valerie Bertinelli. Oh man, I miss sitcoms. I really do. It's too bad they died out. I grew up watching so many. I've watched them over and over again, like in reruns,
Mhm.
and now all we have, that's all we have left because any new ones that come out are complete garbage. And
Yeah,
how to win.
my half sister is D from What's Happening.
No way, that's so cool.
Yeah, it is. Well, I never spoke to her. She don't speak to me, but yeah,
Oh,
You say your auntie was you said it was on there.
my half sister is D from One
Oh,
Day.
your half sister. Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
What's Happening is D.
Oh,
We-
really?
Yeah, we had the same father.
Oh, why won't she speak to you? No, that's too much. That's not my.
No, I just, I didn't find out he was my father till I was like 25 years old. I thought the man who raised me was my father. He signed my birth certificate. So I did reach out to her, but she just never got back to me. So that was just it, and I never reached out again.
Okay.
that's too bad. Yeah, it's a shame that you didn't get to connect at least later when you found out you were related.
Yeah, listen, people be thinking people have bad intentions or want stuff. You know what I'm saying? So I understand, even though I don't want nothing from her. I never did and never would or
Oh, yeah.
anything. But it was always weird because when I was growing up, I used to have her like, when they have the black and white pictures when you're an actor and they send them out to Hollywood. I had all of her black and white pictures in my family album when I was little. And I used to always ask my mom, and she'd be like, why do we got Danielle Spencer's pictures in our family album? And she'd be like, oh, I used to babysit her when I was little, and I babysitted her, and that was it. And that was the whole story. And that's what I always thought. But I always had her pictures around. It was always there and stuff.
Wow. Yeah, that's weird. That's weird. Yeah, like if she's in the family album, yeah, you'd have to be questioning that. I would be for sure too. That's weird.
I never questioned anything. I really didn't because my dad was always my dad. He was always there. He was my sister and brother's dad. It seemed like it is what it is. Like people in my family don't even know that. Like on my father's side, his mother doesn't know that. His sister doesn't know it. None of my cousins know that. Nobody knows it.
Wow. Well, I mean, yeah. Why would you question it? That's the person who raised you. So I mean, that part, yeah, I wouldn't question at all. And blood is really not. It really doesn't make family always. Honestly, like I've had much closer connections with people who I had no blood connection to whatsoever, and that's not what's most important at the end of the day. Your father is the one who raised you, and that's it.
Yeah, no, I'm very happy with the father I grew up with. I'm very happy with him and everything. So, but yeah, that's a little more. I'm just trying to think. I know y'all going on with this show and stuff and everything, but y'all talking sitcoms and stuff. I love sitcoms. I love them. I love them. I love them to death. And you're 100% correct that they killed it basically right now. You don't get it like they used to do it. And they tried to come back with like Full House and all that. Doesn't work on Netflix. I just don't think this generation will be into it. You know what I mean? Like they used to be. I don't think they could pull one off like they did back then.
Yeah, like they've tried with some nostalgic reboots of things, like Fuller House, and like they had Girl Meets World and How I Met Your Father, and Fuller House definitely had some fans. That was going strong for a while. That's probably the most successful one. The other ones not so much. How I Met Your Father, that was I heard that was terrible, and like. The Connors did pretty well. That's probably the most recent one that actually had an audience, even after Roseanne got canceled and kicked off her own show and it became the Connors.
Yeah.
Oh, we're still watching it. I will say that.
I think that a lot of that could be. I think a lot of people did like it, but I think a lot of people watched it to keep it on the air because of the cancellation.
Yeah.
Like a little protest, huh?
Yeah.
It's such a shame when you find out like people are like kind of terrible in real life.
I know, right?
It's such a shame. It's like I was talking to friends earlier about Hulk Hogan, and it's like I loved Hulk Hogan growing up, and then you find it out when you know grow up that he doesn't like your people. It's like, come on, Hulk Hogan.
It's terrible when you know because these people you look up to. You know, look at Seinfeld. You know, I love Kramer until I see them on stage going crazy.
Right? You see, it's like, damn it.
And I'm like, man, Kramer. I said, what would that be? I said, that would be terrible if I ever see Mork for Mork go, hey, Nanu, N-word. You know, I was like,
right.
I was like, Mork.
You're an alien. Why are you using the word? What's going on here?
Oh, no. Yeah. That's awful. Yeah. That's the worst. You know, I was so disappointed with Kramer. Come on, you know, like that ruins your view of him forever after that. Like, and in some cases, you can separate the art from the artist if it's not too extreme. Like if you love Seinfeld, you can still watch that show and separate the art from the artist. Like, all right, so he's a terrible racist in real life, but all right, I can enjoy the show anyway. But there are limits, like the Cosby Show. It's just I can't now. It's ruined. That's a step too far, you know.
Yeah, sometimes it's how it is for people. Like, yeah, I mean, even musically, it happens, right? You have these artists that you find out terrible stuff, but then it's like this music was your whole life. You grew up to listening. Like, how do you turn that off, right? So it's tough.
And I look at the actor who plays Kramer. I don't know, it was Michael Richardson. The way I see it is like this. He was very comfortable saying it, but I do believe that people can have a moment and not be straight racist. Just say some bad stuff out of anger and stuff, and not really truly feel that deeply about it. You know what I mean? And I just look at it like that's just what happened. The guy heckled them. He got upset and just handled it wrong and said the wrong stuff.
Yeah, it's possible, he might not be a racist through and through. In that moment, he got triggered, and so it's possible. And he's expressed remorse for it since then, and I've seen like him and Jerry Seinfeld, doing little shorts together. I saw them like do something together where they were having coffee, and there's no coming back though for Michael. Like it's still a wrap for him. That completely killed his stand-up career, and he just kind of disappeared.
Faded into obscurity. Yep, that really kind of did him in. You can contrast that. It's funny because if you contrast that with Seinfeld, who was in a situation with him, Ricky Gervais, and Chris Rock, and I forgot one other person, and they're like saying the N-word left and right. Oh, it's comedy, ha ha ha. And Seinfeld is just looking at them like, like no, and he doesn't partake. And I'm looking at Chris Rock like, why are you giving them the okay to be going around saying the N-word in front of you like this? And you're just, you can do this in comedy. I'm not saying they can't do that. They're just blatantly doing it here in a sit-down discussion. It's like, that's not comedy. And Seinfeld was like, no. And I respected him for that. And I'm like, Chris Rock, how do you let the Jewish brother outdo you in this situation? So it's funny, conversely, looking at Seinfeld, how he was smart not to go that route.
Yep. I remember that one, what was that guy's name with the red hair? He got canceled and stuff. He was funny though. He had that one show on HBO for a little while and stuff.
Carrot Top?
Not Carrot Top. No. A real comedian.
Okay.
But he did one stand up. I remember he doing a stand up. He was like, who wrote Huckleberry Finn? Who was that? Mark Twain, right?
Yeah.
He was like, Mark Twain's supposed to be this great writer. Yeah. He named one of the characters N-word Jim. Great writing there. Mark Twain. Really great. And then he started reading. And if you look at Huckleberry Finn and read it, I mean, that's the character's name is
N-word Jim. Yeah.
The name of this character, but yet he gets praised as this great writer.
And that's the thing. You hit it on the head. It's how you tell your joke. you can use the word. How you tell the joke with the word is what matters, right? And in the context of how you're using it. You just blatantly calling somebody the name is a difference. You know, like Sam just said in the chat, like Louis C.K. did it. Louis C.K. is actually pretty damn funny.
Yeah, that's who that made that joke, Louis C.K. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, see, Louis C.K. is actually damn funny. Now he did get into some trouble about, you know, some sexual stuff he was doing. but he's a pretty funny dude.
Yep. I remember that. That was like he got Me Too'd. That was part of the Me Too thing. So yeah, a lot of people, like a lot of beloved. It's really sad when you see, like, when you find out that someone who's beloved to you, especially someone you grew up looking up to or watching, is actually horrible. I mean, like Cosby, you know, KP says that he's still I don't care what the people say, I'm still watching the Cosby Show. Well, I mean, I know it's like I grew up watching that and it was a classic. Cosby was amazing. He was a legend on that show, and it was really a hard pill to swallow. I still think he's guilty of all of it. I don't care what anybody says. He got out of prison on a technicality, and so it's kind of hard.
I promise you, Julie, it's more people than you actually think. Those are just the ones who got caught. I guarantee you, a lot more. It's a lot more.
Like finding out that guy from what was it, Seventh Heaven, the father.
Oh Lord,
that was insane. Like,
that was crazy.
What's wrong with these folks out here?
That's like the worst thing. He was preying on children. Like that's as bad as it gets. That was horrific. Oh my God.
That's why you need to have the episodes of Dudley and the Bike Man and Different Strokes to protect you from those things like that. You need those. You got to be on the lookout for the Bike Man. That's who guy was, the Bike Man.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember he had Dudley and Arnold in the tub with them. And, you know, he's taking playing like they were Captain Nemo or something. I remember watching that when I was little, but you need those to make you aware that monsters don't look like the monsters you expect them to be. They're regular people. Like, and that's it. That's the way it looks like, you know. And the people you trust and stuff. Those are the monsters.
True. It goes back to the old saying about not judging a book by its cover, right? Because the ones you might think are the persons doing it are not necessarily, and the ones that look innocent could be the most devious and deviant person out there.
Mm-hmm.
And there are plenty of celebrities who have a warm and fuzzy image, and you have no idea what they're actually like. Bill Cosby is a perfect example. I mean, he could not have been more wholesome. And you find that out, you'd be the last person you would expect. That's like finding out, you know, like your sweet old grandpa, did all of this dirty shit.
It's true, yeah. It's like, damn, grandfather, you then granddaddy? That's what you wrong?
Find out Boss Hog is really a hog. Like, man.
All this time, you telling me I could have had some delicious bacon?
Yeah, Jesus Christ. And yes, Quan asked. So yes, Quan D from What's Happening. Her real name is Danielle Spencer. Yes, she is my half sister.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah.
Right, good stuff and everything. But yeah, those sitcoms were great. I'm surprised y'all never watched One Day at a Time. It was a really good show.
Yeah, I never heard of it. I never knew.
Yeah, just it never happened to be on like Nick at Night or TV Land when I was watching. Otherwise, I probably would have watched it. You know, I watched all that stuff on Nick at Night and TV Land.
They had the supervisor named Snyder, the building guy. Snyder was his name. It's an Italian dude.
Mm-hmm.
You don't remember? He was the fix-it guy for the building, Snyder, and he would always stop over and stuff. Everything.
It always makes me think of, when I think of the fixer, like the building maintenance guy or whatever, it always makes me think of Bookman.
Yes.
All Good Times.
Yeah, Buffalo Butt.
Buffalo Butt, yeah.
But it's basically like to say he was more like an Overton. That's the best word. Like he had his handyman belt like Overton, and he was always that all the time. Snyder.
Yeah.
He was the super. and stuff. Yeah, it was a good show. It was a good show. That's how Valerie Bertinelli became a star. And she looked good when she got older in that show. I'll tell you that. I love that so much.
That's crazy. It's good. It's cool to find out like new strands of what people where they worked in and participated in. Just as an offshoot, like I was watching a TikTok and people were like, "Oh, look at this bass section for Michael Jackson's whatever song it was off through the Off the Wall album." And it was like, oh, and I'm looking at the comments and people were like, yeah, Toto is like the ultimate like co-signer of talent that you get hits out of them. And you know, Toto sings like that I stopped the rains down in Africa, them, right?
Mhm.
Or the Hold the Line, that's Toto. And come and find out the people who played the instrumentation for Michael Jackson on that, like 3 or 4 of them are from the band Toto. And I'm like, I never knew that all this time in my life. And I love Toto's songs. So it's just kind of funny to see where things start from and how so many different things are connected in different ways, right? Because like where I'm meeting Valerie Bertinelli and seeing her and stuff, I never knew she started in something like that.
Oh,
So
yeah.
I just think that's really cool.
I mean, look, when Rod Stewart won his award, he thanked, if you look at the people he thanked and on him, he thanked Muddy Waters.
Really?
Like, yeah, that's the first person that came out of his mouth. He was like, Muddy Waters.
Ain't that something?
And he was like, that's who I got influenced by. That's who I work with, blah, blah. You know, those are the guys that got me there and everything else.
Wow.
That's something,
Nice.
man.
Bill Cosby was called America's dad. I remember that, Samuel. Jesus. America's dad.
He was. I mean, he was.
Yeah.
There's no doubt. Bill Cosby is a very hard situation to deal with for me. I mean, I believe that everything he did, and it didn't make it right for him to do it. But I also think that was the way of the times, that it was happening all the time. Again, I remember being able to buy Spanish Fly in the gas station. Like they sold it right there. Spanish Fly,
Yeah.
and it was meant, and they sold it over. And a little kid, it was meant to put in a girl's drink to knock her out so you can have sex with her, and they sold it right there. It was right next to the stud, right next to the Stud 100. And Stud 100 spray was the man. It was Stud 100, and it was called Mandalay. And evidently, if you used it and sprayed it on your head, you were able to delay yourself. You didn't have to worry about
it. Wow. Mandalay.
Wow. Mandalay. But it doesn't make it right at all, 100%. And again, if you look at Animal House, the movie Animal House, which everyone says is a classic movie, you know, Jim Belushi, and all of them, you know, John Belushi. And in that one scene, the girl's passed out, and the angel comes on his shoulder and says, "Leave her alone." And the devil's like, "F her, F her, F her, F her, F her." And everyone laughed about that. Like that was a joke back then. You know, I was one of the big scenes in the movie. That's just in the 70s. Was this wild and stupid? Doesn't make it right 100%. You know what I mean? But he was a man of his time. He should have been above that. You know what I mean? Just, you know, you could go back to, you know, slavery days. Slavery wasn't right, but everyone owned a slave because that was the way of the times, and that's what you did. It doesn't make it right whatsoever, but you still have to. I always say to people, you know, oh, people own this and he owned that. Yeah, they did, and it was wrong, but I don't hate them for it. It was the way of the time, and that's anyone who lived in that time. Black people owned other slaves because it was the way of the time.
Wow. Slightly different though for them because they bought back family members and such to free.
Some did, but some just did it just to do it. So, you know, there were some who bought back family members and did the right thing, but there were some who were just on some bullshit. Too, it goes both ways. You know, it's just hard to look at things. You know, I don't look at things through one thing. You know what I mean? And all that. I try to broaden the horizon for everything and stuff. Was it wrong what Bill Cosby did? No, 100%. But it wasn't just Bill. It was everyone. in that era was doing it rapidly, and it was socially accepted at that time to do that.
Yeah, I mean, I hear you, but I got a different outlook on those situations.
I hear you. I 100%.
Yeah.
You know, I agree with you 100%. You know, I agree with you on all that stuff. It's like I say, you know, I understand to like say like George Washington. George Washington. Well, I don't want to go into this whole thing, but George Washington owned slaves. Yes, right. We all know that. That's a fact. He had a huge plantation. He had Mount Vernon. He had all that stuff. And do we get rid of everything he did for the country because he did what everyone did at that time? Because he wasn't strong enough or smart enough to say this is wrong, or he was just greedy and just said I don't want to pay no one to work, and this is what I'm gonna do to prevent that. You know what I'm saying? And
I think you could look at it different ways. I can look at it through what you did as a human, as you're a terrible human being, but I can also say you did some good things, right?
Yeah.
I can say the Cosby gave us great show, great sitcom that taught a lot of good values and morals even. But in real life, you could say, oh, he's a piece of shit. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that there's a lot of ways you can look at it. You said Thomas Jefferson, I think, right? Thomas Jefferson was particularly trash.
Oh God,
Yeah, like not only did he have slaves and such, but he did more than that to the slaves. I'm not going to go into that, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he had illegitimate. Didn't he have illegitimate children with slaves?
With a young girl. That's right. And so you know,
and then they try to spin it and say, oh, they loved each other, him and Sally. And all this, and they stayed together. And no one was there, so no one knows.
Yeah, and that's like he was trash in a lot of different ways because,
of course,
you know how they used to have like people would have showdowns where they would pull out the gun after walking, pacing, whatever. Duels. Thank you. He would actually cheat. I think that he cheated in one situation, and he shot a guy and he died from it or whatever. But he cheated to do it. I forgot the exact situation and details. But he was a I don't know what they would call him back then. He was a ruffian and a rascal. All these names that they would come up with for people back then. He was dastardly.
Yeah,
he did a lot of terrible things.
It's all terribly bad and stuff like that. But I don't eliminate everything that everyone's accomplished because of a time that they lived in and everything else. And it's wrong. Obviously, I know all my whole slave ancestry, and I would never want anyone to do it. But I do understand that if everybody, and this is the time and this is the way it's going down, then they're going to do it. And that's just what it is. There's no way around it. You know what I mean? If they had the money and the means to do it, and they're going to do it.
I get it.
They're going to do it. You know what I mean? That's just what it was and stuff, you know? And Bill Cosby and all them other people, like I said, if I was able to see it, and I know that, so we think Bill Cosby was doing in the 70s with it, you know, it's wrong. They should have never done it. But it was it was an acceptable wrong at the time.
Right. Yeah, I mean, and in terms of slavery, I mean, unfortunately, everybody was doing that back then, including people we revere as our forefathers. And
it was the law of the land. It was legal to do. That was the law. that was a law. That wasn't like that. That's like, you know, like getting a ticket for this. That was the law of the land until it actually got changed. That was the law. That's what it was.
Yeah, and if we judge everybody by our modern standards, well, we'd be condemning most people in history.
We would be 100%. And, you know, listen, just like people used to get married at 14 years old, you know, and to us, that seems disgusting. But that was the way it was back then. That's what they did. People got married and had babies at 14, 15, 13 years old. That was the standard.
Against their will too, because they were basically married off. They weren't like young girls were not like allowed to pick their own partner. In many cases, they were matched up with older men. In many cases,
terrible stuff.
Yeah, terrible. It's definitely terrible, and it doesn't fit into us what we do now. But at that time, if you lived at that time, that's most likely what you would have done at that time, because that's what everyone else did. And that was,
Gee.
Man, I don't know. I feel like I got me a kid and you like
Of
come
course.
around. Yeah, I want to marry your nitty. And she's like, she's like 9. I'm like, get out of here before I kill you.
yeah, but he didn't want him to marry Daddy because he wanted Daddy. Right? So
He knows what I'm talking about when I say Daddy.
yeah, I mean, that was the joke. He wanted Daddy himself. That's why he gave Whoopi.
yeah. I want to marry your Nettie.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
But yeah.
So that's a double-edged sword right there, right?
Man.
You can have Celia. You can't have Nettie. Never.
How your father how he died on top of me.
Julie B ain't never seen Color Purple. She ain't never seen it.
We gotta put you on. You have never seen it, Julie?
I've never seen it.
Oh, gotta put you on that. Gotta put you on that. That's like one of the movies you have to see. Steven Spielberg too. Yeah.
It's on my list. It's on my very long list that I'm crossing off bit by bit. I am gonna watch it for sure. There was another one. There's another one, Tony, that you suggested recently that I want to do a watch party for. You said you'd come.
I'll come for higher learning. If you do it, I'll come for the higher learning watch party. Yeah,
we got to set that up. That would be fun. Yeah. Were you going to say something before, Tony? I felt like I cut you off.
No, I thought of a sitcom that we didn't mention, and now I can't remember it, but it'll come back to me eventually and stuff. Oh, yeah. I can't think of it. I can't think of it right now.
Yeah. Yeah, so anyway, Trace, hey, what's up, Trace? Nice to see you. What's up? Dieter dropped the link to Tony's book, Darkest Before the Dawn, on Amazon.
I appreciate it, Dieter.
So yeah, check out Tony's book. And
we are at the show. Where you at right now? Still on Star Island?
Toward the island, the end now. Star Island, yep.
Yep. Let me bring this back up here. Where Ellie is being strung up here with the little kiddo looking on, the little sociopath. looking at this with no emotion.
Yeah, I know you are talking about the Hamas thing and everything else, and how he was all saddened because he's seen the people cheering. I mean, listen, black people got lynched. The whole town took pictures next to the lynched body.
They sure did.
Pictures there with the black man hanging in the tree, and the whole town, little kids, daughters, everyone standing there. They cut off black people's dicks and put them in pickle jars and stored them in their house for souvenirs.
Like, they did a whole bunch of horrible things. Yeah. Like, for instance, Nate, what's his name? Nat Turner. How they literally took his body apart and did all types of stuff with it.
Yeah. They hung him. They dismembered him. Then they quartered him by horse, and then they burnt him.
Oh my God.
Yeah, and his remains. I think they moved his skull and remains around for decades.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus. The horrors that humanity is capable of doing to people, it just boggles my mind. And when I found out that lynchings used to be a family event, and not just lynchings, but like executions, people would bring their kids, they'd make a day of it, right? Like this was a family event, going to executions, watching people get hung, and taking pictures of people who've been lynched. I mean, it just boggles my mind that people could be so twisted and involving their kids in it too.
Yeah.
It's crazy to me. Like there are postcards of lynchings. Like there were actual postcards they made.
Oh yeah.
Yep. So true.
Oh, yeah. You go look and see the pictures. You'll see the pictures. Been posing all proud by the body, all posing, holding their kids up in the air and everything else. That's what it was.
Horrendous stuff. Yeah.
It's unreal, and this show is reminding us, of just how low humanity can sink. Like we like to think that we're humanity is like human nature is good, and the people who do this kind of thing are, we call them monsters, animals, insane people, lunatics. No, like, unfortunately, there's a deep darkness to human nature where perfectly sane people throughout history have committed horrific acts of violence against each other like this, and you don't have to be insane.
No, not at all. That insanity is just the excuse. They're very sane. They know exactly what they're doing. You become desensitized to it, and when you get like that child, I feel bad for the child. That the
Me
child
too.
has been so desensitized that he's seen it so much that he just expects this. And
You know, not only did he expect it, he ushered it in. Like, yeah, take her out.
Yeah,
Gave the signal.
I felt bad for him too. Just imagining how much violence he must have witnessed already at like 5 years old, apparently, from the looks of him, to actually be this desensitized. It's unreal. Yeah. So I highlighted some stuff earlier too. Hey, AA, nice to see you late catching up on The Handmaid's Tale. Yes, amazing. We will talk about that on another live for sure. Tomorrow night we can get into
got
that.
a new Handmaid's Tale coming out too. We got the spinoff to go on.
It's already in production. The Testaments. Yeah, looking forward to that. Yeah. Steve said I always liked how in the story feel her love is synonymous with hate for the fanatics and used almost tongue in cheek. Yeah, this is not exactly love we're seeing here at all. Panda Kalima had said, is the fact that there are two different women in the Seraphite murals, does that mean there are two different sects? That wasn't in the game, I don't think. So that's something new. I don't know. It's weird.
Yeah, it wasn't in the game, so maybe it's a deviation for the story they done here in the show. It's possible.
Yeah, the one looked like a black lady.
Yeah, she looked black in this episode. The one they saw up on the wall, I said that looked like a black woman. Yeah. So.
What up, Aaron Matheru?
Oh, let me see the chat. Oh, hey, Taryn. Hey, nice to see you, Taryn. Hope you're doing well. So anyway, so this kid is looking on as they're stringing her up, and she's screaming, and then that there's a horn. So Ellie is saved by the horn. They hear, which I guess means trouble. Maybe the wolves have arrived or something. So they take off and leave. Like the guy doesn't even, he waits for the leader to even say something. He's like looking to her. She's like, leave her, or let her go, or drop her, or whatever it is she said. He drops the rope, and so Ellie's saved at the last moment, and they take off running, and she's just gotten a hard dose of reality. And I like how they, but what she's just walked into, like she is in over her head. And I like how they highlighted the gun with a flash of lightning here. This was cool because this is a literal Chekhov's gun. As soon as I saw her take this earlier in the season, this was Joel's gun. I knew this is a literal Chekhov's gun, and eventually it was going to go off. It was going to be used. And there it is again. The lightning flashes. There it is. She grabs it. It does wind up going off twice, as a matter of fact, later in the episode. Yeah. And it's Joel's gun. She wanted to save it to use on Abby. She didn't even intend on using it on anybody else. She was just trying to get information out of Abby's friends. Well, we'll get to that scene. But she chose violence by taking that gun instead of Joel's watch out of the box after he died. She was choosing the path of violence by taking that gun. That was symbolic. And so she gets back in her boat.
And it's
convenient.
the gun is also a revolver, right? And the revolver is significant because it has the wheel inside with each bullet, and who's eventually going to stop spinning the wheel and stop the violence, right? So that's why I believe that they have that gun there.
Oh yeah, I love that. And it's actually showed her loading the gun earlier in the episode. There was a close-up shot, and you could see that circular chamber. I love that. Yeah, symbolic of the cycle of violence. Nice. Yeah, I love symbolism. So Ellie gets to the aquarium. So now I'm guessing that was a different island she had to get to. She knew she had to take the boat to get there, but Scar Island was not the place. So this was a different one. And
Yeah, this is the aquarium area now.
yeah. Oh, so this is where it is. Okay, so this is where it shows the gun. I didn't get a good shot of it, but it showed her cleaning off the gun, wiping it down, and there's the circular chamber in there. So yeah, that nice symbolism with the use of that particular type of gun. And she cleans it off. So this is where Owen and I forget the name of the girl, the pregnant girl. This is where they are. Owen and the pregnant chick. So they're in there arguing over going to look for Abby, because I guess Abby's in trouble. We don't know the whole story. I'm sure they're going to explain all this in season 3 when they see Abby's perspective. But Abby, all of these people have been missing, and Isaac was worried about them, especially Abby, who's supposed to be his successor that he's grooming. And so these people are arguing. Owen and this woman are arguing over Abby, what to do about her. He wants to go, take a risk. I guess, take the risky path and go looking for her. So they're arguing, and she just walks in on them.
Oh, her name is Mel, by the way. Mel.
Okay.
M-E-L.
Her name is Mel?
Yeah, M-E-L. Mel, like short for Melanie, maybe.
Oh,
Yeah,
Mel.
Yeah, like Mel's Dina from Alice.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
I probably haven't seen that show either, but yeah, Mel's Dina, Alice.
Yep. Never saw Alice.
That was a great show too. And Taryn, yeah, they skipped the dog killing part. They'll never show people kill a dog on television like that. That'll never happen. They
kill a dog in the game?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, in the game, it's the dog that they had a guard, essentially, that you have to make your way past. Also, this scene was different altogether because they were in the inner part of the aquarium, like where the showpieces are at and stuff like that, not in the background like this. And Ellie had her own map that she used the trick that Joel used in season 1, where he told the guys, you point to one section where she's at and you point to it after it, and if it's different, I'm gonna kill you, basically, right? And so that's the trick. We did have her say that dialogue, but the difference is Ellie actually had her own map and was going to have them point to it. Yeah. Also, she stabs Mel in the game. Mel attempted to stab her. She got the drop on her and took her out instead and stabbed her with it. And then realized that she was pregnant. Yeah.
And there's no try to get the baby out. None of that stuff happened.
Yep.
And Ellie so stealthy, walking around with her heavy ass feet, and the flashlight is wide open here.
I was watching that the whole time, Tony. Like, turn that damn flashlight off. If I would have seen that flashlight while you walking around, I'd have been like, I thought, like, why would you have it with the flashlight? I thought the same thing.
Yeah. She doesn't have any common sense, does she?
Yeah, with Alice. Mel kissed my grits to correct that. And it's funny that Alice is the person who says it, who was a character from Mel's Diner, but that was from the famous Flo. Flo from Mel's Diner. That was her line. Back then, you always had to have a line, like what you're talking about, Willis. Everyone had a line, and that was Flo's line, was kiss my grits. Every time someone she was like, kiss my grits, kiss my grits. That was a lot.
Kiss my grits.
And Taryn agreed. Yes, it was 100% a Chekhov's gun. I knew it from the moment I saw her pick that gun out of the box after Joel died. I knew that gun was going off eventually, but I didn't think it was going to be on Abby. I knew eventually it would be somebody else, and it turned out it was. And it specifically really highlights the gun, shows her cleaning it, putting bullets in it. Yeah, it's a Chekhov's gun. Panda said something here. I think in the game, the aquarium area is flooded, and that's why she uses a boat. Is that right?
The inner aquarium I think was fine. I don't remember the inner aquarium being flooded. Getting to it was flooded. Like everywhere was, washed out at sea, essentially.
That's the sexy time scene in the aquarium.
Yeah.
Oh.
Between, well, I guess we could say it, but you know what? I'll save it because they might show it a flashback in the next season.
Yeah, they probably say it for next season.
Okay. Yeah, there's a lot that we're not.
The aquarium's a special spot.
Okay. Yeah, because there's a lot we're not getting of the story, obviously, here. Because Abby's supposed to be at the aquarium, and yet Owen and Mel are arguing over whether to go after her. So we don't know where she is at this point. So, I'm sure they're going to fill in all of that next season and explain what's going on here. Okay, Steve said a lot of Seattle is flooded and she had to take the boat to get there to avoid the buildings that had infected and WLF in it. I wish we had seen infected in this episode. I would have really liked to see more of that.
We haven't gotten infected in a little while.
Yeah, that's why I was saying like the show here it cut out a lot of the game corners here. Like she goes through all that with the infected as well as humans that she has to take out to get there. Here, she just kind of like, oh, I got to the dock. I'm at the boat now. It's just very coincidental.
I would have liked that a lot better.
Yeah, the boat wasn't flipped over, nothing. It was just perfectly there. You could push it right back in the water.
Way too much of a coincidence. I called it piss, as they would call it, plot-induced stupidity. Where it just happens, she just happened to just work in all in her favor every time. It's like, come on.
It's like it felt like they were rushing, like rushing, unrealistic. Maybe they used up so much budget on the Michael Bay freaking explosions in episode 2 that they thought, oh gee, we got to speed this up. We got to cut a whole episode's worth of plot out of here.
It's possible. Yeah.
AA is saying Abby needs to die. Do not care. I think you're gonna have to wait until the next season to see her perspective of the story and see if you feel the same way after. I'm not going to give anything away, but I would just say that's what you got to wait for. That's why they did it this way. This is the way they want you. Right now, they want you to hate Abby. That's their job, to hate Abby. Now their job in next season is going to be, can they make you actually care about Abby? Can they pull that off? And they can pull it off. That's going to be a great television job, but we'll see if they can actually do it.
Let's see if they can do it. I remember at the end of it, I was like Kendrick, Julie, I remember you was conflicted.
Yes.
Because I was conflicted at the end of it, but I won't go further than that.
Yes. Oh. You're speaking my language with Kendrick. Steve said we didn't get the arcade bloater either on the way to the aquarium. Oh, I would have loved to see that. He said I would have given up the season 2 siege to get the arcade bloater. I would have loved that. That would have made so much more entertaining.
They put all their money on that, the attack at Jackson. And listen, it was amazing. I think that attack at Jackson was better than the White Walker battle that we got in Game of Thrones. I think they did a better job than that. Obviously, they watched Game of Thrones and took stuff from it, but I think they did a better job with it than they did. They did a great job with it. Listen, there was a lot of stuff that was crazy with the monsters running right past you and you're standing right there like they ain't even there, obviously. But I'm saying for graphics and looks, it looked great.
Yeah, Joel had on some plot armor. Or at least Tommy, should I say, during that part. Yeah, like when it just ran past him.
He just stood right there. They just right past him. They would have tackled his ass in the game. It would have been a wrap. It would have been all over for you, Tommy.
Facts. Yeah, man would have had more bite marks on him than Madonna. I don't know. Or Diddy had somebody on a Diddy party.
Oh shit.
He'll be partying with R. Kelly in a couple of more weeks for the rest of his life.
I'm wondering if well, I don't want to deviate, but I'm wondering if he's going to get caught up with that.
No. It's my father always told me back in the day, when they have two celebrities on trial, like two celebrity type trials, that one is going and one is staying. Like I remember back in the day, it was Mike Tyson and William Kennedy Smith was on trial at the same exact time. And William Kennedy Smith did some bad stuff to a girl and stuff, but he was a Kennedy, and my dad said the Kennedy ain't going to jail. See you later, Mike. And that's exactly what happened.
Wow.
I didn't even know that he was.
Yeah, you go back, it was right the exact same time they were doing the same trial. William Kennedy Smith and Mike Tyson were on trial at the time at the same time.
Wow.
And they weren't putting that Kennedy in jail. And he said, someone's got to go. The public needs to see a head roll. And Mike Tyson was the head that rolled.
Mike was like, this is ridiculous. You trying to tell me that you're going to lock me up but not Kennedy? This is ridiculous. What was that the motto thing? Why would you do this to me? My children, they need me.
I think it's going to be the same thing with Karen Reed. Karen Reed's getting off, and P. Diddy's going to jail.
Take that.
No, wait. Who's the other one that's on trial now? Obviously, I know Diddy, but who's the other one?
Karen Reed.
How did I not hear about that? I don't even know who that is.
It's from Boston too. It all happened in Boston, so it's close to your neck of the woods. You should know about it. This is her retrial. Like it was a hung jury, the first one, and now they're retrying her again.
What did this person do? Karen Reed, you say?
Yeah, Karen Reed. She supposedly hit her boyfriend with her car, pulled off. He fell in the snow and then died and got froze to death. But he was a Boston cop, and then all of his friends are cops, and the house he was at was cops. But she says she dropped him off, and she didn't come back out, so she got mad and left, and that he got beat up by the cops that were in the house because one of the guys in there did like her and was texting her all the time, and he found out about it, and they killed him, beat him up in the house, and accidentally killed him and dragged him and stuck him outside. So that's her defense on it.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
And that's what it is. And there's evidence that points to both ways. But I think she's getting off. I think she's getting off because the detective, this one detective Proctor, was definitely biased, and he's caught up in everything. And they got him caught red-handed, saying crazy stuff. Like they got him in a group chat talking shit about her, like, yeah, she's a crazy bitch with no ass. She's gonna hang for this and all this other stuff he's saying about her.
What is it because she got no ass that he was so adamant about it?
Yeah, no. They made him read it out loud. Like they made him read the text. Yeah, all the other cops are in the group text today. You're in there. You would have called laughing about it and everything else. So this time around, they even put his ass on the stand. They're like, no, we ain't put this motherfucker back.
Oh wow.
They did not put him on the stand, but all those texts still came out anyway. But they didn't put him on the stand this time. They weren't taking that chance. But no, I think she's gonna roll on it. No doubt, she's gonna get off right now, and it's gonna be a wrap. And I do believe there's a good chance they did do some shady shit to her, because the first time they looked at, I don't want to go into, but the first time they looked at the crime scene, there was no light parts there. They searched the whole thing, and her back light had broken. There was no light parts. Miraculously, a week later, all these scraps of light parts are over there all of a sudden. But they weren't there the first week, but they were there the second week. And they're like, we just overlooked them. But yeah, if you look it up, you'll see the whole Karen Reed stuff. It's a big, big story.
Yeah, I have my head buried in the sand too much. I'm not paying enough attention to current events because it's too stressful with everything going on in the world. The less said about that, the better. But so I've just completely checked out lately. So I missed that completely. But I mean, Diddy stuff. I mean, come on, nobody can avoid that, and I'm sure Diddy's going down. Just no getting around it. He's guilty as sin. The dude who represented Osama bin Laden wanted off the case. He didn't want to defend Diddy. Diddy's the devil. He's definitely going down.
He's got Mark Garagos's daughter is his actual lead attorney. And that's so Mark Garagos, the famed attorney, he got off Casey Anthony. No, he didn't get off Casey Anthony. Did he get off Casey Anthony? I think he may have gotten off Casey Anthony.
Shit.
You know,
And she was guilty of sin, if you ask me.
yes, she was. Of course she was. Of course she was. Of course she was. No doubt about it.
Yeah, but yeah, Diddy. You know what I don't understand about the whole Diddy thing? There must be so many people who are also guilty of shit who attended those freak offs. How come no one else has come out? How come no one else has been arrested at this point? Like I don't understand that.
They only want him. Yeah, because he's the big fish, so to speak. And everybody else that was a part of it were like escorts and stuff like that he hired and stuff.
They don't care about those people. They want Diddy. They were been after Diddy. This is what happens. Listen, and Diddy deserve it because the bottom line is the East Coast West Coast war was started by Diddy and Suge Knight, and Biggie and Tupac got killed because of it. They're two biggest artists, so they deserve to go down. And Suge Knight's already in jail, and now Diddy's next, and it's all karma. It all comes back around, and Diddy deserves it too for getting Big killed. Starting that
I didn't know that he had any role in that, and he had the nerve to actually act like he was some kind of proponent of peace. Remember when Will Smith slapped the taste out of Chris Rock's mouth?
Oh yeah,
Diddy was right there, and he was like, you know, acting like a peacemaker, like, oh, we need to all come together and get over this. You're telling me he basically provoked the East Coast West Coast?
Yeah, he provoked it. He
part of it.
He provoked it, and Suge did too. Suge going on the Source of Music Awards saying what he said, you know, that got the beef going, but they both provoked it. It really was because Pac got shot, and when Pac got shot up in the studio, Pac said that, you know, only two people knew I was coming, and that was Red Hot Lovatone, who he was going there to do a song with. Red Hot Lovatone had a hit song called Hickeys on My Neck at the time. I got a whole story between me and Red Hot Lovatone, actually. But besides that, and he was going to the studio to do the song with him, not that song, but another song. And he said Puff was the only one who knew they were going. And when he got there, dudes are waiting outside to rob him. And when they robbed him, they shot him. So he said, if it wasn't Tone, who else was it? It had to be Puff who set me up. And that's when he just lost his mind, and that was it. And that's just the way it goes down. And he went like that. And then when Pac eventually did, you know, get killed, and it had nothing to do with, you know, well, Keefy D says it did have something to do with Puff and all that. He said he put $1 million to him to take Pac out. But when that happened, then the Biggie killing was just in retaliation for Pac getting killed, because they thought he had something to do with it. And so they killed Big because they thought he had something to do with it. So they took Big out.
Even beyond that, it was that Diddy had put out a hit on Pac and for Death Row Chains back then at the time.
Yeah.
So the dude who had snatched one of Pac's associates, one of the Bloods, one of the Death Row Chains, dude pointed him out. You can see this on video where dude points out. Well, you don't see the dude pointing at him, but you see Pac and them going to the dude inside the casino that night, and then they stomped him out. They stomped him out, and then they get out of the casino. That same guy, who was the nephew of the driver, Keefy D, who's in prison now, the FBI put in prison. He was the driver. The boy they stomped out was his nephew. And that same guy, they roll around after getting some guns, and they shoot Pac in Vegas. And now, mind you, they do that. Diddy, according to Keefy D, who's in prison right now, put a hit out, $2 million hit out on Pac, and for anybody that could snatch any Death Row Chains at the time. So even if Diddy didn't specifically, hey, you kill Pac for this money, he set off a lot of things that led to it.
Yeah.
Wow.
And they took Big out as retaliation because Pac died. So they said Big gotta go. And when Big went to the Soul Train Music Awards, he didn't make it back.
Yeah, he was warned. Wow. They were warned too not to bring him to LA.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why they brought him to LA.
But Puff insisted he didn't want to go Big, and Puff kept saying, "You're going, we gotta go." So it seemed like Puff was on this too, because if you look at the death of the people, there's only two people who benefited from it. And that was Suge and look how Puff became a star once Biggie died. Puff was always who he was. He was Puff. But he became P. Diddy and became everything once Biggie died. He took, all the songs he's singing with Mace and, I'm Coming Up. That's Big's song. That's on Big's album. But you see who's in the yo, it's all Puffin Mace flying around and doing and all that, and the Watching You song and all that. He became who he was because Big died.
And there's so much money to be made on posthumously from an artist too. And it was rumors that Big might leave the label.
That's a guaranteed fact. He was out. That was the last why he's pushing that album now. And Pac was leaving Death Row too.
Pac was leaving Death Row. That's why I still look at Suge kind of side eye, because I'm like, I don't know. But the only difference is Suge was in the car with him. That's the only reason I give him somewhat of a little leeway. But other than that, Pac was leaving, and then all of a sudden he just happens to get killed. But
yeah,
I was
someone
going to say
chat
too. Yeah, Panda Colima said it. Yeah.
Diddy paid his bodyguards to take out Tupac, Panda said.
It could have been. But Panda Kalima's right. The guys who they stomped out was Orlando Brown. That's the nephew of Keefe D.
It's still Pac's fault for doing it, because the bottom line is when you're the head of the snake, you never put yourself in harm's way. Should have never threw kicks at that dude. He should have just let those other dudes do what they did and just left on it and left alone.
I agree.
It's left it alone. But when you in the heat of the moment and you see your boys throwing kicks, it's hard not to throw a kick in there. I mean,
I think Pac I think he initiated it. Only
well,
if you go watch the video
on the floor and
he's already on the floor by the time he did it. Okay,
yeah, because Sugar and them were already kicking him and stuff. Then Pac comes around the corner, he starts kicking him after that.
Man,
wow, damn. This is enlightening. I didn't know anything about all that stuff, and I just remember Diddy being this peacemaker at the Oscars, saying we need to heal, Chris and Will, trying to bring them together, saying we're all brothers here. We've all worked it out after when he was talking to the press, and we need to heal. And he's acting like, some kind of, peaceful figure. And well, now we know he's pretty much the devil, but also to hear he has had some kind of role in that deadly feud back then. Shit.
Yeah, try to play it off as he's the peacemaker and all that now, and that's why he started naming himself Brother Love, and I just want to spread love. Yeah, after you've done so much dirt. Yeah,
and we know how Brother Love was in WWE. He wasn't that nice of a guy either.
Yeah, sure. And Brother Love sounds like some type of cult leader name, by the way.
It does.
I love you.
Oh man, Steve said something hilarious too. When I was talking about Diddy said, "Well, we got to all come together and get over this." He said, "Julie, you misunderstood Diddy there. He was just rolling and saying everyone should come together like at the same time." CUM.
Before we get I'll get off this topic and go back. I know you want to get to, but the rumor is that from what everyone's saying that Diddy, is itty bitty Diddy. They're saying he's a Tootsie Roll.
That's one lady came out and said, yeah.
It's not just him. It's been a bunch of people now saying it. The same thing.
Oh yeah, there's a bunch of them saying it now.
So,
take that.
That'll make you act all crazy when you that's all you rolling with, man.
It would explain a lot of why he hired people to do what they did. I would say that.
Yes,
because I couldn't fathom having somebody do that to my woman. Like, hey, here you go. Here's some money for you to do things to this person. And now, if that is true, it would make more sense because he don't have the equipment. If that was the case, to do it,
and he just wanted to sit back and watch someone with the equipment work.
Yeah, yeah, that would be insane. But hey, so I am kind of limited on time. Just to say, I have maybe 10 more minutes left.
Let's get to it. Let's go through it.
Yeah, let's get back into it. We're almost done with the episode breakdown here. So we got so Ellie confronts Owen and Mel, and she demands to know where Abby is, and they claim that they don't know. She's like, yeah, you fucking do. I heard you just talking about her. You were just talking about going after her. You know where she is. And so he's like, all right, he looks at Mel and he says she's gonna kill us either way, and Ellie says, no, I'm not, because I'm not like you. So here we have this binary where, like, who's the good guy, who's the bad guy in this story? Like, it's ambiguous. She looks at herself as the good person and they're the bad ones. I'm not like you. No, it's really not that way at all. It's morally gray on both sides. She demands that he grab the map and point to where Abby is, and then Mel needs to do it, and they both better be the same. And so he says he's going to do it. He says he's going to do it, and this concept of I'm not like you, she thinks of herself as the morally righteous one in this situation, where it's ambiguous on both sides. It really is. Like, any hero can be the villain in someone else's story, and that's what they're trying to tell us. That's one of the main messages of this show. But anyway, they he says that he's going to get the map and show her, but he actually grabs his gun and tries to shoot her. What we don't know at the time is that Mel is pregnant, and she's looking at him like she's clearly scared also for the baby. And I mean, who knows? It might be his baby. I don't know if it's his. If it's his, he's doing a shitty job of protecting her, because instead of getting the map, he grabs the gun. So I don't know. Maybe it's not his kid. But he tries to shoot Ellie. Ellie immediately reacts by firing the gun at them twice, and it seems like it's almost kind of an accident. Like, I don't know if she means to fire it twice, but she does. 2 really quick shots. One of them gets Owen, and the next one takes longer for her to react, but she falls down too. Mel, and Ellie is just in complete shock.
Well, she catches Owen in the neck, and it goes through his neck into the other chick. Because you see the bullet hole, it hits his neck, it goes right through his neck, and then it hits her, and then it goes right into the wall behind when she looks back. So it's just that one shot that catches them both, because you can see that he's right in front of her, and it goes right through his neck, and then right into her neck, and then right into the wall behind her.
Yeah,
a little precise, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm. That was a Buffalo Bill type shot. She was in the rodeo.
Got herself a twofer.
Uh-huh.
I guess a threefer in this case.
And of course, they make it more dramatic by dragging it out. You don't realize at first that Mel has been shot. I mean, in real life, she would have fallen immediately too, but she stands there, and then there's that dramatic pause, and then she falls down, and you've got the reveal of her pregnant stomach.
I don't think she'd been able to speak either at that point. I'm pretty sure blood would have clogged up all of them, her innards at that point.
And where's the blood? There would have been a lot of blood too. I don't see any blood. But
yeah, at this point, she probably would have been choking on it. I don't think she'd have been talking full sentences.
But Ellie is immediately horrified and wanting to help. She didn't know that Mel was pregnant. Maybe that would have changed how she acted. Who knows? But she definitely. She looks at these people as evil. They were part of the posse that killed her adoptive father. But one thing you can't justify is this unborn child here that's innocent, and she's killed that child too. And she's pregnant enough that baby would have lived. Like, that baby would have been ready to be born soon, from the looks of it too. That makes it even worse.
Yeah.
Because Mel tells her, do you have a knife? Take it out, get it out. So the baby probably would have lived. She said, make sure to cut the cord. Like, this was a fully developed baby in there. So
what do you all feel about that? Thinking about the situation, because she knows she's dying, and she's like, get the baby out. But then you're leaving the baby to somebody who was murdering you and murdering your friends. Like, are you putting the baby in a good situation either way? Like,
it's a good point. It's like, I guess what you would be thinking as you're dying is, like, at all costs, we just at least save the baby. The baby being alive with this killer, it's better than the baby being dead. She's probably not able to think rationally about it. She just wants that baby to live.
That's true. Yeah, that is true.
Yeah. Babies are your immortality. All right. You know, your kids and your kids are kids and kids. That's how you stay alive through all of them. So she's just thinking, I just want this baby to live, and that's it. I don't care. I'm gone, but please save my baby. And many of women, you know, died in childbirth and had to make the choice and made the choice to save the kid instead of themselves.
Yeah, I think it was just desperation, like you're saying. I think, she's not thinking logically, like, oh, but you might raise the baby wrong, or you might do this to the baby. She's just thinking to save the baby. So
yeah. And I like how they did these shots really artistically with the dead pregnant woman here, and then they kind of fade it into a shot of Ellie's face overlaid with the dead body, like just as if it's in her head now, you know, like this is something that's going to weigh on her, she's going to carry with her. I thought that was really artistic the way they showed that. And then they did it again, like they did a shot where they faded from Ellie's face looking at Mel to a shot from the distance of Ellie and Mel. Like this is going to play over and over in her head. Like this is going to be something she carries with her. I loved how they did that.
It seemed like she got over it pretty quick when they got back, because she was that.
It sure did.
She was like, she's gonna live, you mean? She didn't want to go home. She still wanted to go for the hunt.
Abby gets to live, right? She sure did. She sure did say that.
Devastated, like, oh, I can't believe we killed the baby. We gotta get out of here. She was like, Abby gets to live.
That's a good point. That's a good point about Abby. Yes, I mean, but she's clearly gutted that she just killed this pregnant woman, though. Like she's crying. She's very upset about that. But you're right. It doesn't stop her from being bloodthirsty for Abby. She gets over it quick at the time. Yeah. She looks like a little child here as Tommy shows up, you know, like this little child who's in over her head. She doesn't know what she's doing, and she never should have come here in the first place without backup. No matter whether you think revenge is justified or not, this was not logical to take on this militia as just her, this young girl who doesn't know what she's doing, has no common sense, no street smarts. And just Dina, who does have street smarts, but the two of them, this was idiotic to take on.
I agree.
It's straight Mary Sue, and she's the Mary Sue of
that. She was Mary Sue. Yeah.
She's the Mary Sue. She somehow always gets out of these situations. I mean, she was literally hanging by a noose in this episode, and she got out of that too.
Thrown asunder from the ocean. Boat just happened to land with her, and she lands on an island. So it was just
she's not
way too much plot.
Yeah, she wasn't the only one hanging from a noose in this episode.
She wasn't.
No, she wasn't.
Who was the other one?
Well, you don't know, really?
In this episode, who else was hanging from a noose?
Abby. She got a big ring on her neck. When you see her talk to her, you can see the ring. She's got a big red ring right around her neck.
Oh yeah.
Oh
she does.
Shit! Yeah. I didn't see it. Oh,
coming up soon. Yeah.
This is the last scene. Yeah. So they get back to the theater. So they come back, and Dina's so relieved that they all made it back, and Ellie is, you know, pretty dejected about everything, clearly. But you know, Tommy talks about how they're gonna head home, and Abby and yeah, she's immediately just focused back on Abby again. She doesn't look emotional anymore. She's just says Abby gets to live. It's, you know, she should be counting her blessings that these guys came and saved their asses, and her pregnant girlfriend, who she loves, is okay. I mean, she's walking with a limp, but she'll heal and she'll be okay. Like, but she's just sitting there sulking like a little child who didn't get her way because Abby gets to live. Ridiculous. I couldn't believe that attitude. you know.
The characterization, like I said, they did for her. I don't think it did Ellie any favors.
No, they really didn't, you know. But she does muster the the wherewithal to thank Jesse for coming back for them. She was in the aquarium, and he came back, and Jesse said, "Oh, maybe Tommy made me," and then he admitted, "No, I chose to. Yeah, I chose to come back." She says, "Because you're a good person," and he says, "Yeah, but also." This goes back to that conversation they had earlier where he was saying, I was raised to not just think of myself, to consider other people, and Ellie's like, "Oh, you're Saint Jesse and all that stuff." Well, in this part, he admits, okay, well, it's not just about being a good person. He says, if I were lost out there and in trouble, I think you would burn the whole world down to save me. And Ellie says, "Yeah, I would." So they're not so different after all. So he at least gives her that. He's a good guy, and boy, does he get a raw deal here. I was shocked. I didn't play the game. I didn't know this was going to happen. It's just so quick out of nowhere. You hear
the guys finished last.
It's that quick in the game too.
Yeah.
This was almost a 1-to-1 situation right here.
I'm telling you, anytime I'll give you advice. Ever since Glenn and The Walking Dead, if you see an Asian man
in a post-apocalyptic setting, is over with.
They out.
That's how it used to be for black folks back in the 80s horror movies. It was like, "Oh, you're dead."
Yep, it was
like one brother that made it out of that. That was that Night of the Demons. That brother was not going in that movie.
Yep, they took our spot. It's as reliable as a white girl falling when she's getting chased.
Oh yeah.
Oh man, it has to happen.
Well, you were right. You were saying earlier in the season, like you see that guy and you expect. I mean, I know you played the game, but yeah, they did make him Asian, and unfortunately, it's a trope. That sucks for him. Damn. Yeah.
He's Jesse.
Kenny's next, baby.
Oh shit.
Right in the cheek too, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right under his eye.
Yeah. Oh god.
And how many times in this episode do he says, "I gotta live, I gotta live, I gotta live, I gotta live"? You said it 9 times, bro. We know you're gonna die.
Yeah. When he said, that's why I asked Julie earlier before you were here. I said, did it kind of giving you any foreshadowing thoughts? So yeah, she said, I think you said yeah, right, Julie?
Yes, it did. He said, "I can't die. I'm going to be a dad. I can't die." Yeah. Well, now you're dead. Don't jinx yourself like that. Yeah, it's foreshadowing. It's foreshadowing. He's dead, and that just happened out of nowhere. So, and then it's all of a sudden Abby is there. I mean, she shows up out of nowhere, and my screenshots are slightly out of order, but they had heard a commotion and ran up there. He gets shot dead in an instant, just like that. And this is the thing, things can happen just in an instant like that. Human life can be gone so quick, and Ellie doesn't consider that, doesn't think about the consequences of the risk she's taking and the collateral damage that could ensue from what she's done. Now look, now this is something she set in motion. Now he's dead because of her.
So I gotta get going, y'all. Just want to sign out really quick saying thank you for having me, Julie. Done. Nice speaking with you again, Tony.
You, brother.
All love to the chat. I have to get going right now, but I will chop it up with you guys again.
Thanks for being here, Umbra. I appreciate
you. Anytime. Appreciate you.
Well, you're welcome anytime. And make sure you subscribe to Umbra's channel, guys, in the chat. If you're not already subscribed, I've got his. I'm gonna, after the stream is over, I'm gonna throw his channel in the description of the video. So if you're listening on the replay, you can find it there too. So almost made it to the very last scene, but he's working, so he had to run. So yeah, so this is what it's come to, the final scene. And Tommy's there. She's got the gun on him, and he tells Ellie to just run and get out of there. Of course, she won't do it, and she comes out of hiding and says, like, I'm the one you want. I'm the one. She said she thinks that Tommy killed her friends, and Ellie's like, no, it was me. I killed them. I didn't mean to hurt them. I was looking for you. I'm the one you want. Take me instead. And
you see right there on Abby's neck, the big ring around her neck. If you go back, you'll see it. See it right there.
Oh shit! Yeah, there is a definite ring around her neck. Wow, that's crazy. Yeah, I did not catch that. Yeah, there's no doubt about it. So yeah, the Scars got their hands on her. Imagine that the two of them are basically foils to each other. They parallel each other, Ellie and Abby, and both of them were hanging by their necks on the same day and managed to escape. Wow. And we'll find out the backstory of that next season. I'm sure we'll get all the details on Abby. I don't know who's going to be watching at this point, because if anything, most people are hate watching it. I've seen next to no love for this show out there anymore. Like, it is almost all negativity.
Let me
So
see, not real quick. What was that? Episode 7.
Episode 7. Yeah.
Last of Us season 2, episode 7 viewership. Let's see how many people watched that episode. Last of Us on season 2, 3.7 million viewers. And this is a decrease compared to the season premiere, which had 5.7 million viewers. So 2 million viewers less watched this final episode than the first episode.
That's a huge drop. That's a massive drop.
Huge drop.
Yeah. That's damn near half the audience gone. So yeah, that says a lot right there. And season finales are supposed to generate like the most season premieres and season finales. They have the most viewership generally. So yeah, that's a bad sign. People are tuning out. So I don't know. HBO is taking a big gamble, already having renewed this show before they even aired one episode, just on the strength of the critics' reviews. But critics are not what generate the revenue. They need the fans to get on board.
100%. I mean, look, I know I heard you talk about Andor before too, and everyone loves Andor, but nobody watched it. It never charted 1 week ever for the whole Andor season 2. Never charted 1 week on the original or overall charts ever for the whole show. It's never charted. So people may like it, but it ain't charting, and that's it. And that's just the way it's going. People ain't watching.
Yeah. So Steve said that wasn't the same boat that she gets in at the island. It had different serial numbers. Whoa, you're really looking closely at it. How could you see that? It was so dark. I couldn't see that kind of detail. Interesting. A said, I feel like Ellie letting the pregnant girl die foreshadows her not being able to save Dina and the baby in the future. I'm going to have to agree with you there. There has to be a cost for what she's doing, and I don't see her having a happy ending, her and Dina raising that baby in the future. I just don't see it happening. So, yeah. I have to agree that could very well be foreshadowing. Yeah, Steve said she fired with her eyes closed too. I think she just flinched and pulled the trigger. It did look like she flinched like that, and
she didn't aim to shoot the guy in the throat. She just got lucky and hit him in the throat. And obviously, it's a big bullet that she fires, not gonna stop
the throat muscle. It's going right through your throat and going right behind whoever's there and right into the wall. That's it.
I could have sworn when I played it back specifically to see if she fired once or twice. And when I played it the second time, I thought I heard 2 shots, but maybe it was just an echo or something.
Did he get a shot off on the floor?
Oh, maybe that was his gun going off and missed her. That could have been it. Yeah, because I definitely heard 2 shots. I listened back on purpose to see. Anyway. Dieter linked Umbra's channel in the chat there, so you guys can subscribe if you're not subscribed to his channel. Anyway, so yeah, Ellie is this is the final showdown, and it's it's pretty quick, and she's telling Abby to take her instead, leave him alone. She's the one. She's the one who killed Abby's friends, and Abby just says, "I let you live, and you wasted it."
Yeah, the exact same word she says. It's the exact same thing, exact same black screen, day one, exact thing that happens in the game. 100%. This goes the exact same way.
Yeah. Well, so certain things they did almost shot for shot, exact same lines and everything. Then they changed certain other things. So it's interesting, the choices they're choosing to make. I mean, some of the things they kept the same, I think, were not smart because they don't translate well to TV. But yeah, she this is so quick I couldn't get a shot of it, but she shoots. So the gun goes off. This is like a classic trope that happens in TV and movies. I mean, well, TV in particular, not really movies. Like,
yeah,
the gun goes off. Yeah, like the gun goes off. It goes to black, and it looks like Ellie's got to be dead because it's point blank range. She's unarmed, but we know there's going to be some twist, and she's alive. Somebody else could have come in and fired a gun. Something could have caused Abby to miss. We know she's alive. Let's be real.
Yeah, I mean, the term cliffhanger comes from the Batman show because one episode of Batman back then, him and Robin were hanging from a cliff, and it said, "What's gonna happen? Make sure you come back. Same back channel, same back time." And then they got the term cliffhanger from that. If there is a cliffhanger, the person can't die. That's the whole purpose of the show. You don't just come back next episode and she's shot in the head. Like, the whole purpose of the cliffhanger is to make you think she's going to die, and they don't. That's the whole purpose of the cliffhanger. That's the whole trope of it. And they gave you the cliffhanger. So
yeah, you're right. That would make no sense at all, honestly. Yeah, it's just to keep you in suspense.
And any show, always like that. You can always count on it. Any show, if anyone's in a bad position like that, ever, they will not die. It's just a known fact. You can't kill a person in a way like that. You have to let them go. And that's just the way it goes. In any show you ever watch, it will always be like that. You'll never say, "Oh, someone's about to die," and then come back next episode and that person just dies. That doesn't happen.
It would be too predictable because it looks like there's no way out for Ellie, and since they end it right there and the gun goes off, if we find out she's actually dead, that's the most predictable outcome you could think of in this situation. So no, she's not going to be dead. So they're going to keep this going. From the looks of it, the way that they transition here now to day one for Abby. It looks like they could drag this out for the entirety of season 3 and not show what happens to Ellie until the end, or maybe close to the end. That's a crazy long cliffhanger.
It won't be that long. They'll skip through it because they got a lot of other stuff has to happen. Especially if it's 2 seasons, a lot of stuff has to happen. So they'll have to clip through some of it real quick to get to the other stuff and everything else.
Okay.
And all that stuff. There's a lot of things that have to happen in between all that. So it's going to be interesting how they do it, but they'll have to get past it pretty fast. They can't do the whole season and then get to that because there's stuff that happens after this part that needs to be shown, and then there's stuff that happens after that stuff that needs to be shown. So that they have to do it pretty fast. I would give them 2 episodes, 3 the most.
Well, that's good. That's good.
Which day was it for them in Seattle? 3 days, right? It was day 3 in Seattle for them. So it'll be 3 days. Yeah, so it'll be 3 days. 1 episode, day 1, 2, and then day 3. Then they'll catch right up.
So that's much better. That's good, because I was thinking if they're gonna drag this out for the whole season and it's just Abby and they don't show the resolution to that scene with her and Ellie, that would just be annoying. Even though I know Ellie's gonna live, it would just be annoying to put that off too long. So that's good. If they get through it quickly and maybe a few episodes or 3 episodes, I think that could work. All right.
Yeah, they're not getting a 4th season, Steve. I guarantee they ain't getting a 4th season. This is it for them. This is it.
Really? Did Mason say likely 4th season though? That's
they ain't getting 4th season. This is it. I guarantee I'll put whatever you want on it. They're getting 3 seasons and out the door.
Wow. Yeah. I mean, they're lucky they're getting a 3rd season with the way fans are trashing the show. I mean, HBO, I'm surprised they don't, like, they could. I've heard that sometimes the show gets the green light and then they change their minds. If it doesn't do well, they nix it. So nothing's guaranteed, but as of now, they're still doing a 3rd season. But with the backlash, I'm surprised.
They don't have anything else on HBO. They don't have any hit shows. You got to have stuff to fill in these gaps, right? You got to have this programming. So if they had something that was a bona fide hit that they could put in there, then yes, 100%, I could see them getting rid of it. But they're going to let this roll. They're not going to do that. They'll let this roll 1 more season and call it a day. I mean, look how many episodes. They didn't even give you a full season of episodes. I never heard anything ending on episode 7 in my life. Right? So ever, so you may only get 6 next season. Who knows?
Right? It's so weird. I was saying earlier, 7 is such a weird number of episodes. I've never seen that before. Yeah. This is strange. It just ends on this, like, I don't know, like ending on this shot just felt kind of anticlimactic to me. Okay, Abby's looking out over this stadium and she's about to start her day. Isaac wants to see her, and that's the end.
They're trying to show you how large the Wolf Army actually is. They're trying to show you how vast they are. That's what they're doing the shot. Like, this is what they've been up against. This is the what they're actually rolling with. This is the whole militia. This is how it is. They took over a whole stadium and lived in it and stuff. So that's what they're trying to show you by this shot. Like, it's unmatchable odds to go against these people.
That makes sense. Yeah. I couldn't make out what the hell I'm even looking at, but yeah, now that I look a little closer, yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, it makes sense. And they should never have taken on this kind of threat. And they knew these people were militia based on the way that they were outfitted when they killed Joel. They knew it. They knew what they were walking into, and they did it anyway. I mean, they may not have known the magnitude of it, of how powerful they actually are, and they didn't know about the Seraphites, but they knew enough that these 2 young women should have known better than to go against them by themselves.
Let's just say they succeed. Let's say those 2 go out there and they kill Abby. And you've already heard this dude say Abby's his successor. What do you think he's gonna do when he hears that information? He's going to Jackson, and they'll burn that town down in a second. Like, they will have no chance for some dumb monsters. They'll blast it with cannons and blow that fort down, and it's a wrap, and everyone's dead now. So in the end, it's just a really bad thing to do, because it just all comes down to the same thing. It's personal greed, and people are greedy and just caring about their feelings, not the feelings of everybody else. And this is what she's learned from Joel. That's what Joel did, and that's what she's learned from Joel, and that's what's going on here.
Exactly. Doing this, if she's successful in taking out Abby, if she actually were to do that, that puts a big target right on Jackson, like you said. That puts a target on them. Now you've got the endless cycle continuing. You take Abby out or anyone else who's really important over there in that militia, then they want revenge. They go after Jackson, and it's back and forth, tit for tat. It never ends.
Yeah, because I mean, when they rolled up to Jackson, they were like, "Yo, we didn't think it'd be like this. Like, is this? That's too much. We'll never find them in there. That's too much. That's too big of a place." You know, Abby wanted to do it, but he was going to convince Abby, and it had to be a whole Mary Sue, right place, right situation time for Abby to stumble upon Joel. Right, and they did that, or they would have convinced Abby to get the fuck out of there because there's no way they could have did it because this is silly. And they had more people than Ellie left with, and it's not even half the size of Jackson. They're 4 times as big as Jackson, and they're all military with vehicles and tanks and everything. So it's even a more dubious task when you just need to turn around and just go away.
Yeah, it's insane. The threat that they're up against is just it's just insurmountable, and and as soon as they got there, they should have turned around and left. Like, especially finding out that Dina was pregnant, and Ellie had some common sense in that moment and said, "What am I doing? This is so stupid. You're pregnant. We need to go back." Dina actually kind of egged her on and told her that story about how her mother and sister were murdered, and she would hunt down that killer forever if she could, or whatever she said. And she egged her on, and ever since, Ellie has been completely reckless and irrational about this. They should have turned right around and left.
But Dina did say, "Listen, I'll go right now. If you don't want me to be here, I'll leave right now." And Ellie told her not to go. And Ellie should have been right there. Was like, yeah, this is because if you're gonna sit here and you're gonna talk this whole community situation. I obviously don't care about the Jackson community because you know they can get retribution. And you're saying that Joel's your whole community. Well, Joel's gone. You gotta have a new community now. Now it's your girl and your baby that you're supposed to be a dad to, right? That should be your priority in life, no matter what. And this is what matters in life. Nothing else matters but them. And I'm going to do what I have to do to protect them. And being out here searching for this person in this war that's going on in here is not doing them any good. I got to get out of here and just do what's right.
Exactly. Yeah. It needs to be now about protecting the people they have left. If she actually loves Dina, then she should have immediately said to Dina, no, we're going back. Dina left the choice up to her, and she said to her, it's if I die, it's not your fault, like I'll go back if you want, I'll stay if you want, but it's whatever you want to do is fine, but I'm making the choice. But like I still say it's on Ellie if anything happens to her, because she should have said, "Let's go back." Dina put the choice in her hands.
When someone says that, they want to go back. Like, there's no reason to bring that up if you don't want to go back. That's anything in life when someone says that. Listen, there's one cheeseburger left. All right. Do you want me to eat it or do you want it? You know you want to eat it. God damn it. Just eat it. You know you want it. You're just trying to be nice about it. And she wants to go home. And she's trying to but she doesn't want to let her down. Right? Mm-hmm. So trying to give her Kinter, like, let's get the hell out of here. But Ellie won't go.
Yeah. And even now, she like when Tommy and Jesse meet up with them, Ellie, they say that they want to go back. Like the plan is to go back by morning, and Ellie doesn't want to, and Dina shoots her a look like, "What are you doing, Ellie?" It's just crazy to me after everything that she's seen and after what they've witnessed, disemboweled people hanging from nooses and all of these militarized wolf gang people. Ellie still thinks like that. She's still got this tunnel vision that all she cares about is revenge against Abby, even though the odds of her actually getting this done and not getting herself or them killed are next to none. Like it's just insanity.
Yeah, it's just selfishness, and it just comes down to that. And she doesn't care about anyone but herself and what she wants to do. And no matter how she tries to spin it, that's what it comes down. Tommy is right off the bat. We got to get the fuck out of here. I got a kid to raise. I got to get her back. He don't care about nothing. He just wants to get her back because that's what's important. That's what it's supposed to be. And then that's all she should be thinking about, the same situation, but she's not. Obviously, she just killed a pregnant woman, and 2 seconds later, she's like, we're gonna let Abby live. You know, come on. She don't care about that. She didn't care. She cared about that for the second that she was there. As soon as she got out of there, she didn't care anymore.
Yeah, no, she didn't. She's got that tunnel vision, that single-mindedness. Like she is consumed by this thirst for vengeance, and it's all she can see. And then there are moments where she kind of breaks out of it when she actually sees the human damage around her. Like she was horrified that she killed this woman she didn't know was pregnant, and she was crying. But then it's like she blocks all of that, just sort of washes away, and she locks back in on the thirst for vengeance. It consumes her. By the time they got back to the theater, she was already, you were right, she was already pretty much over it. Like there was no emotion on her face, and it was just blank, stoic. All she could think of was Abby. But Abby gets to live.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
In the game, it's much more brutal because the girl, Mel swings the knife at Abby. Swings the knife at her, and then she gets into a struggle with her, and then she takes the knife from her, and then she stabs her. She either stabs her in the chest or stabs her in the stomach with the knife, and that's how she kills her. And she takes her out that way, and then you find out she's pregnant right after she stabs her.
Yeah. Well, that's even more brutal, actually. The stabbing, there's just something more visceral about that. Like
she means to do it. She slams that knife in there to kill her. She just doesn't know she's pregnant. This one, she just tried to shoot this dude and accidentally hits this girl. She didn't mean to hit her. You know what I mean? But this way, it's a guarantee. Like she was stabbing her. She meant to kill her, and then found out pregnant after.
And they changed it in this way so that like you could say this was self-defense, because he grabbed a gun and was about to shoot her, so she immediately, like just as a knee-jerk response, fired her gun and got both of them. So they definitely changed that quite a bit. It sounds like in the game she was way more brutal about it.
Yeah. Ellie falls into Mel and accidentally stabs her in the neck. She stabbed. Was it the neck that she stabbed her? No, she definitely stabs her in the game, and she takes her out that way. And when you deal with, people always will tell you that shooting somebody is easy because it's from a distance, but every time a stabbing is always personal because you got to really look the person in the eyes to do it. Like, you got to be up close to do it. You got to really get blood on your hands to do it. It's a lot harder to do that. Shooting someone from a bow from a distance, you see the body fall. But when you stab someone, you look at them in the eyes, you could feel their body and their life slipping right out of their eyes, and you see it. So it's always a more personal situation. That's why I think the cops always call those like crimes of passion, when people get stabbed like 52 times. Like, the person was stabbed 52 times. Like, that person's it's just, you just keep going.
Yeah. It takes a lot more rage to do something like that. It's a lot easier to just pull a trigger. I wouldn't know, but I'm sure it's a lot easier to pull a trigger than it is to actually take a knife and plunge it into somebody's body. And many, many times you hear about that. It's just mind-boggling to think of. But yeah, you'd have to be completely out of your mind or consumed by rage to do that.
Those guys who fought with the swords and all that back in the day, they were a different type of warrior than people who just stay in the background and shoot and not have to get up in the mix of it, Yeah.
Yeah, 100%, completely different. And I like the ending shot too with Alice. Yeah, it was telling. And apparently, Druckmann said that he thinks they need 4 seasons to tell the story. But yeah, I don't know. HBO might finally realize this is a terrible business move to greenlight a 4th season.
I don't see a 4th season. I see it all going down next season, and they end it, and it's a wrap. If they had another game, I could see them doing that, but I can easily see them getting through this next season for the rest of the game. I could see exactly how they would do it.
I think it's time too. They need to put this out of its misery and wrap it up in season 3. Just get this done.
And they'll have the House of the Dragon. They'll have the final season of House of the Dragon by then out. They'll have the Duncan Egg series out if this Duster hits. And Duster is, to me, one of the best shows they got on normal HBO right now is Duster. Duster's amazing.
So, I like that so far too. It's good.
Huh?
I like that too so far. It's a good show.
Duster's really good. Duster's really good. So if that hits, they'll have that going forward too, So they'll have the shows where they won't need this show, and they can just say, you know what, we can let this go. We got other hit shows. That'll work it. They got The Pit that's working out for them really well. People are liking that show. They got shows right now. They're not in desperate need of programming at this moment, so they can let this go. They'll have their show to cover this up. And you got the Gilded Age coming back too. They got that jumping off. They got It thing, Dairy popping up. They're loaded right now with content.
Oh, I forgot that was HBO. Welcome to Derry. I mean, I think that should be a big hit. That's looking promising. Yeah.
So they got that. They're good. They're gonna be like, no, we're not gonna waste our money on this. One more season and we're out.
I agree. And at least with this season, they had to figure, okay, yeah, people are going to be pissed because they were pissed about game 2. But if anything, it's going to generate enough buzz that people will at least hate watch it. And that's pretty much what happened. I mean, yeah, the numbers were a lot lower by the end of the season, but it was probably enough to justify it for HBO. People were hate watching it. People were talking about it, but they need to wrap it up, put it out of its misery after season 3.
Yeah, and Steve's talking about The Pit. Yeah, The Pit has like 20 episodes. It's like half an hour. It's like old school television, like 30-minute episode, like 20 episodes of The Pit. I heard that. So
really, wow.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I hadn't heard of that. That's recent?
Yeah, it's on HBO. You haven't watched The Pit?
No, I didn't hear of it yet.
It's a medical drama. It's a hit for them. It's a smash hit for them.
Okay.
Smash hit. If you like medical dramas, you'll like it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I need something new to watch after this. Both shows I've been covering just finished this week, The Handmaid's Tale and The Last of Us. I need something new to cover. I mean, I guess I could try covering Duster, but I don't know if people will watch lives for Duster. It's a great show. I don't know if people would actually do live.
I think it's a good show because it's which is on Wednesdays. So you could always do a Thursday stream on Duster or something, you know what I mean? If you ain't doing nothing on Thursday, since it's midweek and stuff, you could do that and everything. You got Dexter will be out soon. That's coming out. That's the Dexter Resurrection. Always get ready to cover that. And that'll be out and about and stuff. And that's not going to be one season. So that's going to be multiple seasons. So you get ready you can cover that. That's there and stuff. Like right now, I'm on a little hiatus of covering stuff. And there's Murderbot, if you're watching that. I haven't even watched it yet. So I don't even know if it's any good.
I've heard that's good. I haven't seen it yet, but I've heard that's good.
I haven't even watched. So Murderbot's there too, so I haven't watched it yet. I'll give it a shot when I get around to it, but I'll see if I can do something for Murderbot if I like it. I heard the first 2 episodes are slow, but after that it picks right up.
Okay. Yeah, the concept is cool. There's so much out right now that's involved with AI, and like that's like the hot topic to make shows and movies about these days. But this sounds like a pretty unique take on it. So yeah, like action and comedy. So I'll have to check that one out.
Yeah, I've actually my neighbors was it called? My friends and my neighbors or something like that. That's on Apple TV. That's a really good show. But it's about the end.
people were telling me earlier in the stream to watch that. Friends and Neighbors.
Yeah, it's a good show. I like it. It's not the best, it's a good show to watch. You'll enjoy it. You know what I mean? It's just an enjoyable show to watch.
Cool. Yeah. So it's slim pickings right now in terms of the kind of stuff I would like to really dive into and analyze and pick apart. I love Duster, but it's not like it's not that kind of show that you got to analyze and you got to figure out. It's not like a Severance or a From,
No, it's not a mystery box show, but it's a show you can review and you can still predict what you can think's going to happen, and they are laying clues for certain things out there in the show and stuff.
True.
So
That's true.
you can always do that. It's not a mystery box where you're gonna be like, oh, see this and this and that, and it's not that type of show. But it's a good, entertaining show. And shows like that, you just have a good time watching and just break down a review it, and recap it, and that's it. Just basically think of it more like that, and then just give a couple of points of what you think the story's gonna go. And that's all.
Yeah, and honestly, after the challenge of covering From, followed by Severance, followed by The Last of Us and Handmaid's Tale at the same time, it would be nice to have one that would be a little bit more chill. So
Yeah. That you can
definitely
just sit back and enjoy and watch it, right? And you got to take notes to it.
Seriously, it gets exhausting.
It does. You can just take breaks. All right, now I can just watch something just for pure enjoyment. That I enjoy this show. It's a good show, and I just want to come on and talk about the show. It's got, it's got a little comedy in it. It's got a little everything in this Duster. I think it's a really good show.
I do too. Yeah, I mean, Josh Holloway being the star had me sold already before I even watched the thing. Because I love him from Lost, and yeah, it's I'm really enjoying it so far. We've watched it. We do The Last of Us watch parties that we've been doing them, and so we watched the first episode of Duster on week 1, and then the second week 2. I'm really enjoying it. So yeah, it'll be fun to do lives and talk about that.
Yeah,
So
do it.
probably what I'll do.
You should. It's a good show. It's any show that's a good show is worth it. Like when I was covering From, nobody was really covering it, and I did it because I liked the show, and people liked it too when they started watching. I didn't think it was going to get as big as it was. Like I couldn't predict that this show was going to be the next big show on my channel when I was doing it. I just liked the show, and I liked Harold as an actor. So I'm just going to do it just for that reason. And it just grew and it grew and it grew. And there's no saying that Duster can't be that same type show.
Yeah, it's worth a try. So, and I've got some awesome people here who hang around, and even when we're not even talking about a show, like we'll talk about random tangents for hours, and they hang around. So I could try Duster. Why not? And Squid Game is a little tougher because Squid Game is a bingeable show.
It's on drop. You can do that. Nothing you can do. They all drop. You can't do anything. Just recap it is all you can do. It's good because they drop everything on it straight up, So that show you really can't do anything with Squid Game and stuff. I mean, you could only when it first drops. But the problem is, with shows like this is problem with Netflix, and I'll let y'all go. This is what happens. All the big channels like Heavy Spoilers and Emergency Awesome, they get the screeners for all those shows already. So by the time the first episode drops, they're putting up ending explained. Save day. Like, how'd you get through 10 episodes, bro? To save day only 1 episode, because they got the screeners and they've already wrote the scripts and they've already got it done and everything else. And so as soon as that drops, they put the ending explain video up, and by the time you get through, you legitimately do it, it's a week later, and you're putting your video up, and their videos already been up, and that's how it goes with shows like that. That's why you really can't cover those shows like that.
I hate that so much. You have no idea. Like, I wanted to cover the residents week by week and try to figure out the murder mystery, and we still have been doing it just for fun. But it's a Netflix bingeable show, and most people are, if they have the option, yes, they're gonna binge it. And Fallout would have been an amazing show to cover like last year if I had a channel, and you probably would have wanted to cover it. And Fallout, again, it was a bingeable show. It ruins it for streamers.
I think this episode, so usually on Amazon, what they do is the first season, they drop the whole season on the first season. And then the next season, they drop the first 3 episodes and then one at a time after that.
Oh.
So
Okay.
it should be like that. The next one out, it should be 3 episodes, and then, but that's the way they usually do it. Amazon, they'll drop the first season of it, everything right away, just like that. And then after that, when it comes back, then it's 3 episodes, and then 1 episode at a time after that.
Oh, that's great. I mean, because a show like that would be awesome to live stream about every week. I haven't seen all of it yet, but I started Fallout, first few episodes, absolutely loved it. I like it way better than this show, to be honest. Way better than The Last of Us. And so that would be great whenever they bring that show back. I don't know if it'll be next year or what, but it'll be great to cover that show.
It is another mystery show, like a straight mystery show. That is about to get released. I forgot what I know. I just seen it. I don't know if it's on Hulu or something, but there's some. It's not Poker Face. It's something else. It's some that is supposed to be releasing soon. I can't. But there is one that's supposed to be come out. That's supposed to be good. On one of these things. When I find it, I'll text it to you and let you know exactly what. But it's supposed to be one coming out.
Yes, please do.
And then they got that other show on HBO. They got the other new show. What is that show called? HBO new show. 25. What is it called? It's not the Gilded Age. The House of the Dragon. Welcome to Derry, Phantasma, Doom Prophecy. It's the one. It's like The Wire. It's like the people who made The Wire, and it's with Mark Ruffalo.
Oh, okay. I like him. I always liked him.
That's coming out there. That's coming out too.
Okay.
So that'll be out. Mark Ruffalo, the new show. It's called Task. It's the people who made Mayor of Easttown. My bad. So it's the people who made Mayor of Easttown. I don't know if you watch Mayor of Easttown. I did pretty well on my channel when I did Mayor of Easttown, but that was a detective mystery show. And everything and all that, and whodunit type situation. And this is their next show. This Task.
Oh, cool. Yeah. No, I never saw that show you mentioned, but I love Mark Ruffalo. I always liked his movies. So that's cool.
September that'll be out. Yeah, no, that Mayor of Easttown, it swept the whole awards season when it came out. Swept everything, won everything.
Wow.
Won every award. Best supporting actor, best actress, best TV series, won everything. Because Lovecraft Country was there that year too. And I knew they weren't going to win over it. And I thought they should have. I was like, Lovecraft Country. And Lovecraft Country didn't get not one award. And Mayor just swept everything.
Wow. Yeah, and I heard Lovecraft Country was awesome too. So, yeah, I have a really hard time finding new shows because they're scattered among all of these networks and streaming services, and that's how I found From 2 years late. And so it's tough, it's not like the old days when every May there'd be an announcement with all of the new shows that would be coming out in the fall on all the TV networks, like all in one place, find out of all the shows. Now it's a lot more complicated. Streaming services I've never even heard of.
Yeah, the thing is to try to get a show that no one's covering, not a lot of YouTubers are covering, that has a decent enough fan base that you can get something with it. That's what you look for when you do what we do. You don't want those big guys in there eating up all the views and everything else and getting all the credibility for it.
You got to just find the show. That's like when I found From, nobody. I said no one's covering. I ain't worried about those guys covering. They started covering it because I was getting the views, and they keep getting the views, and they said, "Hey, these guys getting views. I guess it's viable." And then they came the next couple of seasons after and stuff. All of them, you know what I mean? But yeah, that's what you want to find. You want to find a show that no one's covering. Like this show, it's just too flooded. Everyone's covered. They all got screeners for it. They all can just. They're dropping it as soon as the episode airs. They're dropping it, and that's it. And that's the way it goes. But these other shows, like Task, may not be a show that they cover. No one's covering Duster, right? That I see. No one's really doing Duster. Those are good shows to take the bite out the apple and see if you can get something from it.
That's awesome. Yeah, I'll give it a shot with Duster. I need something to fill in the gap. I'm gonna continue doing From lives. I'm gonna go back to the From Rewatch lives, which I was doing, but then I had to pause because I was doing Handmaid's Tale videos, Last of Us live streams, and occasionally videos. It was too much, but now I'm going to go back to the From Rewatch and still do From stuff, but I need something new. I want to keep the channel healthy, and I enjoy doing lives on something new too. So I'll give this a shot.
I got a shit ton of From videos I could do, but I'm just not dropping them because I know they're not going to get the views, so it's not worth it. You know what I mean? But I got like 8 videos ready to go, and I'll just wait. I'll wait till the season starts, and then I'll put them out. That's it.
See, I have all these predictions I have and theories that I'm dying to put out, and I don't want to wait too long because then other people might put out the same ideas, and
Who doesn't matter? What does it matter? If you know you got them, no one's watching. From's just not going to get the viewership right now. It's just not. No, I mean, it's got its core fan base, 50, 60 people. Let's just say it's that. You know what I mean? And that's it. It's just a waste to put all that hour and all that effort into something that's just going to get a little bit of views. Just hold on until that trailer drops, and then you can drop them off. But get the videos ready. Always do the live streams and stuff, but the shorter form videos, just hold them back. And then when that trailer drops, then you can just boom, 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 throw them right out there.
That's a great idea. Just make the videos. I've never done that before. Just make the videos and hold them back and then drop them when the time is right. That's a great idea.
Yeah, mine already uploaded to my channel. This sitting right there. It's got to make them public. It's all and that's it. You know, and just leave them there and I'm just waiting. I'll just keep the content there. And then once the trailer drops, I'll do a trailer video and I'll keep throwing those in there. Doop, 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 doop.
That is so smart.
That'll just be it. And just keep it rolling just like that, you know? So
see, that's why you're a pro. You know what you're doing. I'm learning from the master here.
I don't know about that. I could give you some advice, but I ain't that good. But I can give you some. But
you're
yeah.
good.
I mean, it's not like the only fan base. Like, if you want like a fan base that's a consistent fan base, that Game of Thrones fan base, it's still going. It's still going. There's still people getting 100,000 views for Game of Thrones videos right now.
That's amazing.
Yeah, that doesn't happen on other shows. It's the only show that can do it. You know what I mean? It's the only one still get 100,000 views for a show that's been on all that time. You know what I mean? But you gotta wait until that peak comes out when that search topic becomes and people are looking for it. They're not looking for it. Game of Thrones, people are looking for that all along during the season, and it's been 15 years after, and you can still do Game of Thrones stuff. You could do, if you've never seen Game of Thrones, right? You can do reaction Game of Thrones videos because you've really never seen it. And I guarantee you can get 10,000 to 20,000 views on those videos.
Damn.
My first time watching Game of Thrones episode 1 reaction. People are doing it right now. People are doing it right now and getting 20, 30,000 views a video. You can do it right now. Guarantee you would.
Maybe I should do it. I've never seen it, so
you should, because you've never seen it. You know what I mean? I've never seen it, so you could do it and stuff. That's what I would do if I was you. I'd do Game of Thrones reaction. I'd go look at the Game of Thrones reaction videos and see how they're doing it, and just copy it and do it exactly the same way, but just do it with you, so it's better.
I've never done a straight reaction video. Like, are you talking about like sitting there on camera watching it?
Yep, just sit there on camera, watch it, and then show yourself while you're watching the whole video, and then edit that, all the highlight parts, edit it, and then clip in the actual clips of that you're seeing, clip it in that part, so they know how you're reacting to that.
Yeah, I always thought that would be fun. Like that seems like fun. I don't know, like I don't know, if how comfortable I'd be. It would be out of my comfort zone, but I'm sure it's something you got to get used to doing that. Yeah, I'd be very much aware that I'm on camera watching this. Like I wouldn't be able to just chill a bit. I'd be very self-conscious about it, but
you gotta just chill. You gotta just chill and watch it. That's it. You just gotta take it easy and just watch it. That's all. And just watch it like your first reaction. Even if you watch, like, listen, if you sat there with your mother, people would love it. They would love it. Reaction, Game of Thrones reaction with my mom, they would love it. I guarantee you'd get a lot of views from that. People would love it. But if you always put your mom on camera, just do it with your cat next to you. It's to say me and Coco's reaction to Game of Thrones. People will love it. They love it. But yeah, Game of Thrones reaction videos still get views right now. Thousands of views.
That's amazing. There's this dude that does that gimmick with his dad, and he reacts to hip hop stuff. He reacted to the whole Kendrick Drake beef with his dad, and they get loads of views. So yeah, people like stuff like that. I've definitely seen stuff like that.
Oh yeah, everyone likes to see people from different generations and everything reacting to things and everything else.
Have you ever done? You've never done reaction videos, right?
I probably have. But I don't remember. But I might have done it. I mean, I've done so many videos that I'm sure I might have. But the Game of Thrones thing, to me, I never did like live reactions to Game of Thrones while watching it or anything. I've never done it at all. But I've seen a lot of other people do it because I know everything that's going to happen. So it's not. I've read all the books, so there was nothing that they could do that was shocking me and anything. But I do know like how that whole thing got started. There was this black dude named Otako Assemble, and I changed the channel of his name. And he did a video, and something happens. I don't want to give it away because you haven't seen it yet. But one of the characters dies in there, and he just gets up and just flips out. Hell no, man! What the fuck is that? But it was real. And like he was so upset about it. And he walking around his house and his boys just following around the house. And nah, man, they killed my nigga, man. They killed my nigga, man. How they do that? Why they just do it? And that set the whole reaction world on fire right after that when he did that video for Game of Thrones and stuff. Because that video got like 500,000-600,000 views and stuff. And then after that, everyone was doing it.
I might actually not be too bad at reacting as being a reactor, because when I watch stuff, I'm like anybody who's watched it, like Dieter will attest to this. I'm very animated with my reactions to things. I freak out over stuff. I'm yelling at the screen. I'm like I do that kind of stuff. So it could work.
That will work then. That's all they want to see is your real reaction to it. And if you're talking all that. Everything else, I see people reacted. Oh, the ending of Endgame reaction and blah 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 reaction, but Game of Thrones reaction is definitely still valid to this day. Especially if you haven't seen. That's a lot of videos to do for your channel. You got 8 seasons?
Yeah,
Well, a lot of videos. You can do a whole bunch of that.
I mean, a lot of content. I've just recently seen some channels suddenly reacting to From for the first time. Channels that are very popular reactor channels in the off season, which is very strange. All of a sudden reacting to From. So I mean, people do this kind of stuff when there's a rabid fan base, even in the off season. And with Game of Thrones, the show is over. But
the From fan base is not the Game of Thrones. Like those From reactions, I think they'll get some, but they ain't gonna get no traction like the Game of Thrones is still getting traction.
They're not blowing up like crazy. No.
They'll get more traction when a trailer drops or some news on From drops.
They just need any news to drop on From. This anything. This some filming begins, and then you can start anything. You just got to get some type of news to drop on it that comes out publicly, and then people start searching for it again.
And if that happens in June, like the rumors have been saying that From is going to film sometime in June, now that these 2 shows are over that I've been covering, I have time to make these videos I've been thinking about for months. I could get some going and have them ready to release. You've given me inspiration.
That's how you do it. You get them ready to go and everything. Just get those videos done, put them in the caddy, just sit back on them. Don't release them. It's hard. Right? When you do a video, it's so hard. You really want to hit that public button so bad. Like you really do, but you got to fight yourself and not do it and just leave it there and just let it sit. And the time will come when you'll be able to get the most eyes on it, because people don't be going looking back at back content. I've done it. You know, I put videos out there that I've only gotten 3,000 views, but if I would have put them out there during the season, it would have got 40, 50,000 views. So you just got to wait on it, and that's it. But you can always do live streams on it and everything else. That's the core fan base, you know. Even if you go on the From Facebook page, people putting posts up there. What are they getting? 2 views, 3 views, if that. You know, it's even the Facebook page ain't active like it is, and it ain't gonna be until the show is there. The thing that makes the Game of Thrones thing is that it's a rabid book-based fandom. So the people who read the books are still there. They're the ones watching the videos. All the book people. You know, there's no book backing this show. It's nothing like that. So all the George R. R. Martin fans who bought all these millions of books are still there because he still ain't finished the story and he still ain't wrote the other books. So they still got stuff to talk about and stuff. I can't do it. Like Gray Area always trying to get me to go back and do Game of Thrones. But I've done all of the videos that I see people coming out with now. I've done 8 years ago. And I don't feel like rehashing things I've already said. And that would just be me rehashing everything I've already said again. Oh, and that's it. And these other guys acting like it's brand new. Like, I've been said that same stuff you're saying, bro. You ain't making nothing up here. Like, I've done, I need new material. I need a new book, or I need new something for them in order for me to do it. You know, or I can't do any Game of Thrones. I just don't feel good about doing that, so I won't do it. But if he drops a new book, when it comes out or something, then that's a wrap. It's all over. I'll go right back and I'll be breaking down the whole book, chapter by chapter, and that'll be that.
Yeah, I mean, is that ever gonna happen? It's been a long time, hasn't it? Like,
yeah,
is he ever gonna finish?
No, he's never. I don't think he's going to finish the series, but I do think he'll get the Winds of Winter done eventually, and then that'll be it. You'll never get the last book, Dream of Spring. I don't think he'll ever get that done. So funny. Pan says, "Long live Stannis." So I remember when I was the only Stannis fan. when I used to get killed in the comment section for liking Stannis, and no one liked him. I'm sorry, when I went to that first convention, no one liked Stannis. Everyone was just like, you like Stannis, he's whack. And then the next year, I went to the convention, and there was nothing but Stannis fans. I'm like, where do all you fuckers come from? No one liked. I remember no one. You can ask all I have people that'll tell you, no one likes Stannis. Everyone hated him. And then all that out of nowhere he became popular, and I always like that was always my dude from the first one and everything else. I mean, and my symbol, like my Teflon TV logo, this one's all black, but if they look at the original one, it's a picture of Stannis. That's why the Teflon TV's got a slash, because the Stannis is sword right in the back, and it's always been there. I've always been the Stannis dude. You know, and all of a sudden, everyone jumped on the bandwagon, and I had a whole bunch of Stannis fans out there. Like, Jesus Christ, all that. But the more the merrier, I said, and all that, for the one true king in the north of Westeros, the one true king of the Seven Kingdoms, Stannis Baratheon.
You know, I know something about him. It's, even though I've never seen the show, there are certain things I do know about it. I wouldn't be going into it completely blind. I know about the Walk of Shame. with Cersei. Know about that. I know that there's incest in it, and I know Stannis burned his own daughter. I did hear about that. So that was some crazy shit.
Yeah, that doesn't happen in the books, though, and it won't happen in the books. That was put in by the showrunners to do that. That'll never happen. It won't happen that way. It won't be. If Shireen will burn, but it won't be Stannis who does it like that. It's just impossible. It's impossible from where they're at in the books. They're nowhere near each other for that to go down. There's just no way that's happening. They just did that for effect for the show.
Because in the show, I could never get behind a guy who did that. And for whatever reason, I don't care what his reason is. That's just crazy. I watched a clip of that scene. Just I couldn't help myself. It was kind of, I heard about it happening, and it was like, because it was really viral at the time, and it was like a train wreck. I pulled up the clip and I had to watch it. It was this sick thing. That sick thing, like you can't help but look at a train wreck, and. Yeah, that was horrific. But okay, so
it
do it in the book.
You go back and look at my channel, you'll see I did a whole rant about it, like screaming on Stannis. Like it hurt me when I seen it. Like I was like, man, I was number one Stannis fan. It's back there every time he did this, and I got daughters. I was like, this is just nuts. But when you read the source material of where he's at and everything else, it's 100% impossible for him to actually do that in the show. They just added that for the show for a shocking moment. I think Serene will burn in the books, but it won't be at the hands of Stannis. So they just wanted to make it more shocking and had a father be the one who did it.
Yeah, that's Hollywood for you. The Hollywood influence. They gotta add that shock value. But yeah, I definitely need to check this show out. I may know bits and pieces here, but for the most part, I don't know much about it at all. So I could go into it and do reaction videos.
As you should. As you should. They're easy to do. You just gotta sit in front of the camera and watch a show. You do it every day.
That's true.
Do it every day.
All I'd be doing is filming myself doing it. And
all you gotta do is just do it. You do the same thing every day. Why not just do it? It's like people who I see play video games and I say, why don't you start a YouTube channel? You playing the fuckers anyway.
Yeah.
So
people watch.
For
whatever reason, people watch.
Yeah. Why don't I let people watch you and do it? See if you catch fire. Just give it a shot. You may. You could be the new Kai. It could happen. You gotta do is just play.
It makes sense. Yeah.
You're gonna watch it. Go ahead.
Personally, I don't understand why people like watching others play video games on YouTube. I don't get it. I'd rather be playing a game myself than watching people play it. But that's just me.
When I was young, we used to have one system in my house, whatever the system was. And my brother was bigger than me, and he would hog it. And I'd sit there and watch him play all the time until he got off it. And then I was able to play myself. But when I wasn't able to play, I just sat there and watched them play. I've had people play. I was very amazing at Street Fighter 2. I was tournament ready when it came out for the Super Nintendo. Ready. I was tournament ready. I was one of the greatest players who ever lived on that Street Fighter. Not these new ones, but that one. And people used to watch me play all the time. It's to kick people's ass because I beat the shit out of them so bad. All the time, people would just drink beers, and I would just beat the shit out of her. And people just love watching. It's no different. It's the same thing. And like other countries, they're not as rich as us. They may get a system, but not get the game. Only can afford one game, right? So they don't get a chance to play all these other games, but they still want to see it. I watch a lot of video games now on YouTube because I'm not buying them because I'm only buying certain games now. I'm only into certain games I'm willing to spend my money on, but I want to see these other games. So I watch other people play just to see it. And I'll just be it. Like I watched this whole Assassin's Creed game. My brother got it. He loves it. He tells me to get it. I just won't buy it, but I watched the whole thing.
Huh. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I guess it's just me. it used to drive me nuts. My dad tying up the only computer in the house, playing games, and I'd watch him, and I wanted to play. I'm like, he was like a big kid playing the games, all these computer games, and I was like, God, when's my turn? I want to play myself. I don't know. But
My dad used to take me to the arcade. He used to always tell my mom, taking the boys to the arcade. And she's like, that's great. You're going to do something with the boys. And as soon as we got to the arcade, he would give us $10 roll a piece and be like, all right, leave me alone. He'd go and play asteroids. And just stay there and just play asteroids. He loved asteroids. And he'd just sit there and just play asteroids for hours. And we just go off and play everything we wanted to play and stuff. And it was really for himself. And he just made it look like it was for us. And we bought the ColecoVision, and it wasn't for us. It was for him. But it was our name under the Christmas tree. But we never got a chance to play because he was always playing it. So, it's just a game. It was this game that was just it. And then he started, when he got older, he was playing this game called Leisure Suit Larry. And I don't know if people in the chat, but it was like a X-rated video game for the computer system, Leisure Suit Larry. It was terrible.
yeah.
It was terrible, but that's just the way it was and stuff and everything. But yeah, my whole family's a video game player. From my father to my brother to my sister. I've probably owned every system that has ever existed in the video game market because of my father.
Wow.
So I probably owned everyone from the beginning of time all the way up until now. Everyone system that came out, I probably owned it at one point, or someone in my family got it. Without a doubt. Without a doubt. All the way from the beginning. The Odyssey system was the first system that came out. Leisure Suit Larry. Look it up. You'll see.
Leisure Suit Larry.
Yeah, you'll see. Like X-rated game and shit. It was a little X-rated game and stuff and all that.
Wow.
If y'all like Leisure Suit Larry, I would say the cartoon that's not like it, but on the same thing was a cartoon back in the day that I watched. It was called Heavy Metal. And if you watch Heavy Metal, that's an X-rated cartoon.
Damn,
but it was good though. It wasn't just. It's a good movie. It's a movie, Heavy Metal. It's a really good movie. It's just X-rated shit happening in certain scenes in the movie, but the movie itself is a good movie. It's a Heavy Metal. It's a good movie. I'm sure someone back in the day had to watch Heavy Metal and stuff, but it was a good movie. It's funny. It's real funny and stuff.
Never heard of that one.
You never heard of Heavy Metal? Yeah.
No.
Heavy Metal. Yeah, Heavy Metal was a cartoon. It's about a whole bunch of different shorts. It's not just one story. It's like 8 different stories all in one movie and stuff.
Yeah, I just looked it up. It looks crazy.
It is crazy. It sure
louder and nasty than ever, it says. It's got this chick riding something that it looks like a big insect. The hell?
I bet you your mom watches. She probably knows. Say, Mom, you ever watch this thing, Heavy Metal? This film. All you do is watch the trailer. Just sit and watch the trailer, and you'll see. This trailer will show you exactly what it's about.
Is this it from 1981?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, it looks crazy.
It is crazy. You watch the trailer. Yeah, I don't even know if the trailer. They can play it on YouTube. They may not even be able to play the trailer on YouTube because it's. But yeah, that cartoon is nuts. It's funny. It's funny though. Yeah, it's funny. It's like it's like that show, a Creep Show back in the day came out. You ever watch that Creep Show?
Oh, I think I've seen a little bit of that. It was good. Yeah, I liked it.
Yeah, they know that and stuff. You going to join us for Freddie and Jason Saturday? I have 2 emojis from me.
Or for you, maybe? He made you emojis.
Oh,
You made
emojis.
emojis of you.
Like my channel and stuff to put on my channel. You know, you send them to me, I'll put them on there for members and stuff. But I probably not. I will. Freddie and Jason, I didn't really dig those movies. I'll be honest, I didn't like it. I didn't think they did a good job at it and stuff.
Oh yeah.
It was decent, but it was nothing cutting edge or nothing that I cared about when I watched it. I thought it could have been done better. You know, telling
Well,
you,
that
real,
Huh?
I'm telling you, Higher Learning is a real movie. That's a movie. That's a great movie. That's actually a great movie. Freddy vs. Jason, I'm sure it'll be entertaining for people, to watch it and stuff. But to me, it just didn't. It's kind of like Alien versus Predator. You know, it just didn't do it. They could have did such a better job with it and stuff.
Well, we'll find a night that you're free and plan a watch party for Higher Learning. So I'm sold on that. Let's do that.
Yeah, whenever you let me know, whenever you want to do it, I'll definitely do it.
Nice.
Yeah, you just gotta say, hey, you want to do this Higher Learning? Yeah, definitely. I'll definitely watch Higher Learning. That's a great movie. I can watch Higher Learning and Dirty Dancing anytime. Always to
Nice.
watch.
Yeah, I've actually never seen that one either.
Never seen Dirty Dancing?
No.
Oh my
Nope.
God, Julie. I'm gonna get you on StreamYard, and I'm gonna sit here and I'm gonna put it on, and we're gonna watch Dirty Dancing.
All right. I'm game.
And everything. We'll watch Dirty Dancing. Favorite movie of all time. It is.
Really?
Yeah, it is. It is. Yeah.
Wow.
If I had to watch one movie, and so you got one more movie to watch before you die, I'll watch Dirty Dancing.
Wow.
I love that movie. I love it. It's a great movie.
Nice. Let's watch it. I'm game.
All right. We'll definitely get it popping. And it's got great music. And that's it. It's got great music, great movie. It's got St. Patrick Swayze in it. Jesus Christ. I mean, can't go wrong with St. Patrick Swayze.
Yeah. Patrick Swayze is amazing. Yeah. I mean, I've seen him in other things, and yeah, it made me sad to see the way he went out. You know, the way he got sick and all. It was awful.
Yeah, he deserved to be around. He deserved to be around.
Yeah.
You know, he was blowing up too after all that stuff. He was definitely blowing up. And we're still having what? AAMM.
Are we still having what? Yeah. It must have hit the engine button.
The Shining watch party. The Shining. If you're doing the Shining watch party.
Oh, sure. We haven't scheduled one yet, but I definitely want to do a watch party for The Shining. That's one of my all-time favorite movies.
It's good. I mean, it's not the Thing, which I think The Thing is probably the greatest horror sci-fi movie ever made.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so you have seen The Thing, Julie, right?
Yes. The Thing is phenomenal.
All right, we
got
one.
Yes.
At least you have seen the Thing. Yeah, that's like the Thing. Shining was good, but when you watch it, to me, it seems dated. You know what I mean? And that's the problem with The Shining to me. I think it was good for its time, but you can see it's dated. It didn't age well to me. Like The Shining, it doesn't keep going. Like Goodfellas, you can watch right now, ages well. You can watch it right now, Goodfellas, and see the greatest mafia movie ever made.
That's actually on my list too of movies I've never seen.
What?
I've never seen that one. No.
God, Julie B. Julie B. You haven't seen anything. Jesus Christ. Too many good movies. You should be watching Goodfellas instead of this Jason Freddy thing. You're watching Goodfellas. That's a much better movie. You already seen Jason Freddy. You never seen Goodfellas. You should be watching the movies you haven't seen.
I've actually never seen Freddy vs. Jason. So
you've never seen that either. All right.
Nope.
Well, yeah. All right. Jeez Louise.
And I had never seen any of the Freddy movies. We just watched the first 6 over the last few weeks. I had never seen any of the Nightmare on Elm Street movies. So I'm crossing them off my list. I am. And Goodfellas is on the list.
So at least now you got it. But Dream Warriors is the best one of them all, and it's not close. It's the best one.
Mhm.
It's the best one is Dream Warriors.
It
They
was
did
excellent.
they did the shift because in that movie is really when they started showing. Because the first movie they don't really show Freddy that much, They don't really show
Yep.
him. Like they keep him in the shadows and everything. And this one is like full on Freddy. You get to see him chasing people down the wall and all that stuff. But in the end, Freddy's a child molester.
Oh shit.
That's what that's why they burnt him, because he was molesting all the kids. He's a pedophile.
Oh, I don't know why that never sunk in. I guess I was thinking he just killed the kids, but obviously that's horrible too, a child murderer. But oh god.
He was doing both things to him, but that's what he was. That's why he was haunting all the kids. That's what he was about, Freddy.
Yeah. Damn, that's dark.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was Freddy's whole thing. That's why they burnt his ass up and then he came back in a nightmare. But yeah, listen, all that Dream Warrior stuff is happening in From. You'll see. Everyone will see. I promise you that's happened. I promise you that's all going down.
I think you're right.
It's
Yeah.
gonna. There's no way around it. They can lie all they want. I already know. You can't do it. It's in the cards. It's a done deal, and everything else. It's what it's going to be. What's Julie's list looking like, Dina? We got a few months to wait for Lord of the Rings. Jesus, and Julie ain't gonna get to Lord of the Rings till Christmas. Right?
No. Yeah.
Her list is filled up right now. She's got too much to go on right now.
Yeah, it's gonna be a while on Lord of the Rings, I'm afraid. I also have to watch Twin Peaks. I've never seen that. That's on my list too. I'm about to finish Lost soon. I'm finally on the final season of Lost, and then the next series has got to be Twin Peaks. Yeah.
You never watched Twin Peaks?
Nope.
Oh, all right. Yeah, Twin Peaks. You watch Dark Matter on Apple?
Yeah, Dark Matter. That was good.
Yeah, Twin Peaks ain't far off of that. It's not too far.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
Yeah. How about Cabin in the Woods? Did you watch that?
Oh yeah, one of my favorite movies. I
Yeah.
love that.
That's very Fromish too. When I look at that movie, that's what I think of.
Oh god, yeah. Like it could be a scenario like that. That meta horror thing. I love meta stuff. So that was amazing. That was one of my favorite movies for sure. And yeah, like you could explain From with something like Cabin in the Woods too. You could.
You could. There's no doubt about it. Yeah, it's definitely going to be some type of dream. Again, you don't bring up dream and nightmare that many times and not have nothing to do with it. It would just be you be just looking for a word to throw in there. Come on, it's what it is. They say. I mean, they always say, right? I tell people all the time they always tell you what it is within the first 2 episodes, and you hear Jade when he goes inside. It was episode 3 when he's inside of and the thing he says, "What is this? A nightmare escape room? I'm eating my nightmare eggs." Yeah, right. Just don't either. Just throw that in there. Those words. No one says nightmare eggs or nothing like that. That's purposely put in there.
He says, "Yeah." He said, "I don't know about you, but my nightmares don't serve breakfast."
Yeah.
Yeah. That's one of a million references to dreams and nightmares, and there's no way that's not a huge factor in the show. There's just no way. It doesn't mean that they're literally asleep and all dreaming it. There are other ways to involve nightmares and dream states, and we saw that in the Nightmare on Elm Street movies. Not everybody was asleep when this stuff was happening.
There's no other way to explain away Tabitha going from the lighthouse to the hospital. You can't explain.
Mm-hmm.
There's no teleportation. There's none of that. There's no teleportation thing that we see her fall through in the air and wind up there. All we do is know that she wakes up. That's it. That's all we get. She wakes up.
Yeah.
And it easily could just be a dream within a dream. And that's it. and this is really that much simple and everything else. And everyone's just getting tossed into this dream realm. And that's just the way it's going. And that's why they're all getting stuck in there.
Yeah. I mean, it's possible that it's a real place, but it's like kind of a nightmare realm, and they're not asleep, but they're having waking dreams, waking nightmares.
It's like Freddy. You got like Freddy, like in one of them we've seen him. When he gets pulled out into the real world, right? And he grabs him. He comes out into the real world, Freddy. And that means his world is the dream realm. It's a different realm. People are going in there, and then they can come out of there, and he's able to come out of that into the real world and stuff. It's no different. Same thing. These people are just going into the dream world and having their adventure.
Yeah, then that's how you could explain all of the stuff that's manifested there that doesn't make any sense. The fact that they have livestock in the woods and running water that comes from nowhere and wires that lead nowhere, but there's electricity. It's all manifested from people's dreams. I really think that's the case. Yeah, nightmares.
100%. Because you dream the telephone, you don't dream the wires inside. You just dream the telephone. It's really that. It's just the way it is, and that's how it all goes down, and that's it, and that's why it is like that. And I'll explain it all the way when it's all done. All right, I'm gonna let Julie go to bed because I see Dina this nagging that Julie needs to get to bed. So Julie, it's 5 o'clock, you need to get to bed before the sun comes up and you can't see, and then you're up, and then that's it for you.
Well, also, Mackie had said earlier, I starred this. Mackie said, "Hey, Julie, what's up, Tony? That finale was not it. Could have been better." He also said, "Is Tony out of town? What the fuck is he still doing up?"
I don't know what I'm doing up. I'm up to the point. I'm gonna run to Dunkin' Donuts, get something to eat, and then I'm gonna go right to bed. So I slept earlier today. I took a nap by accident, and now I'm fucking my body clock up. So I ruined myself and everything by doing that. And I don't know why I took a nap earlier, but I did, and it messed me up and everything else and all that stuff. So now I'm just stuck up. So now I'm gonna run to Dunkin' Donuts. I'm gonna get me one of them sourdough sandwiches and some hash browns. I'm gonna eat that, and I'm gonna go to bed, and I'm gonna wake up, and I'm gonna go to the gym and work out.
Nice.
That's gonna be my plan for tomorrow.
Well, Tony, thank you so much for coming on and hanging out. It's so much fun as always. You're always welcome here, and I could do this all the time. I don't care what we talk about. Like we can go off topic. Like it's always a blast, and I appreciate you coming on.
No, I have a great time coming on, hanging out with you, Jules. You're my girl. So what up to everybody in the chat? Salute to all y'all. I will see you later, Jules. I'm telling you, I'm gonna hit you up, and I'll say we're ready to watch Dirty Dancing. Be ready.
I will be ready.
All right. You have a good day.
You too, Tony.
All right, bye.
Bye. All right, guys. That was fun. I wasn't expecting the live for this episode to be that fun because I was kind of disappointed in how The Last of Us turned out, but that was a blast. Here's the link to Tony's channel that Dieter dropped. Thank you for dropping that link. For those of you who may not be acquainted, but most of you probably already are, but check out Tony's channel. He's the best. Gotta love Tony. I try not to miss his lives, and I catch as many as I can because it's like therapy for me. It's so much fun, and he's a great guy with a huge heart, a good friend. With Alice said, "Why are we so quick to say Jesus Christ?" I don't know. With Alice, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's just like, where I got it from? My dad. It's something you pick up from. It's something you pick up from like a lot of times what you hear your parents saying and doing, like when you're a kid. My dad used to always exclaim that. So it's just like a natural thing. Like, I don't even think of it about it. It just comes out, Don't mean to be blasphemous or disrespectful to anybody by saying that, but yeah. And AA, well, I'm still I'm not quite ready to start the Yellow Jackets thing, but I'm definitely open to doing it eventually. But right now, I kind of have my plate full of. I'm working through Lost finally. I finally got through season 5 of Lost. And now I'm on the final season of Lost. After that, the next thing I definitely wanted to commit to is Twin Peaks. That's everyone says that's kind of like the grandfather of shows like Lost and From. So I need to go back to the roots and see that groundbreaking show next. And I have a whole bunch of movies that are on the list. Game of Thrones, maybe. Tony's kind of talked me into that now. So eventually I will probably get around to Yellow Jackets. Can't say when exactly, but eventually. And oh yeah, no worries with Alice. Yeah, I know it's like it's not the I understand why it's not something a lot of people it's like some people may not like it because yeah, it's taking the Lord's name in vain and it's not meant with any disrespect. It's just something that comes out because I heard it from a young age as a kid hearing my dad. And my dad is well, my dad was Catholic and very much a believer. He didn't go to church, but he was a strong believer just like his mother as a Catholic. But he would always say that. He would always say Jesus and Jesus Christ. Yeah, he would always do that. But he didn't mean any offense by it either. And yeah, anyway, I don't know. I wonder where he got it from because there's no way his mother would have said it. His mother was a really traditional, conventional Catholic who went to church every Sunday. So I don't know where my dad picked it up, but anyway, so just a few things I missed before I sign off here because I really do need to sign off. A few things that I starred earlier that I wanted to get back to really, really quick. Steve said in the game, we don't cut to Abby day 1, we cut to Abby on the day Ellie makes it to St. Mary's Hospital, and we see her and her dad walking in the woods. Oh, okay. Interesting. So they changed it. Isaac saying Abby was the future leader of the WLF indicates that Hanrahan is no longer in the picture. It also parallels Jesse being the next Maria to lead Jackson. That was also Steve. AA said, honestly, I interpret it as it's the end of the world. You stand for nothing. You fall for everything. She's fighting for her family. In reality, they wanted to kill her for their greater good. Makes sense to me, AA. I really think about it. Marlene did not tell Joel the depth and the truth of where he was taking Ellie. She made it sound like it was all peaches and cream. Ellie's mom asked for her to be safe. 100% agree with you. Joel kept Ellie safe, something that Marlene couldn't do because she wanted to cure the rest of the world, something that we don't know would have worked, even though Joel said it would have to Ellie. Completely agree with you. We're making Ellie and her family the victim when Joel did not torture Abby's dad. Abby tortured Joel. Joel was trying to save a kid from being a science experiment. Yes, I completely agree with you on all of this stuff. I think Ellie cares that she killed the pregnant woman, but she really loves Joel. That was her dad. It's literally the end of the world. I feel like anybody at Jackson would feel the same. Even Tommy felt the same. I just feel like it's because Ellie is younger and he doesn't want to put her life in danger that he didn't go with her. Yeah. I still think that it's completely irrational to go after Abby. But we talked about that in depth earlier. I just wanted to highlight those comments because I completely agree with that line of thinking. I just don't agree with Ellie going off on this revenge mission with just her and Dina because that didn't make sense. And once they saw the magnitude of the threat they were facing in Seattle, the right thing to do is to turn back and protect Dina if she loves her so much. So, like, I can empathize with Ellie for sure, but I think she's wrong to be doing what she's doing. Anyway, Martin said I put another gaming clip in the Discord. This one titled K Jules. Oh man. I think that's the one Dieter dropped a link to in the chat. I'll pull it up before I sign off. Told Julie to go live on YouTube before. Yeah. Dieter's been wanting me to do reaction videos. Okay. So anyway, thank you, Dieter, so much. Thank you for all your support. Appreciate you. I didn't take good enough care of myself, admittedly, but that's okay. I will get over it. I will survive. It was worth it. I have no regrets. I do need to go get on the treadmill now and eat something, which I will do right now. And but first, well, while I'm on the treadmill, I'll play my oh, you know what I didn't do? You know what I forgot about? I didn't play my intro. I mean, my intro, it's from oriented, but it does have The Last of Us in it, and I forgot. How about that? Well, I'll play my intro as my outro, which is the awesome video that Mr. Gregory AI made me. I'll make sure I do that. I'll play a few cameos on the way out too. But sorry, Dieter. We've got a lively panel. Sometimes I miss things in the chat and stuff, and I wasn't taking good enough care of myself. I know, but I appreciate you having my back, and I don't care. It's worth it. It's worth it to just hang out on a fun stream like this. I had such a great time with Tony and Umbra and all of you guys in the chat. So I will. My pain is elevated, but who cares? My pain's going to be there regardless. I might as well be enjoying myself. And having a distraction from it wherever I can. I got to grab at whatever enjoyment I can get out of life. So I'll deal with the aftermath later if I have more pain, and oh well, so what? And it's fine. I just need to get some PT done and get some food, and then I'll go get some sleep. Sorry, that sucks that your internet is offline. No worries about the stuff you uploaded though. It's okay. I've got stuff I can play here, and the latest, so I can play the video. I can play the outro video myself. I have a way to do it. So no worries. Martin said Wheel of Time got canceled. Oh. I heard people liked that. That sucks. Sorry to hear that. Julie, please don't let Jeff make you not watch Yellow Jackets. You'll end up loving him like most of us. It's a great show, and I feel like you'll be obsessed, but you keep pushing it off. I know. It's not just that I'm avoiding it. I do have a long list of recommendations too, and so I've committed. I have been determined I will not start another series, another old completed series, until I finish Lost, because I started Lost a year ago, and I'm finally doing it. I'm making headway, and I'm now on to season 6, beginning of it. I just finished season 5, and then Twin Peaks has got to be next, because it's like the granddaddy of all of these shows. I feel like I need to go back and watch that, the next thing. So maybe after Twin Peaks. That's not counting movies, of course. I also watch movies and watch parties and stuff like that. But as far as TV series, yeah, completed or, multiple season series, Yellow Jackets will be there. I will eventually get to it. I will. And yeah, I hope your internet gets back up when you get home. That sucks. My internet was out yesterday too. That's a weird coincidence. My Wi-Fi, the whole neighborhood was out. I was worried that it wouldn't come back in time for the live stream, and I wouldn't have been able to show images. I would have had to just be on my phone with no images, but it came back. So hope yours comes back quickly too. So I am going to get out of here. It's amazing. We've had a great turnout. It's really incredible to me how it's 5:28 a.m. on the East Coast here, Eastern time, and there are 50 people still watching. And I know some of those people probably asleep, but we've had a lively chat going. a lively chat going all night, which is really amazing. Thank you guys so much. Everybody who's in the chat, everybody who is listening but can't chat or you're not into chatting, I appreciate all of you. Thank you so, so much. I truly, truly appreciate it. I've had a great time. It's been a lot more fun covering The Last of Us than I expected it would be. I didn't really know how fun it would be because it's a dark show. It's a heavy, heavy show, but it's been a lot of fun. I gotta say, I've as much as I have my issues with it and criticisms of the show, covering it and doing live streams has been nothing but fun. And it's because of all of you awesome people in the chat. It's because of the awesome people who come on panel. I mean, we could be watching a show about watching paint dry, and it would somehow make it fun. Not saying I'm not like dissing The Last of Us, saying it's like watching paint dry. I'm just saying it doesn't matter what we watch or what we're covering, or it doesn't matter. We can actually make it fun because of this awesome community and awesome people on the panel, like my co-host Scarlet and Infinite Umbra and Tony Teflon joining. I mean, come on, how can it not be fun? Even with a dreary show like The Last of Us that's so heavy, how can it not be fun with awesome people like that? So thank you to Umbra and Tony for joining, and Scarlet for joining to hold it down with me so I wouldn't be by myself, even though she doesn't watch the show. Appreciate her. And then Umbra and Tony, what a great time. And we've had fun over the course of this season with Umbra and Tony and Smitty Snippets joining, and Lori has joined. Real Cinema Therapy has joined past lives, and so regardless of the subject matter, I've got to say I have thoroughly enjoyed these live streams. It could have been an absolute nightmare with the subject matter and the way it kind of hit home for me at this particular point in my life, but yeah, I've had a blast. And so next up, I mean, we're finishing, we're done with The Last of Us, but I think the next thing I'm going to try is Duster lives, and we'll see how it goes. We'll try doing some Duster lives, maybe starting next week. I'll keep you posted. Maybe, I don't know, we might have to move some stuff around as to what night we do it, depending. Tony suggested I do it the night after it airs, but that's Friday, and Friday we do FROMacademy at 12:30 a.m. Maybe we could start with Duster and then segue to FROMacademy. I don't know. We're gonna figure it out, and then I'll keep you posted on what we're doing next. I'm gonna talk to Steve and see what we can do about maybe doing some kind of a playthrough of The Last of Us, at least part of a playthrough of The Last of Us here on the channel, and compare it to the show. Steve said that he'd be up for it, so I'll keep you posted on that. I think that'll be really interesting to see where the game differs from the show, and so we'll talk about that. I'm gonna look into that. Oh, thank you, Panda. Thank you so much. You're so sweet. Thank you. I love you guys too. And thank you so much, Dieter. I love you guys. You're the best. Yeah, I wish my health were doing as well too. Thank you very much. A Duster video. Yeah, I could try making a Duster video. It certainly wouldn't be as time consuming as other videos I've made because it's not a really complex mystery based show. So yeah, this week I'm tied up. I can't make anything for Duster this week. This week I am going to be making a deep dive into the series finale of The Handmaid's Tale. So that's next on my agenda to get to work on. My Handmaid's Tale content has gotten me to 1.9k subs, which is amazing. I never expected that to happen. I did get I got also a bump from Koala-T Reacts. When Koala-T Reacts started supporting me, I got a bump in subscribers from that. And then amazingly, I watched. It took some time. But I managed to pick up the algorithm for The Handmaid's Tale, and people found my videos. They watched my videos. I never expected that many people to watch my Handmaid's Tale videos. So I couldn't be happier with how that turned out. And I'm thrilled with it because I've watched that show since 2017, and I never had an outlet or anybody to talk to about my strong feelings about this show. I've watched it by myself since 2017, and just see my videos take off to the extent that one of them went crazy and went over 2,000 views in like a day. For me, that's going crazy. That's for me, that's blowing up. That's not my norm. It was my norm when From season 3 was airing, but not now. So over the weekend, I was just blown away to see that. And I got 24 new subscribers just off that one video. For me, that's a lot. That put me over the top to get to 1.9K. So I'm within striking distance of 2K now, which is crazy. So maybe with the next show I cover, I can get to 2K. Just 100 more subs. I think I'm exactly at 1900, like literally exactly. So it's been a lot of work covering the Handmaid's Tale videos and doing Last of Us live streams. That's why we had to pause the From rewatch, and we had to pause the Residence part of the live that we've been doing on Friday nights because I just had too much to do for the channel. And but it paid off. I definitely saw it pay off. I did have to pull back on making Last of Us videos. If you noticed, I haven't made as many deep dives into The Last of Us, the scripted videos. I didn't make one for like 3 episodes or 3 or 4, I forget. It came down to having to choose. Am I going to put my time into the Handmaid's Tale videos or The Last of Us? I couldn't do both. And the Handmaid's Tale was just something I was much more passionate about, and people were more interested in watching. So it was really a no-brainer. I mean, I'm going to get over 1,000 people watching a Handmaid's Tale video that I'm really passionate about versus 130 people watching a Last of Us video that I'm really not that passionate about. It's a no-brainer. At first, I started the season really into the message of The Last of Us, and then the writing of it fell off so much that it was just like, I wasn't even feeling it anymore. I feel like I have the message of the series already locked down and there's nothing more to say. I've already, how many times can I go on and on about the endless cycle of violence and vengeance, the futility of it, and the necessity of empathy? For me, I know this series is going over a lot of people's heads and it's complex, but for me, those messages are clear, obvious, no-brainers. I've already beaten that horse to death. I don't know what more there is to say. So The Handmaid's Tale is way more complex, ambiguous. So I just put all my energy into that. And more people were, I mean, like 10 times the people were watching it. Sometimes 20 times the people were watching those videos as my Last of Us ones. So I really hate to back off of something because I'm a perfectionist, but I had to choose. And as for this Last of Us finale, I might make if I have time, I'll make a video. It's not going to be long, but I'll probably make a video just recapping the last few episodes. Not a recap, but you know what I mean. I don't do recaps. A video going over the overall message. I'm going to do that because I'm a person who likes to finish what I start and not give up on something. It wasn't a matter of giving up. I just ran out of time to do both shows, to do videos for both shows in the depth that I like to cover things. So anyway, I'm going to be making a video going over the parts of The Last of Us that I didn't cover in the last few episodes. I'll do something for that within the next week. I'll put something out. So yeah, so I know a lot of people can't stand The Last of Us, but since I am going to put in the effort to do it, if you could throw me a view and a like and a comment, I would truly appreciate it. Even if you don't have time to watch the whole video. 30 seconds counts as a view, but if you let it play for a bit longer, it helps me more with the algorithm. So I would appreciate it. I think I am going to put in the effort. I'm going to make time to make one more Last of Us deep dive and just go over the main takeaways that I think we need to address from this season overall, and the message that it's trying to send. And of course, The Handmaid's Tale too. I'm going to be putting most of my effort into that video to cover the finale, which was really more like an epilogue, and it was amazing. So keep an eye out for that. Please enable notifications so that you see when I post new videos or start a live stream. I very often, because of my pain condition, have to start live streams late, and I can be unpredictable. So if you have the notifications turned on, then you should see when I actually go live after I'm running late, which is pretty much always. Our next live is going to be tonight, actually. Tonight, 2 or 3 episodes were kind of the same with Alice. Yeah, basically, it was getting pretty redundant for sure. So tonight is our next live. We're going to do just a fun, chill theory live for season 4 theories on From. We'll start at 10:30 p.m. Eastern time, and it's just going to be a chill hangout, talk From theories, nice and easy. So I don't have to prepare. I'm just going to show up and we'll talk theories tonight. Friday night, Doug might join us again. Doug said he should be able to. So Friday night before FROMacademy, if Doug is still able to join us, then we'll have Doug Hughes on for another story time with the Man in Yellow. We'll keep you posted if that's going to be definite or not. If so, that'll be 10 p.m. on Friday night, 10 p.m. Eastern. Doc will join us around 12:30 a.m. Eastern for more FROMacademy. And the theme will be the nightmare creatures. So if you have any theories on the nightmare creatures or the monsters that you want us to discuss, but you can't be there for the whole live, you can drop them in the FROMacademy channel in our Discord. The Discord link is in the description of the video, and we will talk about your theories and credit you if you can't make it for the whole live, since we do stream for a long time. Again, that's nightmare creatures / monsters on From. That's going to be the theme for this week. Last I talked to Doc, anyway, it is. We'll let you know if anything comes up and we have to reschedule, but that's the plan as of now. So that'll round out the week. And let's see. And Saturday night we'll watch Freddy versus Jason at 10 p.m. Eastern in the Discord. So anyway, part 1 of Duster Video, Josh Holloway. Part 2 of Josh Holloway. Part 3. It's gonna be an endless video for Julie. Yeah, I love me some Josh Holloway. Seriously, you know that. And Kendrick, yeah, but I don't really take credit for that. I mean, I can't take credit for my Kendrick Lamar video getting almost 5,000 views, because that wasn't anything I did. All I did was turn my phone on and take a video of Kendrick on stage in front of me at the concert. So that's no effort for me. All I did was hold the phone up. But I'm very proud of my Handmaid's Tale videos that managed to get over 1K and a couple of them over 2K. So I worked really hard on those. Let me tell you, they are not easy. Unpacking years of character development in a show as complex as The Handmaid's Tale and with very ambiguous characters, covering it in its final season is no small task. That took a lot of effort, and it was so worth it. Really was. I'm proud of those videos, and I'm happy with how they turned out. And anyway, it was just nice to have an outlet, somewhere to finally talk about how I feel about this show and the characters. So You could hear the enthusiasm in my voice and how salty I get at times as I was reading from the script. Even in the script, I would go off script, and I rarely ever do that in my videos. Occasionally, I'd go off my written script, and I would just say something salty or make it sarcastic remark. That's how much I've needed to talk about that show. And yeah, anyway, sorry. I need to get going now. I'm going to get on the treadmill and show the stuff that Dieter put in the chat here. And thank you so much for all your support, Panda. 32 likes. Thank you so much for cheerleading for likes, as always. Appreciate you and all your support. Appreciate all of you guys. Please watch Yellow Jackets after Twin Peaks. It sounds good because I know you're looking for a show to fill that feeling that From gives you, and Yellow Jackets will do that. I will give it a try. Yeah, it'll take me some time, but I'll give it a try. So, Martin had something in the chat here, and I think it was the video that Dieter just posted again. Where is it? Oh yeah. Okay, I'm going to show this video that Martin shared in the Discord a little while ago. While I do that, I'm going to go get on the treadmill, and then I'm going to get ready to sign off. All right, let's see what this is. Martin has been playing games in online and recording them with Amy, so I think that's what this is. It's funny. Okay, let me see. Oh, wait. I don't know if you can hear this. Now, and Baka got a weird case. Why is he around? Certified lover boy? Certified. Oh my god. Oh my god, that's hilarious. I hope you guys could hear that. That is hilarious. Oh my god, that is really funny. That was me. That was a clip of me rapping that Dieter took off of one of my live streams. That was me rapping part of Not Like Us by Kendrick Lamar. And it was in Martin's video while playing a video game somehow. I'm not quite sure how, but that's hilarious. Oh my god, that's great. Were you able to hear it? Yeah, it was K Jules was in there. I wasn't expecting that. I was not expecting to hear myself or my alter ego K Jules in there. That's amazing. Oh my god. That's so good. Oh, Martin, that's so funny. Thank you for sharing. You're hilarious. Oh, yeah. Dieter's got all kinds of other recordings he says he's going to make of me rapping on that stream that I did after the Kendrick Lamar concert. So, yeah, there's going to be more recordings out there of me rapping. Just wait. Oh, geez. Yeah. Anyway, okay. So, I'm going to find the video for the outro, and I have a link to it. I just have to pull it up. Hold on a sec. So again, the next live is going to be tonight. Next live is going to be tonight at where did I post that video? I'm trying to remember now. Where was it? I sent it to Dieter, but that's now buried under a bunch of other DMs. I hope I can find it because I really do want to play it. I have it saved on my laptop, so I might have to just switch to my laptop. I'm just going to switch because if I don't, then it's going to buffer and it's not going to play right. So hold on. So tonight we'll do just a casual theory chat at 10:30 p.m. Eastern on From. season 4 theories. And technically, I really shouldn't be goofing off and doing that. I should be getting to work on my Handmaid's Tale video, though. I really should. Not that doing a From live stream is goofing off. I do take them seriously, but this is not a rewatch one. I'm just thinking we'll talk theories. So, I don't know. I just love doing lives. What can I say? It's addictive, and I enjoy talking to you guys. So, I don't know. I technically really should be getting to work on my video and not going live again, but... And then, of course, Friday will be FROMacademy. Now, why is this happening? Sorry, I'm trying to find the video, like a link to the video so that I can play it. And I don't know if I can find it because it's going to be buried under a mountain of other DMs at this point. Actually, I think Grant sent me a smaller version of it and I forgot to upload it. Damn. Dieter also had some images here that he shared with me too. Some new ones with From in them. But hold on, I'm trying to find this link that I sent. I think I'm trying to find where it was. Yeah, it's buried. I have no idea where it is now. I think I went up too far. I really want to play it though. Damn. It is almost 6 a.m. Shit. Oh, wait, Dieter has something here. Play it again. It was a little laggy. Oh, okay. I didn't see that before. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna switch to my my laptop because that won't be laggy. So, hold on a sec. Okay. Oh. Okay. So, this will be better. This will be much better. Laptop doesn't lag like the Chromebook does. Percent. Knows now. And Baka got a weird case. Why is he around? Certified lover boy? Certified. That's awesome. And he's crip walking. He's crip walking. That's amazing. The crip walk. Oh, gotta love the crip walk. That's what you have to do. I don't know how to do it, and even if I did, I wouldn't be able to because of my leg pain, but I just love the crip walking thing with the with that song. It's it's iconic. Um, okay, I got it. I got the video. Thank you, Dieter. I appreciate it. 'Cause I should have had this ready, but I just didn't. Okay. So now it's downloaded. Now I can just play it right from my Right, from my laptop. See, this is the difference between using a laptop and using a Chromebook. Look how fast I can do everything so much faster. It's ridiculous how much faster it is. So hopefully you can. Oh wait, I think I can just show you the video file directly from here.
Yeah.
That's a theory creaking open, baby.
Yo, welcome to the screen where the plot gets bent. Julie B deep dives, not just for content. She don't react, she dissects those threads from the lens. Catching clues y'all missed when the credits end. What you know about freeze framing frames and while you blinking, she building an evidence drum. Got a notebook thicker than the lore itself. And a chat full of nerds with a mental health shelf. Yeah, she sees the glitch, peep the double cross. You just watching TV, she talk to the boss. Every theory and thesis, no throwaway guess. While y'all on season 1, she in season X. Said rewind and slow it, zoom and enhance. Julie B caught the symbol in the window glance. While you tweeting what just happened like a clown, she already made a flow chart, color-coded breakdown.
They don't die like us. They don't vibe like us. They binge and they bounce. We revive that trust. They skip intros, we rarely frame. You watch shows, we decode the game. They don't die like us. Nah, they don't die like us.
She cracked Severance before y'all knew it was deep. Predicted the Last of Us depths in her sleep. When the camera pans, she ain't blinking once. Catch a ghost in the glass, call it theory punch. Watch parties lit like apocalypse nights. Call-ins while they bringing alien rights.
Hey Julie, I think the trees are spies. Well, I have a spreadsheet that confirms that, guys.
Zoom in, boom in, she moving through clues. Spinning Discord in the courtrooms, Lord of views. Got mods with receipts. Time stands with heat. Every rewatch turns into a Reddit elite. You stuck on the surface, we beneath with maps. Cross-referencing lore with the rector's caps. If your fave show got secrets, don't be dumb. Julie got the chalkboard out in From's where it's from.
They don't dive like us. They don't vibe like us. They skim the edge. We inside that crust. They zone out, we zone into pain. You say plot twist, we say nope, chain. They don't dive like us. Nah, they don't dive like us.
What's that?
That ain't a blooper, that's a plot thread. You thought it was a shadow? She thought it was a coded message from season 3. And she's probably right. Step this way if your mind's unbent. Step that way if your theories pay rent. Say Julie B, deep dive queen. Now zoom, scroll, theorize, pull. Ain't no rabbit hole safe once she got the cloud.
They don't die like us.
Okay, guys. So that's gonna do it for me. Thank you so much again to everybody. Grant you a G for this, indeed. Oh my God, Martin, you hadn't seen that yet? Are you serious? Oh, I didn't realize you hadn't seen that yet. Dude, Grant is like a legend for doing this for me. I will never forget that he did this, that he made this for me. I mean, it is epic as hell. He used AI. He used AI to create this based on Kendrick's style. He wanted it in the style of Not Like Us by Kendrick, and there are parts of it that I swear it sounds so much like Kendrick. When he says shadow, the way he pronounced it, you thought it was a shadow. I can't imitate it. I'm not good at imitating people, but it's the way Kendrick enunciates things, the way he pronounces words, and his inflection, his cadence. Some of it is so accurate. It's amazing. And I didn't ask him to do that. He heard me say on a stream that I always wanted an intro, but I didn't know how to make one. And he just whipped that up. I didn't know anything about it. I didn't ask him to do that or to make it in that style. He knew I loved Kendrick Lamar, and he just did it because he's an awesome, awesome guy and a great friend and an amazing person to do that for me. Like, what a sweetheart. And there's the link to Mr. Grant Gregory AI's channel that Dieter dropped in the chat. I'll also add that along with Tony's and Infinite Umbra's channels to the description of this video. If you're listening on the replay, you can find all of their channel links in there. Please subscribe and support all of these awesome friends. Mr. Grant Gregory, Tony Teflon, Infinite Umbra are all terrific. And I'm just so lucky to have such awesome friends. I really am. So, yeah, Martin, I was like, Martin, this is so catchy. It's gonna get stuck in your head. Like I walk around with this in my head all the time. That's how catchy it is. They don't dive like us. It is so catchy. I'm like, you might not expect it, but you'll just find yourself if you hear that a couple times, the next day you'll find yourself with that in your head on a loop. It's so catchy. I love it so much. It's epic. It was amazing. I was like, I couldn't stop smiling when he showed that to me. He surprised me with it before a stream one night last week or the week before. I can't remember, but I could not stop smiling. It was amazing. Well, I love you too, Dieter, and thank you for everything. Seriously, thank you to the amazing chat. Indeed, I second that. Right. Yeah, Martin, that was awesome. As a Kendrick fan, that made my heart happy. I just I'm obsessed with that video. Absolutely obsessed. It was amazing. And it's not easy to make AI look that realistic too. He's a master at what he does. He is good. So, um dog, go to bed, you freak balls. Yes, we're just about to do that. Hi to Doug Hughes in the chat. It's literally just about to say bye. Um, and sign off with some cameos. So, in fact, let me see if it's finished downloading. And appreciate all of you guys. And we had a lot of fun. Teeter ready to crip walk to that song in Fortnite too. I find it amazing that you can even do that. I don't see. I've never played video games that advanced that you can do crazy stuff like crip walking in the video. That's wild to me. You got to introduce me to these. Like if these games are playable online, I need to start doing it. It would be some other way I can interact with people so I won't feel so isolated playing games with people online. I want to start doing that too. Ah, yeah, yeah. That you can hear my happiness in my voice just from this awesome community and how much it's made a difference in my life. And yeah, my mom can't believe it when she hears how I sound on live streams because I don't sound like this in my everyday life, just talking casually. I don't have this kind of animation in my voice and I don't have this kind of energy to the way I talk. But when I talk to friends I've made in this community, both online and privately through voice chats and stuff, um, when I talk to friends I've made in this community or I talk on live streams, I have a completely different energy because it's just, I've never made friends like this in my life. And so yeah, even though she can't believe it when she hears me because I'm in severe pain all the time, and so she can't understand how I can sound so upbeat when I'm talking to people I've met from this community, online or offline or whatever. But it's just the amazing positive vibe from you guys. So I appreciate you. Thank you all so much. And for Dieter, it's not time to go to bed, but for a lot of other people, and Martin is on UK time, so it's not bedtime, but for a lot of other people, that bedtime was quite a while ago, so that's gonna do it for me. As of now, the plan is to do a live tonight on From Theories, just a casual From Theory chat, probably at 10:30 p.m. Eastern. Um, I'll keep you posted. I might want to switch nights just this one time so that I could maybe get a Handmaid's Tale video out sooner, but I will keep you posted on that. Either way, Friday night will be FROMacademy night as always, and we'll talk From monsters and all that stuff. So anyway, thank you again. Appreciate you all. And I'll catch you on the next one. Thank you for riding things out with me, even though I know a lot of you guys and I have criticized The Last of Us. This community makes it a blast to talk about literally anything. So thank you for sticking with me regardless, so that I could keep coming back and doing this week after week. I was gonna see it through to the end no matter what, damn it. And I'm glad I did. Because it's been a blast, really. It may not be my favorite show, but I have no regrets covering it, and I'll cover the next season too whenever they wind up, if I'm in a position to do it when the time comes. Wait. Even if it was about Kendrick, I'd still be here. Yeah, I believe you would. From monsters? Yeah, that's going to be the next theme for FROMacademy. As far as I know, that's still the plan. I haven't spoken to Doc in a couple of days, but From monsters with actual From monsters. Yeah, well, we're the Frombies up all night, so it's kind of fitting actually. And then go to sleep when the sun comes up, like the Frombies, as some people have called them. Anyway, I think I have the video loaded here. Hold on. Yep, I do. Okay. So I'll see you on the next one, guys. Thank you again so much. And until next time, keep on deep diving and let's see what we can uncover together.
Julie, it's me. It's David Alpay. And this cameo, by the way, and I got to get this out of the way first before I completely fuck this up. This cameo is from Ryan and Samuel and Tabitha and Doc Kaiju, Kelly, and Dieter. Lovely, lovely Dieter. We love Dieter. I love Dieter. Dieter's the best. But not as good as you, because you're fucking amazing. Julie B, thank you for your podcast. Thank you for spreading the word about From and having such insightful commentary about the show. I swear to God, I think you probably think about the show on a level that exceeds anybody else talking about the show. You're so insightful, and I love it. I'm not even joking right now. I think it's really, really great because we work so hard to make the show. The writers, the directors, the actors, me specifically, work so damn hard. I just want the show to be as amazing as possible and layered and intricate, and you know, I want it to trigger thoughts. I want the audience to meet us halfway and to engage with us interactively as much as possible in a television show, right? So you're doing it, and I love it, and I'm so, so grateful. So fucking awesome. Dieter told me to make fun of your legs. I'm not going to do that because I'm not rude like Sean Majumdar. I would never tell you to chop off your legs and go on skis because A, that's totally impractical. It's not like there's snow everywhere in the world. I don't know where you live. Probably not, you know, the Arctic Circle. If anything, I would say roller skates. It's much more efficient. You get places a lot faster, and you can, like, if you were on the asphalt, like over here, you'd be fucked on skis. But skates, boom, roller skates. You're everywhere. You're up there before I can even say, hey, there goes JulieBDeepDives. Right? Listen, so sorry about the pain in your legs. That's terrible. I know what that can be like. But don't chop off your legs. No matter what your friends tell you, don't do it. It's not a good idea. The risk of infection is far too high. And then, you know, how sure can you be that the saw is going to be clean? You can wash it, but by the time you dry it and all that stuff, it's not a good idea. Don't do it. Save your legs. Justice for Julie B's legs is what I'm talking about. That's about it. I could keep babbling on, but this video has gone into the realm of the absurd in a way that even I wasn't anticipating, and I anticipate everything. So from my heart to you, I wish I was there to cuddle your legs and to make them feel better, but I am not. So that's a job for Dieter. You're going to have to get him to do it. He told me that he's buying the first plane ticket out to see you and your legs. So have a fabulous, fabulous birthday. I literally forgot the reason for this video, but I'm remembering it now. Julie, happy birthday. You're turning 37. Congratulations. I remember 37 as if it was 8 years ago, because it was. Time flies, honey, but 37 is an excellent year. Make it a good one. Reach for the things that you've been too shy to reach for. Do the things that you've been putting off. You will feel amazing. You will feel an incredible sense of accomplishment, and your year will be spectacular. 37, you're at such a young age. If the world's your oyster, anything's possible. Go and do it and have an amazing year. Have a great birthday. Surround yourself with the best people. Eat lots of dessert. Have some cake. Choice is yours. I would recommend Black Forest cake. That's a very good birthday cake. Also, Baskin Robbins Jamocha almond fudge. Always a winner. Unless you're lactose intolerant, like me, but then truly, I mean, that's a problem for other people, isn't it? Lactose intolerance. You know what I mean? All right. That's it for me. Sweetie, happy birthday. Congratulations. You are surrounded by people who love you. Well, look at that list of names. I'm going to read them again so that we can all enjoy them. Ryan, Samuel, Tabitha, Doc Kaiju. I hope I'm saying that right. Doc Kaiju, Kelly, and Dieter. They adore you, and so do I. Julie, keep doing what you're doing, because you're doing it great, and I, for one, absolutely love it. Happy birthday, kid. Bye.
Hey, Julie B. The man in yellow here, along with his alter ego, the mini MIY. We just wanted to let you know that you're in our thoughts. We know you're going through a rough time right now, but you will get through this. And in the meantime, if you ever need to talk, you know where to find us. Anything you'd like to add? Yeah. Hey! Listen, kiddo. Like the man said, we're here for you, 24/7. Anything you need, you just get on the blower. And hey, don't take any crap. Anybody gives you any grief, you just tell them. They're going to have to answer to this guy. Couldn't have said it better myself. Take care, sweetheart. We'll talk soon. See you later.
Julie, it's me. Why am I screaming? It's me, David Alpay.
Hey Julie, it is also Julie here, name twin.
Hi JulieBDeepDives, it is Avery who plays Sarah on From. I just want to say thank you so much for watching and supporting the show, and I also want to give a shout out to your co-host, Scarlet of Many Names.
Hey Julie.
Hi Julie B. Julie B, Scotty McCord here. How are you? Hi. Finally, I get to connect with Julie B Deep Dives.
Julie B, my child. It is I, Father Khatri. But Julie B, I understand you are rocking it on the old YouTubes, and I appreciate you. We, as a Fromily, appreciate you like you wouldn't believe. And we are so thankful for everything you do and all the love and energy that you put out there into the universe.
Hey, Julie B. The man in yellow here, along with his alter ego, the mini MIY. We just wanted to let you know that you're in our thoughts.
Julie, you're awesome. You work so hard. I wish we were friends in high school. You could have helped me with my, literature essays, my critical essays, because you are so deep and thorough. Keep doing what you're doing, and I'll see you around.
Thank you for what you're doing, and keep at it, and I know you got this. You know you got this. Keep at it. Take care.
congratulations to you guys on all your success of your YouTube channel, and I'm wishing you all the best in 2025.
Anyway, Julie, I just want to say, keep going, keep on keeping on. You got this.
Holding Julie B, protecting Julie B. The big muscle car hugs, there's a bottle tree. Keeping you protected. That's for you. That's for you and for all your brilliance and for everything that you've given from and helped make it what it is. So, Julie B, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for season 4. We'll see you in season 4. It's coming. Hold tight. Maybe binge the show until we get there. Dive deeper. Julie B's Deeper Dive. You're doing great. It's amazing. Bless you. And we'll see you in season 4.
Father Khatri thanks you for watching. Sean Majumder, the actor who couldn't be here right now, but he wanted to let you know he's very thankful. And I hope you feel better. I know you will. Keep your chin up. And I wish you all the best. Take care. Season 4 is going to be fucking bananas. Be well.
Listen, kiddo. Like the man said, we're here for you 24/7. Anything you need, you just get on the blower. And hey, don't take any crap. Anybody gives you any grief, you just tell them. They're going to have to answer to this guy. Couldn't have said it better myself. Take care, sweetheart. We'll talk soon. See you later.
Don't stream and drive.